Immortal Cultivation family. My comprehension ability can be stored dest video experiment para intretenimiento y no infringe derechos de autor en iles. Los derechos de la novela while our imaginación del autor original. No reclamamos propiedad. No te gusta respirar y queers escuchar este fanfic completo horror. Suscrea en nuestro Patreon. Donde encontrarás los mejores fanfics. Chapter 251. Going and returning together. If you have nothing else to do, go back and prepare, as soon as possible. After 3 days of rest, we will go to the Kinkyu Demon Kingdom together. Yuan Shenzhen waved his hand. Seeing that the other party had ordered them to leave, Zhao Mubei and others naturally would not stay here and bid farewell. From beginning to end, Yuan Shenzhen did not ask Chen Daoxuan, who came with everyone. In his opinion, although Chen Daoxuan was a sword cultivator, he was only at the foundation building stage. Although there were more foundation building cultivators in the competition for the true immortal origin realm, they could only be regarded as cannon fodder at best. Compared with the Purple Mansion cultivators, the foundation building cultivators had no advantages. Even the sword cultivators at the foundation building stage could hardly match the Purple Mansion cultivators. Even if Chen Daoxuan was extremely talented and could be compared with ordinary Purple Mansion cultivators, an ordinary Purple Mansion cultivator was not worth Yuan Shenzhen's investment at all. What Yuan Shenzhen needed was the best among the Purple Mansion cultivators, preferably the prodigies on the Purple Mansion prodigy list. Only a Purple Mansion cultivator of this level can play a role in the next battle for the true immortal origin realm. Leaving the temporary immortal residence of Yuan Shenzhen, the four of them bowed to each other and said goodbye. Brother Mubei, Brother Daoxuan, Brother Zuanling, I'll go first. Huling Taoist couldn't wait. The resources of 1 billion spirit stones can be taken out by gritting teeth for Huling Taoist's family, but the family's wealth belongs to the family. This time he helped Yuan Shenzhen to seize the law of the Great Dao, which is equivalent to taking a private job. All the gains belong to him. Of course, the two cannot be confused. Besides, although Huling Taoist is the heir to the Zhao clan of Shuon Prefecture, he is only an heir after all, and he is not the patriarch of the Zhao clan of Shuon Prefecture. In order to take over the position of the patriarch of the family steadily, Huling Taoist needs to continue to maintain his own strength advantage and cultivate a large number of confidants in the clan. And all of these require resources. The immortal cultivation clans in Wangxinghe are not comparable to the current Chen family in terms of population size and sphere of influence. The family is huge, and with it, there will be all kinds of problems. For example, in addition to the Taoist fire spirit, the Zhao family of Shuon Prefecture also has a candidate for the successor of the clan leader. And their cultivation has also reached the Purple Mansion stage. Relatively speaking, among the four people, the Taoist fire spirit is the one with the greatest pressure. Needless to say, the Chen family of Shuanghu Island has no one who can compete with Chen Daoxuan. Although he is now the young clan leader, his power in the Chen family is probably greater than that of any clan leader of a cultivation family. In this regard, although Zhao Mubei is not as good as Chen Daoxuan, as the most talented cultivator of the Zhao family, Zhao Mubei's position as the next clan leader of the Zhao family is basically stable. The same is true for Zhang Zuanling. As a sword cultivator in the Purple Mansion stage, no one in the Zhang family of Jinan Prefecture can compete with him. Therefore, from this perspective, Taoist fire spirit needs more resources than the other three to consolidate his position as the successor of the clan leader. Watch Taoist fire spirit leave. Zhao Mubei glanced at Chen Daoxuan and bowed, saying, Brother Chen, Brother Zhang, I'll go back first. Chen Daoxuan and Zhang Zuanling nodded. Seeing Huling Taoist and Zhao Mubei leave, Chen Daoxuan said, Brother Zhang, wait a minute. Zhang Zuanling stopped and looked at him with a questioning look. Chen Daoxuan said, Brother Zhang, I'm not talented, but I also want to try the true immortal origin realm. Brother Chen, have you thought it through? Zhang Zuanling couldn't help but widen his eyes when he heard that Chen Daoxuan wanted to go to the true immortal origin realm. Although he knew that Chen Daoxuan's strength was not weak, and he even won the first merit in the Battle of Kangzhou Immortal City. But in the final analysis, Chen Daoxuan just used a tricky method to kill a large number of zombies without intelligence. In terms of real strength, Chen Daoxuan is good enough to be comparable to the most ordinary Purple Mansion cultivators. If he goes to the true immortal origin realm, he will most likely become cannon fodder. This time, going to the true immortal origin realm to compete for the Dao Lore does not rely on the ability of the cultivator to bully the weak, but on the actual personal strength. In this regard, Chen Daoxuan has no advantage. After all, Chen Daoxuan's cultivation is a big level lower than him, and Zhao Mubei and others. Even if Chen Daoxuan's sword realm is not weaker than his, the real strength gap between the two is probably more than 10 times. Chen Daoxuan didn't know what the other party was thinking, and nodded and smiled. I have thought it through. Okay. Seeing Chen Daoxuan's firm eyes, Zhang Zuanling knew that no matter how he persuaded, the other party would probably not listen. Chen Daoxuan can reach the peak of tangible sword intent and the foundation building cultivation, and the firmness of his Dao heart must be far beyond that of ordinary people. Once this kind of person makes a decision, he will never change it. Zhang Zuanling paused. What does Brother Chen want me to do? Chen Daoxuan arched his hands. I would like to ask a question. What is the strength of the cultivators on the Purple Mansion Chien Geo list? Hearing this question, Zhang Zuanling frowned. The gap between the cultivators, ranked lower on the Purple Mansion Chien Geo list may not be big, but the higher the ranking, the greater the gap between the cultivators, especially the top 10. The Purple Mansion Chien Geo list records a total of 100 Purple Mansion cultivators in Wangxinghai. Most of these Purple Mansion cultivators are in the late Purple Mansion cultivation, but there are also special ones, such as Brother Zhao, who is only in the middle Purple Mansion. I can't guess how strong Brother Zhao is. After all, he has walked out of his own sword path. Let's talk about me. I'm now in the 8th level of Purple Mansion and the peak of the 2nd level of sword intent, ranking 43rd on the Purple Mansion Chien Geo list. If I use the newly refined meteorite ink wall of Kaineo and sword sec to calculate, if I go all out, the maximum attack power is close to 800. He paused. Of course, the meteorite ink wall can only test the attack limit of the cultivator. The specific strength of the cultivator does not depend entirely on the attack, but also on other aspects. However, it is said that as far as I know, the last one on the Purple Mansion Chien Geo list has an attack limit power of more than 500. 500. Chen Daoxuan nodded. This number objectively reflects how strong the cultivators on the Purple Mansion Chien Geo list are. He originally estimated that Zhao Mubei's attack limit was at least 700. Now it seems that he still underestimated the opponent. After all, even Zhang Zuanling, who is ranked 43rd on the Purple Mansion Chien Geo list, has an attack power of 800. Zhao Mubei, who is one level higher in the realm of sword intent, and has walked out of his own sword path, has no reason to be weaker than Zhang Zuanling. Chen Daoxuan has practiced the magical power of 3 heads and 6 arms, which can greatly increase the attack limit. Doesn't Zhao Mubei, who is ranked 9th on the Purple Mansion Chien Geo list, have any secret methods to hide in the bottom of the box? Nonsense. Chen Daoxuan believes that these outstanding Purple Mansion cultivators all have their own desperate means. Even the Purple Mansion Chien Geo list can only be used as a reference at most. Is the 30th on the Purple Mansion Chien Geo list definitely not a match for the 20th? Not necessarily. The result of the battle between the two will not be known until the last moment. Chen Daoxuan's current cultivation level is only the 5th level of foundation building, and the 4th level of flesh and blood derivative. Even if he uses the magic power of Dharma image, the basic attack of ki refining and body refining combined is only 14. Counting the realm bonus and magic weapon bonus, it is about 5 times the increase, that is, 70. This is Chen Daoxuan's strongest attack in the state of 3 heads and 6 arms. This level seems to be quite good among ordinary Purple Mansion cultivators, and can even be compared with the weaker Purple Mansion late cultivators. But it is still far from being compared with the cultivators on the Purple Mansion Chien Geo list. However, before coming to Weiyang Immortal City, Chen Daoxuan happened to learn an attacking skill from the 3 heads and 6 arms, the 6-arm combined attack. The 6-arm combined attack can merge 6 attacks into one, increasing the power 6 times, which can be said to be the most essential part of the 3 heads and 6 arms attacking magic power. Although the consumption of using the 6-arm combined attack is extremely high, Every time it is used, Chen Daoxuan's Kihei Zen Yuan is probably consumed by nearly half. But for him who has the 3rd grade White Lotus of Fortune as his true energy reserve, this is nothing at all. He can use the 6-arm joint attack as a regular move. In this way, Chen Daoxuan's ultimate attack power instantly increased 6-fold, reaching as much as 420, which is very close to the prodigies on the Purple Mansion prodigy list. In addition, the soul-fixing divine light supernatural power he got from the real person Shenju can be called a fighting skill. Comprehensively calculated, Chen Daoxuan's strength is definitely comparable to the prodigies on the Purple Mansion prodigy list, at least comparable to those who are ranked lower. Seeing Chen Daoxuan didn't speak, Zhang Zuanling thought he was frightened by his words, and hurriedly advised, "Brother Chen, I know you entered the true immortal origin realm to seize the essence of vitality that can quickly improve your cultivation, but the essence of vitality is difficult to store. After obtaining it, the cultivator can only use it quickly or sell it. There are so many cultivators entering the true immortal origin realm this time. You can buy some afterwards. There is no need to risk your life." As a friend, Zhang Zuanling can say this, which is already a deep friendship. But at the Yangxiao Palace of Kainiuan Sword Sect, Chen Daoxuan was fearless in the face of danger and severely defeated Yi Wu Dao's arrogance, which made Zhang Zuanling want to take Chen Daoxuan as a confidant. He said this at this time, completely from the heart. Chen Daoxuan nodded, and then shook his head. "I know, but I still want to go in and try." They looked at each other. Seeing Chen Daoxuan's determined eyes, Zhang Zuanling bowed and said, "Then I wish us a successful start." Returned triumphantly. The two smiled at each other, turned into light, and disappeared into the sky. After leaving Weiyang Immortal City, Chen Daoxuan searched for a long time, and finally found the Chen family's monk army in the chaotic military camp. Compared with the chaos, when he first arrived, the military camp that had already settled the monks who came to help finally returned to peace. However, the monks wearing spiritual armor and constantly patrolling in the military camp made people feel depressed. Young Patriarch Chen Fusheng, who was comforting the monks, said in surprise when he saw Chen Daoxuan. "Yeah." Chen Daoxuan nodded. "Are you used to living here? This place is definitely not comparable to the military camp on Redwood Island." Chen Fusheng shook his head, "But I just received news that, after verifying everyone's identity, we will be stationed in Weiyang Immortal City." At this point, Chen Fusheng's still young face showed a hint of expectation. "Young Patriarch, what is Weiyang Immortal City like? Is it as big as Guang'an Prefecture Immortal City?" Although the Taizhou passageway is very large, the Weiyang Immortal City that Chen Fusheng and his friends can see is limited after all. Only by passing through the passage can you truly see the magnificence of Weiyang Immortal City. Chen Daoxuan smiled and shook his head. "You will know when you station there tomorrow." Chen Fusheng smiled slyly when he heard this. "No need to wait until tomorrow. Someone just informed me that 5,000 foundation building monks will be selected to go to Weiyang Immortal City, and I have already signed up." "What?" Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan looked at Chen Fusheng with a look of shock and anger. "Why did you make the decision without waiting for me to discuss this matter? Do you know what you are selected for?" The smile on Chen Fusheng's childish face slowly converged. He raised his head and looked at Chen Daoxuan, who was half a head taller than him, and said seriously, "Young Patriarch, I know. This trip is to explore the true immortal source realm. Weiyang Immortal City will send 10,000 foundation building monks and 1,000 purple mansion monks to go together. Of course, the major monster countries will send more foundation building and purple mansion level monsters. Kainiuan Sword Sect told us when they came to select people." Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan's eyebrows throbbed wildly, and he suppressed his anger and said, "Did the cultivators of Kainiuan Sword Sect force you?" Chen Fusheng shook his head. "Then why did you?" "Because I know that the young patriarch will definitely go," Chen Fusheng said confidently. Chen Daoxuan almost laughed when he heard this. He waved his hand angrily. "Are you so sure? Or do you think you are invincible after building your foundation and start to look down on others?" "Fusheng, dare not." Chen Fusheng lowered his head. "It's just that I don't want to see the young patriarch fighting alone again. What Fusheng did today was not for anything else but just to prove that all the cultivators of my Chen family's military department follow the young patriarch. Not for comparison, but each of us regards the young patriarch as the pride of my Chen family from the bottom of our hearts. At this point, Chen Fuxian looked at Chen Daoxuan with tears in his eyes. When Chen Daoxuan saw his eyes, his heart was immediately touched. This look was very similar to the one Chen Ziyan had given him, but there was something new in it, such as heartfelt respect. "You kid, are you waiting for me here?" Chen Daoxuan's tone softened. "Why? I punished you. Are you unhappy?" "No." Chen Fuxian shook his head. "No matter how the young clan leader punishes me, Fuxian has no complaints, but you can't misunderstand us. We are really not trying to compete, let alone for the reputation of being invincible at the same level. I admit that our military monks are wrong, but we are definitely not thinking about cultivation. On the contrary, it is precisely because our military monks carry the expectations of the family that we want to do better than others." Looking at the half-grown boy in front of him, Chen Daoxuan couldn't help shaking his head. "Okay, I know, I've wronged you, okay." Chen Daoxuan shook his head. "How old are you, and you still need someone to coax you?" Chen Fuxian heard this and grinned. "Just to prove this, you don't even want your life," Chen Daoxuan said. His tone became serious. "Do you know how dangerous this trip will be?" "I know, but you said, young clan leader, that true strong people never grow up in a greenhouse. Although this trip is dangerous, I think the opportunity is greater than the danger. More importantly, I can fight with the young clan leader." Stinky boy Chen Daoxuan shook his head, looked at him and said, "Let's go together." Chen Fuxian nodded and said seriously, "Let's go together." Chapter 252. The Prodigies from All Sides. 3 days later, 13 giant spirit boats set out from Weiyang Immortal City and broke through the air in the direction of Kinkyu Demon Country. Look carefully. These spirit boats are roughly divided into 4 camps, namely the cultivators of Kainiu and Sword Sect and the family cultivators of Taizhao, Jingzhao and Kangzhao. As for other independent cultivators, they are mixed in the 4 major camps. The 11,000 cultivators on this trip were all carefully selected by Kainiu and Sword Sect. Among these cultivators, the lowest level of cultivation is generally the 7th level of foundation building. A cultivator like Chen Fuxian, who is at the 1st level of foundation building, is definitely an outlier among this group of cultivators. Of course, the strength of a cultivator is not entirely based on cultivation. Chen Fuxian's identity as a sword cultivator is an important reason for his selection. On the leading spirit boat, the 6 Yuanying's engines, including the Lord of Zhenhe Palace, stood side by side. Palace Lord Qin Yuanchen's engine looked back in the direction of Weiyang Immortal City. "Is it not a bit inappropriate to leave only fellow Daoist Jiang to guard Weiyang Immortal City?" Before Qinzhen could speak, another nascent soul ancestor of the Jiang family said dissatisfiedly, "What do you mean by this, fellow Daoist Yuanchen? Our Jiang family has been guarding Weiyang Immortal City for so many years. Is there any mistake?" "That's not what I meant." Qinzhen waved his hand and interrupted the two people's argument. "Well, with fellow Daoist Jiang's late nascent soul cultivation, even if he encounters a boundary monster that makes a detour to attack Weiyang Immortal City, it is enough to send us a message, and nothing will happen." Hearing this, True Lord Yuanchen nodded. Perhaps because he suffered a great loss at the hands of the Jiang family in his early years, True Lord Yuanchen has always maintained a vigilant attitude towards the Jiang family. Seeing that there was some tension between Master Yuanchen and the Jiang family, Patriarch Ji acted as a peacemaker and said with a smile, "I heard that Daoist fellow Yuanchen is very well prepared this time." He even invited Zhao Mubei, who is ranked 9th on the Purple Mansion Prodigy list. Speaking of which, Zhao Mubei is probably the strongest among this group of Purple Mansion cultivators, right? Hearing this, Master Yuanchen laughed and waved his hand, saying, "I dare not. The Purple Mansion Prodigy list is just a rough ranking, based on the battle records and the cultivation realm of the cultivators. It is hard to say which cultivators on the list are strong and which are weak." He paused. "Your Ji family's prodigies, Ji Yancheng and Ji Yanfeng, are both in the top 50 of the Purple Mansion Prodigy list. Do you think that these two prodigies of your Ji family are definitely weaker than Zhao Mubei?" Besides, in order to seize the laws of the Great Way, in addition to the cultivator's strength, you also have to look at the cultivator's luck. If you are unlucky, no matter how strong you are, it will be useless. Seeing Yuan Chen's appearance of being a good boy, after getting an advantage, Patriarch Ji pointed at Yuan Chen's engine, and smiled and shook his head. However, Yuan Chen's engine was right in saying that in the true immortal origin realm, in addition to the strength of the cultivator, it also depends on the cultivator's luck to seize the Dao law. If a cultivator is unlucky and is besieged by many Purple Mansion cultivators, it will be difficult to seize the Dao law, let alone save his life. You know, Weiyang Immortal City alone has sent out 1,000 Purple Mansion cultivators. As the host of the true demon realm, the three major demon countries of Qingqiu, Gi, and Shichou will send more Purple Mansion world monsters. Moreover, these 1,000 Purple Mansion cultivators are just the candidates that Weiyang Immortal City is preparing to send. Whether the three major demon countries will agree or not, they still need these Yuanying's engines to discuss with each other. However, with the Lord of Zhenhe Palace here, there should be no problem. Kangzhou Cultivator Camp. On a giant spirit boat. What is this? Chen Daoxuan took the jade slip handed over by Zhang Zuanling, looked up at him, and asked in confusion. This is the information that Yuan Chen's engine sent to me yesterday. It is about the powerful demons in the Purple Mansion realm. Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan's eyes fixed, and he immediately immersed his consciousness in it. After a while, he withdrew his consciousness. Brother Zhang, I don't need to thank you for your kindness, Chen Daoxuan said solemnly. Zhang Zuanling smiled. No need to thank me. This information is in the hands of every Purple Mansion cultivator, and with Brother Chen's strength, he should have a copy. As he said that, he turned his head and looked in the direction of Qingqiu Demon Country. Among the three major demon countries, Qingqiu Demon Country and Gi Demon Country are not bad, although there are also boundary monsters comparable to the Xianjiao of the Purple Mansion Xianjiao list of Wang Xinghe, but generally speaking, there are no strong people of Brother Zhao's level. But the Lion Camel Country is different. Among their Purple Mansion boundary monsters, there is a pervert. At this point, Zhang Zuanling's face became solemn. This boundary monster is a direct descendant of the Lord of the Lion Camel Country. His body is a green lion spirit. According to the information provided by Senior Yuan Chen, this descendant of the Lord of the Lion Camel Country is a being who is praised as having the potential to become a demon lord. Have the potential to become a demon lord. Chen Daoxuan's eyes became more serious than ever. You know, even Zhao Mubei, the outside world only believes that he can become a giant and cultivator, but whether he can become a Yuanying's engine with a lifespan of 3,000 years, no one dares to assert. Even more, the probability that Zhao Mubei cannot become a Yuanying's engine is higher. In Wang Xinghe, there are many Purple Mansion Xianjias, but how many people can really become Yuanying's engine? Not to mention that Zhao Mubei is only the 9th on the Purple Mansion Xianjiao list. Even if he is the first on the Purple Mansion Xianjiao list, who can guarantee that he will definitely become a Yuanying cultivator in the future? You know, from the Purple Mansion cultivation to the Yuanying, there are countless hardships encountered in the process. Any wrong step will lead to the cultivator's eternal damnation. Therefore, the so-called Xianjiao monsters will not be taken seriously by other Yuanying's engines before they really become Yuanying cultivators who suppress one side. However, this Purple Mansion world monster from the Lion Camel Country is praised as a promising monster master. This is not an ordinary evaluation, which means that this blue lion spirit from the Lion Camel Country is definitely different from ordinary Purple Mansion world monsters. However, this difference is not mentioned in the information given by Yuan Chen's engine. After all, the monks of Wang Xinghe know too little about the major monster countries in the true monster world. The information that Yuan Chen's engine brought out was obtained from the Lord of Zhenhe Palace. Zhang Zuanling continued, there are a total of 19 Purple Mansion world monsters mentioned in this information, including 6 from Qingqiu Monster Country, 5 from Gi Monster Country, and 8 from Lion Demon Country. According to the evaluation of Kainiu and Sword Sect, the weakest of these 19 Purple Mansion world monsters is enough to be compared with the Purple Mansion Xianjiao on my Purple Mansion Xianjiao list. Chen Daoxuan frowned. Are the world monsters so strong? Yes, Zanzu Ling sighed. I just got this information, and I also feel terrible. The domains of these 3 demon countries added together are only the 3 states of my Wangxinghe, but there are as many as 19 strong people who can rival the Purple Mansion Xianjiao list. This means that the world monsters of the same level are even stronger than my human cultivators. Brother Zhang, how strong are we? You mean the Purple Mansion Xianjiao? Chen Daoxuan nodded. Zhang Zuanling thought for a moment and said, as far as I know, there are 3 Xianjiao Zifu in Kangshao, 5 in Taizhao, 3 in Jingshao, and I don't know how many Xianjiao Zifu were sent by Carneon Sword Sect. In other words, we have a total of 11 Xianjiao Zifu. Yes. Zhang Zuanling nodded, at least 11. I think with the means of Palace Masterkin, there must be more than 11, but at most it will not be more than the Xianjiao Zifu in the world monster. Chen Daoxuan knew that this was true, because Carneon Sword Sect did not have many Xianjiao Zifu in total. Carneon Sword Sect did not occupy many places in this session of the Purple Mansion Xianjiao list. It seems that only 10 Purple Mansion cultivators were on the list. It is impossible for the Palace Master of Zhenhe Palace to send all the Xianjiao Zifu in the sect. He does not have such great power. You know, these Xianjiao Zifu all belong to different palace masters and elders of Carneon Sword Sect. Kinzan is not the leader of Carneon Sword Sect, and he can mobilize so many Xianjiao Zifu to fight to the real demon world with a decree. Seeing Chen Daoxuan's heavy expression, Zhang Zuanling comforted him. Brother Chen, don't worry. Although Xianjiao Zifu is much stronger than ordinary Zifu cultivators, they are still Zifu cultivators after all. Let alone Zifu cultivators, even if they are Jiandan cultivators, which Jiandan cultivator can stop us with 1,000 Zifu cultivators? Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan smiled and nodded, but his heavy mood did not become lighter. In terms of high-end combat power, the Wangxinghe cultivators did not have an advantage. Even if he was included, the Wangxinghe cultivators would only have 12 Xianjiao Zifu level combat forces. The Gao side had 19. The difference between the two was 7, and this was based on the premise that the Great Yuan Demon Kingdom did not get involved. Otherwise, the situation would only be more chaotic. As for ordinary Zifu level masters, there were more than 1,000 on the Wangxinghe side, but the Gao side would only send more. It's not that Wangxinghe can't send more Purple Mansion monks, but this is a real demon world after all. If Carneon Sword Sect makes a big fuss and sends out 10,000 or even more Purple Mansion monks, it might cause the 3 demon countries to join forces to deal with Weiyang Immortal City, or even ignite the war between Wangxinghe and the major demon countries in advance, which would be a loss. Now sending out 1,000 Purple Mansion monks, with this strength, any of the 3 demon countries can come up with a comparable lineup, so it won't cause the 3 demon countries to completely unite. King Qiu Demon Country and Weiyang Immortal City are not far apart. In less than an incense stick of time, 13 spirit boats flew into the territory of King Qiu Demon Country. Along the way, Chen Daoxuan looked down from the spirit boat and saw the situation in the territory of King Qiu Demon Country. But the scene he saw almost made him lose his mind. Zhang Zuanling saw the scene along the way, and his eyebrows were beating wildly. He said in a low voice, "These damn beasts." In the territory of King Qiu Demon Country, cities were built one after another, all of which were surrounded by towering walls. Inside the walls were the blood food raised by the King Qiu Demon Kingdom. These blood foods were none other than the human race, the spirit of all things, and ordinary human race. The way the King Qiu Demon Kingdom and the Great Yuan Demon Kingdom raised the human race was completely different. The Great Yuan Demon Kingdom adopted the method of raising goo, carefully cultivating a group of strong human race for the world monsters to eat. The way the King Qiu Demon Kingdom chose to raise the human race was much more extensive. They kept a large number of mortals in cities, just like ordinary humans built pig pens and sheep pens, and went to the cities regularly to eat. Along the way, Chen Daoxuan even saw some world monsters slaughtering and devouring mortals in the city. Although the human race in the true demon realm and the human race in the Wangxing Sea belong to 2 realms, they are of the same race after all. Below, in an unknown small town, a 9-digit demon fox displayed its true form, and its huge demon body almost coiled up 1/3 of a small town. This purple mansion level boundary monster just lay there, opening its bloody mouth with ease, swallowing in the direction of the town. As it swallowed, a terrifying demonic wind blew in the town, and countless mortals and domestic animals flew into the mouths of the 9 demon foxes. After eating about 1/3 of the food, the purple mansion boundary monster stopped with satisfaction. Seeing this scene, no Wangxing cultivator could stand it. The master of Zhenhe Hall had a sullen face, and immediately waved his palm down. Across hundreds of miles, the purple mansion boundary monster was turned into powder in Qinzhen's hand, and dissipated between heaven and earth. Killing a purple mansion boundary monster not only did not make the team feel relaxed, but became even more heavy. At this moment, these cultivators from Wangxing really understood why the boundary monsters and the human race could not coexist. This was still in the real demon world. If one day, the boundary monster channel in Taizhou became like the two-world abyss, I wonder what kind of hell scene the Wangxing, which is still considered stable now, will become. As the purple mansion monster was killed, higher level monsters soon came to check. But after sensing the terrifying aura of the spirit boat fleet from afar, the giant level monster didn't even dare to fight, and fled madly and escaped. After watching the giant monster leave, the master of Zhenhe Palace didn't make things difficult for him. The purpose of his trip was to participate in the competition for the true immortal origin realm, not to provoke a war between the 3 demon kingdoms and Weiyang Immortal City. He just made a move, because of a momentary anger. If he killed this giant level monster again, it would be to provoke trouble, which was inconsistent with their purpose of coming to Kinkyu Monster Kingdom. An hour later, the fleet of 13 spirit boats finally arrived at the heart of Kinkyu Monster Kingdom, which was also the place where the true immortal origin realm was born. On the spirit boat, Chen Daoxuan saw from a distance that 3 monster forces were confronting each other below. It was just different from the monsters he had seen in the Great Yuan Monster Kingdom before. The boundary monsters in the 3 demon countries below are actually changing into human form. For example, the boundary monsters in the Lion Country are almost all green lion spirits. The boundary monsters in the Lion Country below did not show their true bodies, but appeared to be human bodies with lion heads. The ones with the highest cultivation simply changed into human form. Hearing Chen Daoxuan's doubts, Zhang Zuanling thought for a while and said, after the boundary monsters cultivate to the purple mansion level, they will naturally change into human forms, because they need to fill the source world with the laws of the Great Dao. Although our human race is naturally weak, the human body is the most suitable form for comprehending the laws of the Great Dao. Therefore, the human body is also called the body of the Great Dao by the ancient demon race. I think the boundary monsters change into human bodies for this reason. After hearing this explanation, Chen Daoxuan nodded. Before he could speak, from the 3 boundary monster forces confronting each other below, a roar suddenly resounded through the sky. Human cultivators, do you want to provoke a war? After that, a slender figure soared into the sky and flew towards the fleet of spirit boats hovering in the air. The Lord of Zhenhe Palace looked at the slender figure flying towards him quickly, and his eyes narrowed slightly. Lord of Kinkyu Kingdom. Chapter 253 Negotiated. On the spirit boat, the Lord of Zhenhe Palace looked at him coldly, his eyes full of contempt. As the ruler of a demon country, the Lord of Kinkyu had never been despised like this, not to mention that this contempt came from a small human race. Die. The Lord of Kinkyu held up the sky with one hand, and his palm instantly manifested into a huge demon claw. Demon body and form. Zhang Zuanling murmured. The demon claw manifested by the Lord of Kinkyu was extremely huge, and only one demon claw was half the size of the giant spirit boat. The next moment, the demon claw, like a pillar supporting the sky, tore through the space and slashed straight towards the spirit boat, where the Lord of Zhenhe Palace was. Under this sky-shattering blow, the Lord of Zhenhe Palace, who was on the deck of the spirit boat, was as small as an ant. But this ant disappeared directly on the spirit boat before the demon claw slashed down. Almost at the same time, the Lord of Zhenhe Palace, who disappeared on the spirit boat, used his tiny body to block the spirit boat and extended his index finger. Chen Daoxuan couldn't describe the scene in front of him, because the next scene was like an illusion. The demon claws of the Kinkyo king who showed his true form were actually blocked by a finger of the Zenhei Palace master, and the two collided without making any sound, not to mention tearing up the space. There was not even a shockwave. This. Chen Daoxuan was shocked. Zhang Zuanling, Zhao Mubei and others were even more stunned by the scene in front of them. After a while, Zhang Zuanling sighed. It's no wonder that he is praised as the most evil disciple in the history of Kainyuan sword sect. Seeing this scene, the face of the Kinkyo king instantly became extremely ugly. The king of the Lion Camel Kingdom and the king of the Polar Night Kingdom, who were originally watching the excitement below, all looked solemn. Since you have finished fighting, it's my turn. After saying that, the Zenhei Palace master disappeared from the spot, and the next moment, his figure strangely appeared in front of the Kinkyo king. Teleport. A trace of fear flashed across the eyes of the king of Kinkyo. He was about to react, but the lord of Zenhei Palace grabbed his crown with a palm. Boom. Chen Daoxuan felt his eyes blurred. Then, a figure cut through the air and smashed into the ground, creating a bottomless pit in the earth. The violent airwaves made the spirit boats in the sky swing wildly. In the sky, the lord of Zenhei Palace held his left hand in his sleeves and grabbed a huge demon fox's crown with his right hand. With just one blow, the lord of Zenhei Palace lifted the opponent's crown. Roar. The next second, in the deep pit of the earth, a snow-white nine-tailed demon fox stood up from the deep pit. Compared with the figure of this nine-tailed demon fox, the spirit boat that Chen Daoxuan and others were riding was like a toy, not to mention the human cultivators on the spirit boat. I want you to die. The snow-white nine-tailed demon fox spoke like a human, and the wound on its head recovered almost instantly. Brother Kinkyo. Just as the king of Kinkyo was about to fight to the death, a deep voice sounded. Then, a majestic figure flew between the lord of Zenhei Palace and the 9 demon foxes. The true immortal level source realm is about to open. Even if you two want to fight, it won't be too late until we have explored the source realm. Yes. Below, the king of Gi, who was dressed in a black robe, also spoke in support. Hearing this, the face of the lord of Kinkyo was full of resentment. His huge demon pupils stared at the majestic figure in front of him and growled, "Lord of Lion Camel, why didn't you say this just now? Do you know that he just killed a big demon of my Kinkyo kingdom?" The Lord of Lion Camel faced the accusation of the Lord of Kinkyo and said expressionlessly, "It's just a big demon. I hope the Lord of Kinkyo will put the overall situation first." But, very good. The Lord of Kinkyo immediately retracted his demon body and restored his human form. But his eyes looking at Lion Camel Kingdom and Polar Night Kingdom were full of resentment. It is no secret that the major demon countries are not in harmony. Speaking of it, the contradictions between the 4 major demon countries are more than those between Kinkyo Demon Kingdom and Weiang Immortal City. Seeing that a storm has subsided, the Lord of Zenhei Palace said, "The true immortal source realm has been born, and my Wangxinghei monks also want to get a piece of the pie. What do you think?" Hearing this, the Lord of Lion Country frowned. "The true immortal origin realm was left by my demon elders. What does it have to do with you, the human race?" Hearing this, the Lord of Zenhei Palace said firmly, "The treasure belongs to the strong. This is the law of nature." The Lord of Kinkyo saw that the Lord of Zenhei Palace and the Lord of Lion Country had started to argue, and he quickly calmed down his anger and put on an attitude of watching the show. The Lord of Gi Country saw that the Lord of Kinkyo Country no longer fought with the Lord of Zenhei Palace, and immediately chose to remain silent. For the Lord of Gi Country, the weakest of the 4 demon countries, this trip only requires him to successfully obtain the great laws of the true immortal origin realm, and make his own strength further. As for arguing with human cultivators, he has no interest in it. Weiang Immortal City has been standing in this world for 100 years. The Lord of Gi Country has no idea whether this human race force that suddenly emerged 100 years ago has a backer behind it, so he naturally does not want to stroke the other side's tiger whiskers. Weiang Fairy City was able to bite off a large piece of the territory of Kinkyo Demon Country, and the king of Kinkyo Country was helpless against it, which shows that this human power is not ordinary. The king of Gi Country is naturally willing to beat the dog when it is down, but whoever wants to charge in front and be cannon fodder can do it. Anyway, he, the king of Gi Country, will not do it. Seeing the Lord of Zenhei Palace being so tough, The king of Shicho country could not help but remain silent. After a while, the lord of Lion Camel country said, "Okay, I admit that you human cultivators have this strength, but how do you human cultivators want to share this pie?" Seeing the lord of Lion Camel country give in, the lord of Zenhei Palace smiled, then frowned and said, "If our nascent soul cultivators and the demon lords enter the true immortal source realm to fight, that won't work." The lord of Lion Camel country shook his head. "According to our investigation, this true immortal source realm has existed for many years. If a demon lord level battle breaks out in it, it will probably collapse in an instant. At that time, none of us will be able to get the laws of the Dao inside." The lord of Zenhei Palace was a little annoyed and glared. "This won't work, that won't work, what do you say we should do?" Hearing this, the lord of Lion Camel country looked at the lord of Zenhei Palace with contempt, thinking to himself, "It is said that human cultivators are cunning, but I didn't expect that there are such brainless fools, but this fool is quite strong." At this time, the king of the Polar Night Kingdom flew up and said in a hoarse voice, "Since the demon lord can't fight for it himself, how about each of us sending our men to fight for it? I have no objection." The king of the Lion Camel Kingdom nodded, and then looked at the lord of the Zenhei Palace. The lord of the Zenhei Palace frowned, thought for a while and nodded, "I have no objection." Finally, the three looked at the king of Kinkyo Kingdom. "Humph, I agree too." The king of the Lion Camel Kingdom didn't care about the attitude of the king of Kinkyo Kingdom. He nodded and said, "Since everyone agrees, let's determine the number and cultivation of the men." "Determine a bullshit." The lord of the Zenhei Palace waved his hand carelessly. "All the people I brought, go. This is your territory. It's not easy to transfer your men." Hearing this, the source world projection of the king of the Lion Camel Kingdom instantly covered the human cultivator spirit boat fleet and immediately checked the number of human cultivators on the spirit boat. 1,000 purple mansion cultivators and 10,000 foundation establishment cultivators. The lord of Lion Camel Nation nodded. "Okay, let's follow this number." "Agree." "Good." The other two lords all nodded. In a few words, everyone discussed the quotas for each party to enter the true immortal origin realm. The three major demon countries plus the human cultivators of Wangxinghe, a total of 4,000 purple mansion level masters and 40,000 foundation establishment level masters entered the true immortal origin realm. After discussing the allocation of quotas, the tense atmosphere of everyone was slightly restrained. The human cultivators and the world demons have been fighting for so long, and both sides know a lot about each other, especially the high level ones. It's just that this is the heartland of the true demon realm, very far away from the two worlds. This is why the several major demon countries know very little about the Wangxinghe cultivators, especially the Kainian sword sect. But this time, the lords of the three major demon countries know the person of the Zenhei Palace. With one palm, the head of the lord of Kinkyo Nation was lifted off, which is obviously not something that an ordinary nascent soul cultivator can do. You know, those who can open up a demon kingdom in the real demon world are at least the peak level of demon lords. If they were human cultivators, they would be powerful cultivators at the 9th level of the nascent soul. This level of existence was actually torn off the top of his head by the master of the Zenhei Palace. Although this move did not cause much damage to the lord of Kinkyo, it was extremely insulting. This is also the reason why the lord of Kinkyo just put on a desperate attitude. Less than an incense stick of time, after everyone had discussed it, a wave of space ripples spread. The next moment, a strangely shaped spirit boat flew out from the space channel. This spirit boat is even larger than the spirit boats driven by the monks of Wangxinghe combined, but as a refiner, Chen Daoxuan knows that this spirit boat is not powerful in itself except for its huge size. If it is calculated by the level of the algorithm, this spirit boat is probably only level 3. A level 3 spirit boat is obviously impossible to break through the space. In other words, it was not this huge spirit boat that broke through the space, but the demon lord on the spirit boat. Master of Lion Camel, Master of Kinkyo, Master of GI, you are exploring the true immortal origin realm, but you actually excluded our great Yuan kingdom, and brought along human cultivators. This is not very kind, don't you think? Master of Zenhei Palace? The Master of Zenhei Palace, who had originally looked indifferent, immediately changed his expression when he heard the new demon master mention his name in public. Carnelian Sword Sect has always known very little about the major demon kingdoms on the other side of the passage. Unexpectedly, the Great Yuan Demon Kingdom knows a lot about Carnelian Sword Sect. The only possibility is that the Great Yuan Demon Kingdom has a deep connection with the Demon Kingdom forces near the Two Realms Abyss. Carnelian Sword Sect was also famous in the Two Realms Abyss thousands of years ago. In order to help the Two Realms Abyss, it almost broke the inheritance of Carnelian Sword Sect. But with this battle, Carnelian Sword Sect also established a great reputation in the Two Realms Abyss. To this day, the sects and demon kingdoms near the Two Realms Abyss still spread the legend of the sword cultivators of the Carnelian Sword Sect. As one of the 7 halls of the Carnelian Sword Sect, it is not surprising that the master of the Zhenhe Hall can be known by the boundary demons of the Two Realms Abyss. After all, there are also traitors in the human race who will reveal the information of high-level cultivators of the human race to the boundary demons. Manwu Demon Lord. The king of the Lion Camel Kingdom looked at the Great Yuan Kingdom Demon Lord, who was speaking with a serious face. Manwu Demon Lord is the younger brother of the king of the Great Yuan Kingdom. His body is an ancient demon snake, but his specific bloodline is unknown. In fact, according to the strength of this Manwu Demon Lord, he is fully capable of opening up a demon kingdom, but it is also very strange that he is still willing to serve under his eldest brother. It stands to reason that snake demons are the most ruthless. But I don't know why this Manwu Demon Lord has not changed for thousands of years and follows behind his eldest brother. On the spirit boat, the moment Chen Daoxuan saw this Manwu Demon Lord, he directly activated the breath retaining technique, retracting his breath to almost nothing, and even his breathing became inaudible. This caused Zhang Zhu and Ling to look sideways. It was not that Chen Daoxuan was timid, but that this Manwu Demon Lord had met his clone before. At the beginning, his clones continued to slaughter boundary demons in the Great Yuan Demon Kingdom, and were eventually captured by the Great Yuan Demon Lord, among whom was this Manwu Demon Lord. Moreover, this Manwu Demon Lord seemed to be very proficient in the laws of the Great Day of Space, and his clone was almost caught by the other party at the beginning. Fortunately, his clone was smart enough to run the Zuayu banner in advance and escape. But he still felt the terrifying aura of this Demon Lord at a glance. This is also the reason why Chen Daoxuan did not dare to send his clone to the Great Yuan Kingdom to cause trouble again. As the saying goes, if you often walk by the river, you will get your shoes wet. He was lucky to escape the capture of this Manwu Demon Lord the last time. If he continues to wander, he will definitely die. If the Great Yuan Monster Kingdom wants to have a piece of the pie, of course it can. The king of the Lion Camel Kingdom nodded, but it has to follow the rules we have agreed on. What rules have you agreed on? The eyes of the Manwu Monster Lord flashed with a sinister light. I don't know what the rules are. At this moment, the king of the Lion Camel Kingdom repeated the rules agreed on by the 4 parties. The king of the Manwu thought about it and nodded. Okay, but my Great Yuan Kingdom will send the King Monster King to participate. King Monster King? Impossible. The king of the Lion Camel Kingdom shook his head and said, at most, we can send a great monster to participate. King is already a monster king, which is not in line with the rules. Hearing this, Manwu sneered and said, although king is a monster king, his own cultivation is the same as that of a great monster. How can he not participate? Moreover, doesn't your Lion Camel Kingdom also plan to send your blood prison monster king to participate? Hearing this, the faces of the king of King Qiu and the king of Ji suddenly became ugly. The Blood Prison Monster King is the descendant of the king of the Lion Camel Kingdom mentioned in the Jade Slip that Zhang Zhu and Ling gave to Chen Daoxuan. His cultivation level is only equivalent to the Purple Mansion of the human race, but he has the title of the Monster King. In the real Monster Realm, the titles of the Great Monster, Monster King, and Monster Lord of the Realm Monster do not depend on his cultivation level, but on his strength. This is very different from the cultivators of the human race. Although the cultivation levels of the Demon King and the Demon King Zuayu are only equivalent to the Purple Mansion of the human race, their strength is definitely at the level of the Demon King, that is, the Golden Core cultivator of the human race. On the side of the Wang Xinghe cultivators, Zhao Mubei is probably the only one who can slightly compete with them. After Zhao Mubei created his own sword tactics and understood his own sword path, his strength has basically crossed the threshold of the Golden Core cultivator. but compared with the Demon King and the Demon King Zuayu, he is probably still inferior. As we all know, among the same level, the strength of the realm monster is often stronger than that of the human cultivators. Since these two are genuine demon kings, it proves that the strength of these two demon kings has definitely reached the average level of the demon king of the realm monster. In this comparison, the strength of these two demon kings is probably enough to compete with the cultivators of the middle or even late golden core of the human race. Zhao Mubei's strength can only be compared with that of a giant and early stage cultivator at best. In this way, the high-end power of the Wang Xinghe cultivators is far inferior to that of the Lion Camel Demon Kingdom and the Great Yuan Demon Kingdom. In addition to the ugly faces of the Wang Xinghe cultivators, the faces of the demons from the Kinkyu Demon Kingdom and the Ji Demon Kingdom were also not good, because these three parties were all weak. Chapter 254 True Immortal Origin Realm. Just when the atmosphere was stagnant, the Lord of Zhenhe Palace waved his hand carelessly. It's nothing, that's it. This idiot. The Lord of Kinkyu and the Lord of Ji cursed in their hearts at the same time. Seeing the Lord of Zhenhe Palace voluntarily give in, the Lord of Lion Camel Country flashed a smile on his face, and the evil face of the Lord of Manwu Demon showed a hint of hesitation. The performance of this Lord of Zhenhe Palace was not the same as the one recorded in the intelligence. However, he had never seen the real Lord of Zhenhe Palace, so it was normal that there was a deviation from the report. After all, those human spies like to exaggerate. Thinking of this, the Demon Lord Manwu turned around and said, Master of Lion Camel, what do you think? Upon hearing this, the Master of Lion Camel had a difficult expression on his face, but he finally nodded and said, since the human race agrees, my Lion Camel Country will naturally not object. Seeing that the Master of Lion Camel had taken advantage of him, the Demon Lord Manwu snorted disdainfully, then looked at the Masters of Kinkyu and Ji, and said in a contemptuous tone, what about you two? Among the 5 forces, 3 parties agreed, and they were the 3 strongest parties. Although the Masters of Kinkyu and Ji were extremely reluctant, they had to nod in agreement. In the real demon world, everything is based on strength. This is even more naked than the human cultivation world. After all, the human cultivation forces sometimes pay attention to verbal morality. In the real demon world, there is no morality at all between the demon countries. There are countless examples of weak demon countries being destroyed by powerful demon countries without any fault. In that case, let's do it. The Demon Lord Manwu made the final decision. When the true immortal origin realm opens, each of us will send 1000 purple mansion level and 10,000 foundation establishment level warriors. Okay. Agreed. Everyone nodded, but this time, the faces of the lords of Kinkyu and Ji were particularly ugly. After agreeing on the quota, the Lord of Zhenhe Palace returned to the spirit boat alone. The other rulers and demon lords of the major demon countries also returned to their own forces. As soon as the Lord of Zhenhe Palace returned to the spirit boat, the carefree expression on his face was restrained. The Lord of Zhenhe Palace looked at the people waiting for him, and finally set his eyes on a female cultivator of the 9th level of the Purple Mansion. He smiled and said in a relaxed tone, Kaiyao, my path depends entirely on you. The fairy Kaiyao, dressed in purple and graceful, nodded and said, don't worry, uncle. The first on the Purple Mansion Chien Jiao list. Fairy Kaiyao. The other Yuanying Zhenjin looked at this with a slightly complicated look. It was not until before they set off that they learned that the Master of Zhenhe Palace had invited this beloved disciple of Yuan Sword Sect. However, thinking of the relationship between the Master of Yuan Sword Sect and the Master of Zhenhe Palace, they were relieved. Seeing that his nephew was so confident, the Master of Zhenhe Palace nodded, then frowned and said, but speaking of this, the 2 Purple Mansion Demon Kings of the Lion Camel Demon Kingdom and the Great Yuan Demon Kingdom are very powerful. Are you sure? Hearing the doubts of the little uncle, Kaiyao shook her head and said, uncle, if you hadn't asked me to come out of retreat this time, I would have broken through to the Golden Core stage in the sect. What do you mean? The Master of Zhenhe Palace's eyes lit up. You plan to break through to the Golden Core stage in the true immortal source realm? Yes. Fairy Kaiyao nodded. Hearing this, the Master of Zhenhe Palace had a look of both joy and worry on his face. If you can successfully break through the Jianden, of course it would be great. I'm afraid that when the major demon kingdoms know your threat, they will join hands to deal with you. Fairy Kaiyao thought for a while and said, this move does have some risks, but it is also the safest method. If I succeed in condensing the Chinden, I will not be afraid, even if the 4 major demon kingdoms unite in the true immortal origin realm. Hearing such arrogant words, the master of Zenhei Palace did not have the slightest doubt. Fairy Kaiyao is the first on the Purple Mansion Xianjiao list. Her strength is far beyond that of ordinary Chinden cultivators. In terms of strength, she is definitely at the same level as the Blood Prison Demon King of the Lion Camel Demon Kingdom and the King Demon King of the Great Yuan Demon Kingdom. If she breaks through the Chinden, her strength will definitely increase several times or even 10 times. When she faces a Blood Prison Demon King and the King Demon King, she will definitely be in a crushing posture. As for the other Purple Mansion demons, let alone among the 4 major demon countries, except for the Blood Prison Demon King and the King Demon King, the remaining Purple Mansion Great Demons are at most slightly stronger than Xiaomu Bei. If the major forces are compared separately, the Wangxinghai monks are probably ranked 3rd. In terms of the top combat power, the Wangxinghai monks have Fairy Kaiyao, who is ranked 1st on the Purple Mansion Xianjiao list, and is not inferior to the Purple Mansion Demon King sent by any demon country. The gap between the Wangxinghai monks and the major demon countries is probably in the high-end combat power, that is, the combat power of the Purple Mansion Xianjiao list. The master of the Zenhei Palace estimated that the combat power of the Xianjiao Zifu they sent out may not even be as many as the Xianjiao Zifu sent by the Gi demon country. The Carnean Sword sect had experienced a war with the real demon world. The master of the Zenhei Palace knew how strong the monsters of the same level were. Generally speaking, ordinary Purple Mansion monks are no match for the Purple Mansion Great Demons, not to mention that the Purple Mansion Great Demons sent by the major demon countries must be the best among the Purple Mansion Great Demons of each demon country. If these Purple Mansion monsters were placed among the human race, they might be close to the level of the Purple Mansion of the Xianjiao, and their strength would far exceed that of ordinary Purple Mansion late-stage cultivators. In this way, the strength of the teams of various demon countries is exaggerated. Of course, the monks of Wangxinghai are not weak either. The Purple Mansion cultivators they selected are all elites among the Purple Mansion cultivators of the 3 states and Carnean Sword sect. Especially the group of Purple Mansion cultivators selected from Carnean Sword sect. Even if they are not as strong as the Purple Mansion of the Xianjiao on the Purple Mansion Xianjiao list, they are far stronger than ordinary Purple Mansion late-stage cultivators. No one has ever doubted the foundation of Carnean Sword sect. As for the combat power at the foundation building level, everyone has ignored it. Of course, it is not completely ignored. The plan of the master of Zenhei Palace is to hope that these 10,000 late-stage foundation building cultivators who are close to the Purple Mansion stage can use the essence of vitality or blood marrow in the true immortal source realm to quickly break through their cultivation and reach the Purple Mansion stage. Although it is difficult to compare the newly promoted Purple Mansion cultivators with the elite Purple Mansion cultivators sent, the advantage of the foundation building cultivators is their huge number. If the human wave tactics are used, even the ordinary Xianjiao Zifu on the Zifu Xianjiao list cannot withstand the siege of dozens of newly promoted Zifu monks. Not to mention that this group of foundation building monks has more than 10,000 people. Even if only half of these 10,000 foundation building monks break through to the Zifu stage with the help of the essence of the true immortal origin realm, it will be a huge help to the elite Zifu monks of Wangxinghai. It can be said that at this point, the human cultivators are more advantageous. Because the foundation building monsters have to rely on fighting and devouring each other to break through their cultivation, they cannot directly advance with the help of essence and blood marrow. This shows. What did Chen Daoxuan mean when he said before that Chen Fushan would be extremely dangerous when entering the true immortal origin realm? After entering the true immortal origin realm, these foundation building monsters will inevitably hunt human cultivators and other foundation building monsters frantically in order to improve their cultivation and gain an advantage. At that time, the foundation building monks with poor strength and luck will inevitably suffer large-scale casualties. Kang Zhao Camp. On the spirit boat. Chen Daoxuan looked at Chen Fusheng, who was nervous, and said, when the true immortal origin realm opens, we may be teleported to different locations. Take this first. As he spoke, Chen Daoxuan handed over a storage bag. Chen Fusheng took the storage bag, checked it, and his face suddenly changed. Young patriarch, this is absolutely not allowed. Chen Daoxuan's eyes were narrowed, and he scolded, just take it, when I told you to, why are you talking so much nonsense? Then, his tone softened a bit, you don't have to worry about my safety. In the true immortal origin realm, as long as I don't encounter a strong man at the level of the Purple Mansion Demon King, I will not be in any danger. Even if I encounter the Purple Mansion Demon King, I'm sure I can escape. Chen Fusheng pursed his lips and said nothing. The 5 forces waited for several months. The territory they were in finally changed. In the sky, space ripples spread out like water ripples. Seeing this change, the demon lord Manwu soared into the sky and flew to the place where the space ripples were rippling. He said with a happy face, the space barrier of the true immortal origin realm has gradually merged with this world. Everyone, let's attack together. Okay, attack together. The demon lords and Yuanying's engine of various forces said together. Although the demon countries and Weiyang Immortal City are usually hostile to each other, in the face of the huge benefits of the true immortal origin realm, everyone chose to join forces. Compared with fighting each other, it is obvious that their paths are more important. And in the true immortal origin realm, there are the laws of the Great Way that are related to their paths. This kind of benefit is enough for the bigwigs of all parties to temporarily put aside their prejudices and explore the true immortal origin realm together. Boom. Dozens of figures stood in the air. They exuded extremely terrifying auras. In the spirit boat fleet, the purple mansions and foundation building cultivators from various states all trembled. At this moment, they understood why Yuanying's engine was praised as an existence that could suppress one side. Chen Daoxuan looked at the demon lords and Yuanying's engine who were tearing the space together in the sky, and his heart was beating violently. So strong. He said with a burning gaze. Finally, under the hands of dozens of demon lords and Yuanying's engine, the space barrier of the true immortal origin realm was directly torn open into a huge space crack. If you don't go in now, what are you waiting for? The head of the Lion Camel country roared with a livid face. Hearing this roar that resounded through the sky, the cultivators and world monsters of various forces reacted one after another. They immediately turned into escape lights and flew into the space crack that was about dozens of miles long and several miles wide. Fusheng, let's go too. Yes. Chen Fusheng nodded nervously. Following behind Chen Daoxuan, they flew towards the huge space crack in the sky. With them, there were thousands of human cultivators and densely packed demons from various demon countries. At this moment, the cultivators and world monsters were like flies, swallowed by the gap in the sky and soon disappeared. After entering the space crack, Chen Daoxuan felt a black screen in front of his eyes, and with a dizzy feeling, he felt that he was thrown out. Swish. As soon as he regained his sight, Chen Daoxuan used his 3-headed and 6-armed magical power. Each of his 6 arms held a fairy sword, his eyes were like lightning, and he looked like he was facing a great enemy. His divine sense scanned the area of more than 120 miles, and found no danger at all. Chen Daoxuan's tense nerves relaxed slightly, but he did not dare to relax completely. He always maintained the state of 3 heads and 6 arms. Except for not using the magic image that was more than 10 feet tall, Chen Daoxuan could be said to have gone all out. There was no way. In this unfamiliar environment, there were still a large number of enemies, and Chen Daoxuan had to be cautious. Finding that there was no danger for the time being, Chen Daoxuan looked around. Compared with the true demon realm and the human cultivation realm, this true immortal origin realm was many times more desolate. Being here, it was like being in a desert. Not only that, the space here was also very unstable. In the sea of 10,000 stars, even if Chen Daoxuan comprehended the sword intent of space, he could only cause a little space fluctuation with all his strength. But here, Chen Daoxuan gently waved the immortal sword in his hand, and a space crack was torn open. After thinking for a while, Chen Daoxuan chose a direction and left quickly. Having hunted the boundary monsters in the Great Yuan Monster Kingdom for so long, Chen Daoxuan has a far better understanding of the boundary monster source realm cultivation method than ordinary cultivators. Perhaps even many cultivators in the Carnean sword sect do not know as much as he does about boundary monsters. Based on the boundary monsters he hunted, Chen Daoxuan knew that the boundary monster source realm cultivation method was named the Three Realms method. The so-called Three Realms method is to divide the three realms of heaven, earth and man in the source realm. Of course, the weakest boundary monsters will definitely not divide it so detailed. Generally speaking, after reaching the level of Purple Mansion, boundary monsters begin to fill the source realm in their bodies with the avenues and develop, dividing the three realms. This is the true immortal source realm, and the three realms must have been divided. I just don't know which realm among the three realms he is in now. After pondering for a moment, Chen Daoxuan thought it would be better to find a few realm monsters to ask. After all, this source realm was left by the true immortal realm monsters, and the major monster countries must know much more about the source realm than these human cultivators. Thinking of this, Chen Daoxuan simply wondered here. The number of realm monster cultivators sent by the five forces sounds huge, but when they are scattered in the true immortal level source realm, it feels like a drop of water is scattered in a lake. Chen Daoxuan flew for a long time and did not find any traces of human cultivators and realm monsters. HMM. Chen Daoxuan swept his consciousness and immediately showed a look of surprise on his face. Essence of Vitality. The essence of vitality is a treasure that looks like transparent mist. It only exists in the source realm of high-level realm monsters. As the source realm collapses, it will return to chaos. Except for the source realm of realm monsters, it is generally very difficult to preserve such treasures. The vessel provided by Carnean Sword Sect for temporarily collecting the essence of vitality is a special instrument called Jade Crystal Bottle. However, an ordinary jade crystal bottle can only store the essence of vitality for less than a month before it completely dissipates. This is why Chen Daoxuan has never seen the essence of vitality in the Wangxing Sea. This kind of treasure is hard to come by. Even if someone obtains it, most people use it on the spot, and very few people take it out for trading. After all, the essence of vitality is a treasure that can directly improve cultivation. Just as Chen Daoxuan was about to put the essence of vitality into the jade crystal bottle, a beam of light flew towards him. Dao, wait a minute. A human foundation cultivator shouted in the distance. Chapter 255. The tiger devours the wolf. Over a barren desert, Chen Daoxuan heard the divine consciousness transmission, took out the jade crystal bottle without changing his expression, and put the essence of vitality into the bottle. Then he turned his head to look at the late foundation building cultivator who flew over. The late foundation building cultivator was wearing a green Taoist robe, with a white face and no beard. Perhaps because he was a child of a big family, he exuded an air of arrogance. At this moment, the white-faced cultivator's face was quite ugly. Seeing Chen Daoxuan glanced at him, he turned around and wanted to leave. The white-faced cultivator hurriedly stopped in front of him and said with a bow, "Wait a minute, fellow Daoist. I'm a cultivator from the Jiang family in Taizhou. I wonder which whole master and elder of the Carnean sword sect you are under." Being stopped by the white-faced cultivator, Chen Daoxuan immediately stopped his escape and said coldly, "No need to test me. I'm not a cultivator from the Carnean sword sect." Hearing this, the white-faced cultivator secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He bowed and said, "Daoist, do you know why Hall Master Qin sent us foundation building cultivators into the true immortal source realm?" Seeing that Chen Daoxuan didn't speak, the white-faced cultivator said to himself, "Hall Master Qin sent us foundation building cultivators in, so that we can use the essence of vitality to break through and become Purple Mansion cultivators in the source realm, so as to help other Purple Mansion seniors seize the laws of the Great Way. So, fellow Daoist, do you know what to do?" Chen Daoxuan was quite surprised by the words of the white-faced cultivator. He thought that the other party would directly rely on his cultivation to snatch the essence of vitality, but who knew that the other party would convince people with reason. Chen Daoxuan looked at him with interest and said with a smile, "I don't understand. What do you think I should do, Brother Jiang?" Seeing Chen Daoxuan's look, the white-faced monk put on a righteous look and said sincerely, in order to finally seize the Dao law for the seniors of the Wangxing true lords, you should give me these essences of vitality. My cultivation is higher than yours. With these essences of vitality, I can also break through to the Purple Mansion stage as soon as possible and help the Wangxing monks fight for the Dao law. Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan couldn't help but laugh. Have you heard this? The white-faced monk frowned. What? Chen Daoxuan said seriously. I have never seen such a shameless person. Other white-faced monk was stunned at first, and then he said angrily, you are looking for. Who knew that? Before he said the word death, a sword light flooded his sight, and then the white-faced monk felt a black screen in front of his eyes, and he was completely unconscious. Chen Daoxuan held the Fixu sword in his right hand, looking at the corpse that was cut in half by his sword in midair, and shook his head and said, you are the first foundation building cultivator who dared to stand 3 feet in front of me and rob me. A flame popped out, burning the corpse in midair into ashes. Chen Daoxuan took the storage bag and a small tower-shaped magic weapon left by the white-faced cultivator into his hands. Then he scanned the whole body with his spiritual sense, confirming that the white-faced cultivator did not have any backup left by any high-level cultivators, and Chen Daoxuan immediately flew away. In the true immortal origin realm, a group of 7 Purple Mansion cultivators of the Jiang family immediately stopped their escape light. Brother, what's wrong? Seeing the Purple Mansion cultivator in the lead stop his escape light with an ugly face, a Purple Mansion cultivator behind him couldn't help but ask. The Purple Mansion cultivator in the lead turned around and took out a soul tablet that had been broken into 2 halves from his storage bag, saying, the soul tablet of my brother Chengsu is broken. What? When the other cultivators heard this, their faces all became extremely ugly. You know, although Jiang Chengsu's cultivation is not high, he is only in the late stage of foundation building, but his background is very amazing. Not only is he a descendant of the Jiang family's elder, he also has a good elder brother. The descendants of the elder are nothing. After all, the Jiang family's elder is a Yuanying cultivator, and his lifespan is over 1,000 years. It is unknown how many descendants he left behind. A descendant of the foundation building period who has been separated for many generations has no privileges in the Jiang family. But Jiang Chengsu's elder brother is different. Jiang Chengsu's elder brother, named Jiang Chenai, is one of the Jiang family's Daozi. The status of a Daozi of a large cultivation family is probably the same as that of a direct disciple of Yuan sword sect. Generally, only Yuanying families will establish the status of Daozi, and ordinary Purple Mansion families and Jiandan families rarely establish Daozi. After all, the family's strength and influence are not enough. Even if the position of Daozi is established, it will not have any credibility if it is set out, and it will only make people laugh. As for the Jiang family Daozi, even if he leads Taizhao, others will look up to him. If there is no fundamental conflict of interest, others will usually choose to give in. Offending a Jiang family Daozi is completely different from offending an ordinary Jiang family cultivator. After all, as the dominant family in Taizhao, the Jiang family is not only powerful, but also has countless clan members and cultivators. Even if an ordinary Jiang family disciple dies outside, if there is no direct evidence, the Jiang family will not choose to spend a lot of effort to find evidence and revenge. After all, the Wangxing Sea is so vast. It is impossible to ask several ancestors to go out and find the murderer if an ordinary Jiang family cultivator is killed. It is not an easy task to find the murderer if Yuanying's engine does not take action. And after finding the murderer, the subsequent arrest is even more difficult, because those who dare to do such things as killing and robbing are basically ruthless casual cultivators. To arrest such casual cultivators, the Jiang family does not know how much manpower and material resources it will cost. It would be extremely unwise to do it for an ordinary clan member. Generally speaking, even if the Jiang family confirmed the identity of the murderer, at most they would only post a wanted order in the major immortal cities. But if the wanted order is useful for those ruthless casual cultivators, they would not dare to kill and rob. So don't think that the identity of a cultivator from a large family is a golden ticket to immunity from death. If you meet a real ruthless person, it will be useless, even if you are a disciple of Yuan sword sect. Of course, this situation only applies to ordinary cultivators from large families. If the elite children of the family are in trouble, the situation will be very different. For example, if Jiang Chenai, the Taoist of the Jiang family, died, I'm afraid that the ancestor of the Jiang family would have to go out to find the murderer. Because this level of family cultivators is related to family inheritance. If Chen Fusheng of the Chen family was killed, Chen Daoxuan would definitely not give up looking for the murderer. On the other side, after Chen Daoxuan identified the direction, he kept flying south. After such a long time of groping, Chen Daoxuan found that the farther he flew south, the less desert the land was. At the end of his sight, Chen Daoxuan actually found a small oasis in the desert. There is actually a small oasis here. Chen Daoxuan was shocked. The source world left by a true immortal world monster that has been dead for who knows how many years. There is actually life. As far as Chen Daoxuan knows, the source world of the world monster is generally lifeless. Maybe the world monsters that Chen Daoxuan killed in the Great Yuan Monster Kingdom were relatively weak, and their source worlds were relatively primitive, without life. The source world of the true immortal is obviously different. After so many years, there is actually an oasis here. So before this true immortal world monster fell, this source world was likely a small world with a complete life cycle. The desert under his feet is likely to be a green continent. Although the source world method of the world monster relies on devouring life to practice, its source world also breeds countless lives. This method of practice does not seem to be harmful to the great Dao. Chen Daoxuan said silently. He and other human cultivators are hostile to the world monster, and the reason is naturally that the world monster feeds on humans and other creatures. But for the life in the world of monsters, the monsters are their creators. Once the monsters die, the world and their bodies will slowly collapse, and a newly born world will come to an end. Thinking of this, Chen Daoxuan suddenly had a strange feeling. There is no right or wrong in survival. What he called right or wrong was just standing on the side of the human race. But since he was a human, he should stand on the side of the human race. After thinking this through, Chen Daoxuan had no more distractions. The speed of the escape light increased by 3 points, and it flew towards the oasis at the end of the field of vision. The oasis in front is not large, about hundreds of square kilometers. In the previous life, it was only the size of an urban area. For the monsters in the world of true monsters and the cultivators of the human race in the world of immortal cultivation in this world, this area can be circled in dozens of breaths, and it can only be regarded as a small oasis. Landing the escape light on the oasis, Chen Daoxuan found that someone had already got there first. No, to be precise, it should be two groups of forces that got there first. On one side were the foundation building world monsters from the Lion Camel Demon country, and on the other side were the cultivators from the Ji family of Jingzhou. Coincidentally, one of them was known to Chen Daoxuan. It was the foundation building cultivator named Jian's Heo whom Chen Daoxuan met when he went to Yuanshan Immortal City. Seeing the light flying from the horizon, the world monsters from the Lion Camel country all frowned. They had the upper hand against the cultivators from the Ji family. Although they only had 3 blue lion spirit world monsters, and the cultivators from the Jing family had 13 foundation building cultivators, in their opinion, the foundation building cultivators from the Jing family were too weak. They were not their opponents at the same level. When the cultivators from the Ji family saw Chen Daoxuan, they all looked happy, especially Ji Yan's Heo. He shouted to Chen Daoxuan for help. "Brother Chen, come and help us." Hearing this call, the 3 blue lion spirits all turned their eyes to Chen Daoxuan. The 3 green lion spirits seemed to have a lot of strength left. They didn't even use their demon bodies, but they were suppressing the 13 foundation building monks of the Ji family. As soon as they stepped into the oasis, Chen Daoxuan finally understood why the two sides had a dispute. Essence of vitality. Chen Daoxuan saw that behind the 3 green lion spirits, there was a ball of essence of vitality floating. Judging from the weight of this ball of essence of vitality, it was at least several times higher than the one Chen Daoxuan had just collected. With so much essence of vitality, it might be enough for a 9th level foundation building monk to try to break through to the purple mansion stage. No wonder the group of foundation building monks of the Ji family was so jealous. As for the fact that the G family was able to gather 13 foundation building monks in such a short time, Chen Daoxuan was not surprised. You know, although the strength of human monks of the same level is generally not as strong as that of the world monsters, human monks have many more methods than world monsters. For example, the secret method of tracking, the storage bag that Chen Daoxuan gave to Chen Fusheng before entering the true immortal origin realm also contained a jade token that could find the other party's trace. I think the G family, as a Yuanying family, has more means of tracking. This is also the reason why the G family cultivators were able to gather more than a dozen people in just a few hours after entering the true immortal origin realm, compared with more than a dozen G family foundation building cultivators. The 3 blue lion spirits of the lion camel country were able to gather together, which was really a burst of luck. Although the essence of vitality cannot improve the cultivation of the boundary monsters, it can prevent the human cultivators from improving their cultivation. Therefore, when the boundary monsters encounter the essence of vitality, they will definitely take it into their own source world as soon as possible, and not give the human cultivators the opportunity to improve their cultivation. However, behind the 3 blue lion spirits, the essence of vitality was floating, and was not taken into the source world by them. The other party must want to use these essences of vitality to fish. Therefore, there was this scene that Chen Daoxuan saw. Seeing Chen Daoxuan indifferent, Ji Yan's Heo could not help but get anxious, and asked for help again. Brother Chen, please help me quickly. We will split this essence of vitality in half afterwards. Yan's Heo, another cultivator of the G family, was dissatisfied when he heard this. Although his status in the G family was not as high as Ji Yan's Heo's, his cultivation was much higher than Ji Yan's Heo's, and he had reached the 9th level of foundation building. Therefore, he was the main person on this trip. Once he could obtain this essence of vitality, he could completely break through to the purple mansion stage. Now Ji Yan's Heo asked for half of it, and his chance of breaking through to the purple mansion was gone. It was about the path of Taoism, so he didn't care about the feelings of his fellow clansmen. If it weren't for the fact that Ji Yan's Heo's grandfather was the golden core elder in the clan, he would have turned hostile on the spot. Even so, his face was not very good at the moment. Seeing his brother's dissatisfaction, Ji Yan's Heo quickly explained through telepathy, Brother Yanju, seeing how these 3 green lion spirits are doing with ease, it may not be easy for us to take them down. Hearing this, the young cultivator named Ji Yanju froze. He knew that what Ji Yan's Heo said was right, and then he retorted, Brother, didn't you just say to use the trump card left to you by the 13th elder? Besides, this person is just a cultivator in the middle stage of foundation building. The 13 of us can't take down these 3 green lion spirits. What's the use of adding one more person? Brother, you don't know, Ji Yan's Heo explained. I once met this person, and later investigated this cultivator named Chen Daoxuan. Although Chen Daoxuan's cultivation is low, he is a sword cultivator. Sword cultivator. Ji Yanju was shocked when he heard this. He didn't take ordinary foundation building cultivators seriously, but it was different for sword cultivators. Ordinary foundation building sword cultivators can at least match dozens or even hundreds of cultivators of the same level. It is not without reason that sword cultivators are called invincible at the same level. Although the 13 of them are all outstanding among the foundation building cultivators, they will not be afraid of the foundation building sword cultivators if they unite. But it is not easy to defeat the opponent. But if we do this, won't we really have to give him half of his vitality essence? Ji Yanju hesitated. Why would I give him half? Ji Yan's Heo said anxiously, after killing the 3-headed green lion demon, I will take out the trump card my grandfather left me, and force him to leave. When you, my clan brother, use the essence of vitality to break through the purple mansion stage, you don't have to worry about his revenge. When we rush to the tiger to devour the wolf, we can also save the trump card my grandfather gave me. After all, there are far more monsters here than our human cultivators. Although the opportunities are great, the dangers are greater. One more trump card can also mean more safety. Hearing this, Ji Yanju completely let go of his previous grudges and joked, Yan's Heo, aren't you afraid of offending a sword cultivator by doing this? What are you afraid of? Ji Yan's Heo said disdainfully. No matter how talented you are still from a small family. It is not certain whether you can walk out of the true immortal source realm alive, let alone the future. If cultivators like me are so timid in doing things, what's the point of cultivating immortals and seeking the great way? Well said. Hearing these words, Ji Yanju could not help but respect Ji Yan's Heo. He had always thought that Ji Yan's Heo relied on his grandfather, the giant and elder. But after hearing these words, he felt a sense of identity with Ji Yan's Heo for the first time. The communication between the two of them was slow but actually fast. It was completed almost in an instant. Seeing that Chen Daoxuan was still unmoved, Ji Yan's Heo sent a telepathic message. Brother Chen, although you and I were a little unhappy before, we are both human cultivators here and should belong to the same camp. After this matter is over, I will personally apologize to Brother Chen. Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan looked at the other party deeply. Before he could make a decision, the three-headed green lion spirit made her choice for him. Standing in the air, Chen Daoxuan felt a huge pressure on him, making him feel like he was stuck in a quagmire. Source Realm Projection. Chen Daoxuan frowned. Chapter 256 Improving Cultivation and Inventory. The source realm projection of the boundary monster is somewhat similar to the Daoyu of the human cultivators. Of course, the source realm projection of these three green lion spirits is far inferior to the Daoyu of the 4th level of the Great Dao, and even inferior to the domain type magic tools of higher grades. But in a battle of the same level, the human cultivators are already inferior to the boundary monsters. At this moment, they are suppressed by the source realm projection, and their strength is weakened, making them even more no match for the boundary monsters. This is also the reason why the 13 foundation building cultivators of the G family were suppressed by the 3 foundation building level green lion spirits. At the moment, when Chen Daoxuan was enveloped by the source realm projection of the green lion spirit, starlight bloomed among the crowd. Almost in an instant, the starlight tore apart the 3 green lion spirits and the 12 foundation building cultivators of the G family, leaving only Ji Yan's Heo standing there stupidly. It was not that Chen Daoxuan showed mercy, but that there was a crystal clear small sword floating in front of the other party, and Ji Yan's Heo was firmly protected by this small sword. Talisman weapon. Chen Daoxuan frowned slightly. Why? Ji Yan's Heo was completely shocked by the scene in front of him. He had no idea why Chen Daoxuan suddenly attacked them, and he didn't expect that Chen Daoxuan would be so strong. Are all sword cultivators so powerful? Chen Daoxuan's strength simply overturned Ji Yan's Heo's understanding of sword cultivators. As the largest family of immortal cultivators in Jingzhou, the Ji family has a small number of sword cultivators, but not a small number. Ji Yan's Heo has even fought with these foundation building sword cultivators. Although he was crushed by sword cultivators of the same level, the opponent would never kill so many foundation building cultivators in one blow like Chen Daoxuan. Could this person be a late-stage purple mansion cultivator in disguise? Chen Daoxuan looked at the horrified expression on Ji Yan's Heo's face, said nothing, and the starlight condensed and slashed at Ji Yan's Heo again. Bang! The small sword-shaped talisman floating in front of Ji Yan's Heo blocked Chen Daoxuan's attack for the second time. Chen Daoxuan looked at it intently. Except for the light on the sword body dimming a little, there was no change in the small sword-shaped talisman. Don't waste your energy. Even if you are a purple mansion cultivator, you can't break the defense of the green Fu sword in a short time. Seeing that the Fu sword blocked Chen Daoxuan's attack, Ji Yan's Heo calmed down. As long as the senior is willing to let me go, I'm willing to swear a blood oath and pretend that nothing happened. And everything here is your senior. How about it? Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan still said nothing. Seeing that Chen Daoxuan looked unmoved, Ji Yan's Heo made up his mind and immediately flew out of the oasis. He was gambling. He bet that before Chen Daoxuan broke the defense of the green Fu sword, he could meet a purple mansion cultivator of the human race. In this way, he would have hope of being rescued. It was undoubtedly unrealistic to stand here and expect the green Fu sword to defeat Chen Daoxuan. Even if Ji Yan's Heo was a pig now, he knew that Chen Daoxuan's strength far exceeded the upper limit of the foundation building cultivator, and was even stronger than ordinary purple mansion cultivators. At least, it is impossible for a cultivator in the early stage of Purple Mansion to kill the 12 foundation building cultivators of the G family and the 3 foundation building monsters in one strike. With this kind of strength, no one would disbelieve that Chen Daoxuan is a cultivator in the late stage of Purple Mansion. Seeing this, Chen Daoxuan did not bother to hide his strength. He immediately displayed his 3 heads and 6 arms, and his body and sword became one, turning into a streak of silk, and rushed straight towards the direction where Ji Yan's Hao was flying. 6 arms attack. In the sky, 6 sword beams merged into one, and slashed towards Ji Yan's Hao. The King Fu sword seemed to feel the power of this attack, and the sword body trembled wildly. Ji Yan's Hao felt that he was shrouded in a fear of death, and his whole face became hideous. Until this moment, he did not understand why Chen Daoxuan suddenly attacked them. Forward Ji Yan's Hao turned his head with difficulty, and before he could say a word of begging for mercy, he was completely killed by Chen Daoxuan, including his body and sword, and turned into nothingness. In the sky, the space cracks torn by Chen Daoxuan's sword beams also slowly repaired and merged with Ji Yan's Hao's death. This action was slow in reality. From the time Ji Yan's Hao escaped to the time Chen Daoxuan used the 6-arm combined attack to kill him, the two of them had not yet rushed out of this small oasis. Chen Daoxuan scanned with his spiritual sense, and after confirming that the other party was completely dead, he shook his head and said, using spiritual sense to transmit sound in front of someone with stronger spiritual sense than you, it is a lack of common sense. It turned out that, although the spiritual sense transmission between Ji Yan's Hao and his brother was secret, with Chen Daoxuan's spiritual sense comparable to that of a Purple Mansion cultivator, it was no different from hearing it in his ear. A cultivator with insufficient strength can only use these insidious tricks, which is simply a way to die. Of course, this is also because Ji Yan's Hao seriously underestimated Chen Daoxuan's strength, or in other words, he did not have a deep understanding of sword cultivators. He mistakenly thought that the strength of all foundation building sword cultivators was not much different, which led to his death. If he hadn't conspired to plot against Chen Daoxuan would at most kill the 3 green lion spirits, collect the essence of vitality, and leave, and would not attack and kill this group of G family cultivators. After all, as Ji Yan's Hao said, although the cultivators of the 3 states usually have conflicts, they are essentially in the same human camp, and should not start internal conflicts in the true immortal origin realm. Returning to the oasis alone, Chen Daoxuan looked at the corpses on the ground, some of which were world monsters and some of which were G family cultivators. He shook his head. Chen Daoxuan skillfully dissected the bodies of the blue lion spirits, took out 3 world source beads from their bodies, and then confiscated the storage bags and magic tools of the 12 G family cultivators. Then a flame popped out and burned the piled bodies into ashes. Looking at the ashes on the ground, Chen Daoxuan waved his sleeves, and the 3 blue lion spirit world monsters and the 12 G family foundation building cultivators were completely wiped out. After doing all this, Chen Daoxuan raised his head and looked at this oasis and the essence of vitality left in this oasis. Speaking of which, Chen Daoxuan's luck is really good. Less than a day after entering the true immortal origin realm, he harvested 2 portions of essence of vitality, one large and one small. Of course, this is because Chen Daoxuan's strength is far stronger than that of ordinary foundation building cultivators, otherwise it would not be good luck, but death. After collecting the essence of vitality, Chen Daoxuan's consciousness swept the entire oasis, found a freshwater lake, and flew towards the freshwater lake. After collecting 2 portions of essence of vitality in succession, Chen Daoxuan planned to improve his cultivation before making plans. He now basically understands it. The further south you go from here, the more traces of oasis or life there are. On the contrary, the further north you go, the more desolate it will be, and even the realm of destruction and chaos, so to speak. According to the division of the 3 realms in the true immortal source realm, this place is either the earth realm or the human realm. Anyway, it can't be the heaven realm. From Yuan Chen's engine, Chen Daoxuan learned that there are 3 kinds of treasures in the source realm, namely, essence of vitality, blood marrow, and the law of the great way. If his guess is correct, the treasures born in these 3 source realms should belong to different realms. According to the fact that the heavenly realm is the most stable in the source realm, it should be the place where the law of the Great Way is stored. The other two realms are where the essence of vital energy and blood marrow are born. In fact, for Chen Daoxuan, although the essence of vital energy can improve his cultivation, it cannot enhance his strength. Unless the essence of vital energy obtained by Chen Daoxuan can directly improve his strength to the Purple Mansion stage. Otherwise, even if his cultivation is improved to the 9th level of foundation building, the improvement in his strength is almost zero. In the foundation building stage, the essence of vital energy is not as great as the blood marrow in improving his strength. At least Chen Daoxuan's body refining strength is far from reaching the limit of flesh and blood. Chen Daoxuan's basic strength of refining ki is 10, and his basic strength of refining body has only reached 4, and this is when he uses the magic power of the Dharma image. Compared with the fact that there is almost no room for improvement in the strength of refining ki at the foundation building level, Chen Daoxuan's room for improvement in the strength of refining body is much larger. Next to the oasis freshwater lake, Chen Daoxuan set up a simple defensive formation, sat cross-legged on the ground, and thought. The three treasures belong to the three major realms of heaven, earth and man. Moreover, after our group of foundation building Purple Mansion cultivators entered the true immortal origin realm, they were teleported to different locations. Could it be that they were teleported to different realms according to their different cultivation levels? Chen Daoxuan guessed. If so, it can explain why the master of Zhenhe Palace selected 10,000 foundation building cultivators. In addition to being a reserve force, we foundation building cultivators should also be a transportation force. Chen Daoxuan raised his head. A transportation force that transports vitality essence or blood marrow for Purple Mansion cultivators. Although all this was just Chen Daoxuan's guess, he had a hunch that this was most likely the truth of the matter. Otherwise, the master of Zhenhe Palace would not have sent 10,000 foundation building cultivators for no reason. If they were just a reserve force, wouldn't it be better to replace the foundation building cultivators with more Purple Mansion cultivators? The only reason is that, after entering the true immortal origin realm, the Purple Mansion cultivators may not be able to enter the realm where the vitality essence is, and can only rely on the foundation building cultivators to send them there. To verify whether this speculation is true, Chen Daoxuan only needs to find more human cultivators or world monsters to see if they have built a foundation. No matter what, improve your cultivation first. Thinking of this, Chen Daoxuan didn't bother to think too much. Using the essence of vitality to directly improve your cultivation is something that is hard to come by, whether in the real monster world or in the human world of immortal cultivation. Although these two essences of vitality cannot allow Chen Daoxuan to break through to the Purple Mansion period, they can also make him improve his cultivation. Thinking of this, Chen Daoxuan took out the jade crystal bottle. The next moment, the transparent mist in the jade crystal bottle rushed towards Chen Daoxuan's body. Soon, the essence of vitality flowed along Chen Daoxuan's body meridians and finally merged into the Danshan Qi Sea. In the Danshan Qi Sea, the originally calm Xinyuan lake instantly became turbulent. Every time a wisp of mist merged into the Xinyuan lake, Chen Daoxuan's Xinyuan lake grew larger. As the Xinyuan lake grew larger, Chen Daoxuan's Danshan Qi Sea also continued to grow larger. In less than an hour, the Danshan Qi Sea seemed to have grown to a certain limit and suddenly swelled up. Breakthrough, the 6th level of foundation building. Chen Daoxuan said in surprise. Compared with swallowing spiritual medicine and refining spiritual energy to improve cultivation, integrating the essence of vital energy is simply cheating. However, this cheating method of improving cultivation can only improve the cultivator's cultivation to the Purple Mansion period. If you want to continue to improve, you must require the cultivator's realm to keep up with the cultivation. This is why the Purple Mansion cultivator is barely recognized as a high-level cultivator by the immortal world. Because after becoming a Purple Mansion cultivator, even if the cultivator's comprehension is poor, he must comprehend the Great Dao. Otherwise the realm of the Great Dao is not enough, and it is as difficult as ascending to heaven to improve his cultivation. Chen Daoxuan has no problem with his realm, not to mention relying on the essence of vital energy to achieve the Purple Mansion. Even using it to make rapid progress in the Purple Mansion is a piece of cake. This is the advantage of a high realm. Otherwise, the realm of the general foundation cultivator is not enough. Even if you get more energy essence, you can only improve your cultivation to the early stage of the purple mansion at most. How could he improve his cultivation freely like Chen Daoxuan? The 7th level of foundation building. After more than an hour, as the last trace of vitality essence merged into the lake of true essence, his Danshan Qi expanded again, and his cultivation officially entered the 7th level of foundation building, reaching the late stage of foundation building. Opening his eyes from seclusion, Chen Daoxuan murmured, "This speed of improving cultivation is too terrifying." Until now, Chen Daoxuan was a little unbelievable that there was such a treasure in the world that could directly help cultivators improve their cultivation. However, thinking that this vitality essence was only available in the true immortal level source realm, Chen Daoxuan was relieved. The monsters in the true immortal realm are extremely rare. It is still unclear whether the true demon realm exists today, let alone allowing it to provide vitality essence for the great enemy of the human cultivators. Shaking his head, he sighed at his greed. Chen Daoxuan put away the empty jade crystal bottle and began to count the gains from the 2 treasure hunts. In the 2 treasure hunts, except for Jian's Heo, who was chopped into nothingness with his storage bag, Chen Daoxuan confiscated a total of 13 storage bags, various magic tools used by these cultivators, and 3 foundation building level boundary source beads. He first pierced the boundary source bead, allowing the golden scripture in the sea of consciousness to absorb the chaotic energy in the boundary source bead, and then fed back into stardust, which was stored in Chen Daoxuan's sea of consciousness. Seeing that he had replenished a small amount of stardust that had almost been consumed in the 10,000 star sea trial, Chen Daoxuan felt better. According to the average time it takes for him to achieve enlightenment for half a day, the enlightenment stardust fed back by these 3 boundary source beads can extend his enlightenment time by 1.5 days. Enlightenment stardust is a strategic resource for Chen Daoxuan, and it is never too much. For him, as long as he has enough enlightenment stardust, he can use cheating to improve his Dao realm. This advantage is unmatched by all cultivators. No Evildoer can compare to Chen Daoxuan who has sufficient enlightenment stardust. If there is, it means that he does not have enough enlightenment stardust. In fact, the greatest treasure of the true immortal origin realm for Chen Daoxuan is not the essence of vitality, nor the blood marrow, but the huge number of boundary monsters. Before, he only killed more than 50 boundary monsters in the Great Yuan Kingdom, but he actually attracted the pursuit of the Monster Master. Although the number of boundary monsters in the Great Yuan Monster Kingdom is huge, if you want to kill them, you have to be prepared for a Ralava. In the true immortal origin realm, there is no such worry at all. Because in the true immortal origin realm, especially this realm, it is very likely that all of them are foundation building level boundary monsters, and there is not even a purple mansion level monster. For Chen Daoxuan, the foundation building level boundary monster is not much different from delivering food. And the number of this group of boundary monsters is as high as tens of thousands. Wait. My Wangxing He cultivator will definitely go to the gate of the realm, and the foundation building level realm monsters will definitely gather near the gate of the realm in order to hunt my human cultivators. So, I don't need to deliberately collect the essence of vitality. I just need to guard the gate of the realm and wait for the foundation building level realm monsters, right? Chen Daoxuan's eyes suddenly lit up. In this way, I will have both the essence of vitality and the realm source beads. It's simply delivered to my door. Thinking of this, Chen Daoxuan didn't bother to check the confiscated storage bags, and only put the items and magic tools in all the cultivator's storage bags into a high-level storage bag. As for the other storage bags, they were directly shredded with sword light. It was not until he collected the last small tower-shaped magic tool that he paused slightly. If he remembered correctly, this tower-shaped magic tool was seized from the Jiang family cultivator. Si estás escuchando esta novela en un canal distinto a mundo fanfic novelas. Significa que descargan y subirán sin esfuerzo te invitamos cordialmente a visitar nuestro canal. Mundo fanfic novelas y encontrarás la versión original de esta historia y podrás explorar muchas otras novelas de diversos géneros. Te esperamos para sumergirte en un mundo de novelas increíbles. Chapter 257, Soul Seal. This is Chen Daoxuan used his spiritual sense to carefully examine the tower-shaped magic weapon and said in surprise, Daoxuan magic weapon. Daoxuan magic weapons are different from space magic weapons such as storage bags. It's not that the storage space of Daoxuan magic weapons must be larger than that of storage bags, but the things they store are different. Generally speaking, Daoxuan magic weapons can store living things in addition to dead objects, while storage bags can only store dead objects. Therefore, in the world of cultivating immortals, Daoxuan magic weapons are much more precious than space magic weapons such as storage bags. The large transport ship owned by the Chen family is a kind of Daoxuan magic weapon. Of course, the Daoxuan that comes with the Chen family's transport ship is much larger than the tower-shaped magic weapon in Chen Daoxuan's hand. But the size of the large transport ship is also very large, and it is impossible for Chen Daoxuan to hold it in his palm like this tower-shaped magic weapon. From this perspective, it is really hard to say which one is more precious. Thinking of this, Chen Daoxuan couldn't help but frown. It seems that the Jiang family cultivator I killed has a very unusual background. Generally speaking, even in a large family like the Jiang family, a mere foundation building cultivator cannot possess such a precious treasure as a cave heaven magic weapon. Since this Jiang family foundation building cultivator can possess such a precious magic weapon, it can only prove that he is not an ordinary Jiang family cultivator. But the strength of this Jiang family foundation building cultivator himself is not strong. The only possibility is that this person has a strong background. However, Chen Daoxuan did not feel any regret. Since the other party dared to rob him blatantly, it means that this Jiang family cultivator had long had murderous intentions towards him. How could Chen Daoxuan be soft-hearted? You know, this is the true immortal origin realm. If you kill someone here, as long as no one sees it, even the nascent soul cultivator can't find out. Therefore, the two groups of Wangxing cultivators that Chen Daoxuan met before and after were all somewhat unscrupulous. Even himself was the same. With power in hand and no restraint, the evil thoughts in people's hearts will be infinitely magnified, especially when there are treasures related to the path of cultivators in the true immortal origin realm. It can be said that the true immortal origin realm at this moment is the most real and cruel appearance of the world of cultivation. Usually in the Wangxing Sea, at least there is the Cunning sword sect to suppress the cultivators, and no one dares to mess around easily. But here, no force can affect everyone, as long as they are not discovered by others. Even if a cultivator kills the direct disciple of the Cunning sword sect on the spot, the Cunning sword sect will not have the opportunity to enter the true immortal origin realm to investigate. But then again, since the other party brought a storage bag and a cave magic weapon to the true immortal origin realm, what is he doing? Chen Daoxuan frowned again. Could it be? Chen Daoxuan didn't care about the cave magic weapon in his hand, and immediately checked the relics of the Jiang family cultivators that he had put into the storage bag. After a long time, he found a few jade slips among the other party's pile of relics. Chen Daoxuan quickly penetrated his consciousness into the jade slips and checked them one by one. It's not this one, and it's not this one either. I found it. Chen Daoxuan's face suddenly showed surprise until he checked the fourth jade slip. Sure enough, this Jiang family cultivator brought the cave magic weapon just to capture the world monster. The fourth jade slip recorded the secret method of the beast taming sect, an ancient sect in Xian Tao, Soul Seal. The beast taming sect was once very prosperous during the war between the human race and the monster race in ancient times. At that time, the monster race and the human race were fighting each other, and a large number of monsters filled the major fairy continents in the world of cultivation. With the original Soul Seal secret method, the beast taming sect enslaved a large number of monsters as sect thugs, and it was very prosperous for a period of time. However, with the defeat of the monster race, the remaining monsters either fled to the wild and uninhabited places, or fled to the deep sea. It became more and more difficult for the beast taming sect to find a large number of high quality thugs as before. In the end, this once prosperous sect disappeared in the history of the world of cultivation. However, although the beast taming sect disappeared, its Taoism was not lost. It is said that in the world of immortal cultivation, there are still other forces that master the secrets of the beast taming sect. I didn't expect that the Jiang family also has it, Chen Daoxuan thought to himself. But thinking carefully, it is not surprising that the Jiang family mastered this secret. The Jiang family has been responsible for guarding Weiyang Immortal City for nearly 100 years, and the opposite is the Kinkyu Demon Country. Facing a large number of nine-tailed demon foxes, it is impossible to say that the Jiang family is not tempted at all. So, it makes sense that the Jiang family masters this soul seal secret method. Chen Daoxuan murmured, perhaps the Jiang family privately raises a large number of world monsters. Thinking of this, he shook his head. Forget it, don't think about these, do the right thing. Chen Daoxuan put the jade slip and the tower-shaped cave magic weapon into his arms, drove the escape light, and flew further south. Sure enough, the situation in this realm is exactly the same as Chen Daoxuan's guess. The further south you fly, the more signs of life there are, but unfortunately, there are no traces of other life here, except plants and water sources. Along the way, he did encounter quite a few world monsters and Wangxing monks, but Chen Daoxuan did not alarm them. Instead, he used the breath-retaining technique to the extreme and quietly passed by. With his faster escape speed than ordinary Purple Mansion monks, no world monsters or Wangxing monks noticed him. After flying for about a day and a night, Chen Daoxuan finally saw a huge space barrier. Chen Daoxuan flew close to the space barrier, put his hand on the transparent crystal wall, and said with a happy face, sure enough, Purple Mansion monks and Foundation building monks are not in the same realm. However, my escape speed is much faster than that of Foundation building monks, and they have to look for vitality essence everywhere to improve their cultivation. It is not a good idea to just wait like this. Besides, it is reasonable to attack and kill the world monsters, but you can't just drop the Wangxing monks, right? Chen Daoxuan frowned. Once the Foundation building world monster is killed, everything in the source realm will turn into chaos in an instant. Even if the other party's source realm stores vitality essence, Chen Daoxuan can't get it. If you want to get a lot of boundary source beads and a lot of vitality essence, you have to plan it carefully. Chen Daoxuan pondered. He found that he had thought things were simple before. It is not difficult to get boundary source beads, but if he wants to get vitality essence, he can't just kill the monks of Wangxing for it. Once this matter is exposed, his Chen family will really be hated by everyone. Chen Daoxuan pondered and said, unless I put on a black glove. Thinking of the soul seal secret method seized from the Jiang family monks, Chen Daoxuan's eyes lit up, and this black glove must be strong enough. In a large oasis north of the space barrier, a nine-tailed demon fox performed a demon body method, and the 9 fox tails stood behind it like a pillar of heaven, and the huge blood-red demon pupils stared at the 12 bat demons in front. Red-eyed demon, we are all demons, why do we have to kill each other? A bat demon looked at the 9-tailed demon fox in front of him in horror and said tremblingly, although it is a Foundation building level boundary demon, it is called a great demon by the bat demon of the GI demon country. It can be seen that this 9-tailed demon fox called Red Eyes has a great reputation in the Kinkyu demon country. Hearing this, the Red Eyes great demon grinned and sneered. You are a bat, I'm a fox demon, how can we be of the same race? You. The leading bat demon looked at the Red Eyes great demon, and was so frightened that he couldn't speak. Logically speaking, although Red Eyes is powerful and comparable to a Purple Mansion level great demon, it shouldn't be so frightened. The reason why Red Eyes is so famous is not only because of its strength, but also because of its style. Generally speaking, the boundary demons of the major demon countries will raise various blood foods for the boundary demons to cultivate the source world. The Kinkyu demon country is the same. They have built a large number of cities within their borders and raised humans in the cities for them to devour. But in the Kinkyu demon country, there is a freak. It just doesn't eat the human race it raises, but likes to eat other boundary monsters. Especially in the GI demon country, which is weaker than the Kinkyu demon country, boundary monsters are often eaten by Chitang. This Chitang is very smart. Every time he attacks at the border of the Kinkyu demon country without anyone noticing, He quickly withdraws after he succeeds and does not give the big monsters and monster kings of the GI demon country a chance to react. In addition, the border between the Kinkyu demon country and the GI demon country is extremely long, and it is impossible for the big monsters and monster kings to stay at the border all year round for a small foundation building boundary monster. Therefore, after catching it several times, the GI demon country just let it go. Anyway, this big monster with red pupils is very sensible. He always moves near the border and never enters the hinterland of the GI demon country. The big monsters and monster kings of the GI demon country don't care, and the small monsters who are building foundations below are miserable. Small monsters are often eaten by chitin. After a while, the foundation building demons of the GI demon country were more afraid of chitin than the big demons of their own country. Gradually, Chitin earned the title of Big Demon in GI Demon Country with his strong strength and cruel style. In a large oasis, although there were 13 bat demons on this side and only Chitin on the other side, the bat demons of GI Demon Country had no confidence in winning, but wanted to escape from this place. Chitin swallowed so many bat demons from GI Demon Country, and it could see the fear in the eyes of the other side at a glance. Want to run? The 9 foxtails behind the big demon Chitin were like 9 pillars supporting the sky, and they rolled up the 9 bat demons as fast as flowing light. Wow. After rolling up the 9 bat demons, the big demon Chitin opened his bloody mouth and directly sent the 9 bat demons into his mouth, chewing them frantically. Ah, ah, ah. Accompanied by screams, the 9 bat monsters soon became silent. Their bodies and the source worlds in their bodies were all swallowed by the red-eyed monster. After swallowing the 9 bat monsters, the red-eyed monster glanced at the direction where the other bat monsters fled and did not chase them. Instead, it crawled on the spot and digested them seriously. As the red-eyed monster crawled on the ground, the source world in its body frantically devoured the source world of the bat monsters. One day later, the source worlds of the 9 bat monsters were completely digested, and the red-eyed monster stood up with a stronger aura. At this time, it was really only a hair's breadth away from the purple mansion level monster. Moreover, in terms of real strength, the red eyes are probably stronger than ordinary purple mansion monsters. Who? At the moment, when the red-eyed monster regained its human form, it quickly turned its head, and its demon eyes stared fiercely at the void. Awesome. In the void, a figure in a white Taoist robe suddenly appeared. It was Chen Daoxuan who was looking for the black gloves in this realm. Human cultivator. Kaitong looked at Chen Daoxuan with a vigilant look. Kaitong was extremely shocked. He thought that he had no rivals among the foundation building monsters. He didn't expect that he didn't notice that a human cultivator had been lurking beside him for so long. Although a strong lurking ability does not necessarily mean strong strength, it at least proves that this person can sneak attack it and kill it when it is concentrating on digesting. Have you been following me for a long time? Kaitong asked tentatively. Yes. Chen Daoxuan nodded. To be precise, he has been looking for a black glove in this realm for a long time. This monster named Kaitong is the black glove he is most optimistic about. Hearing this, Kaitong was even more afraid of Chen Daoxuan. But it didn't show weakness. Human cultivator, if I were you, I would definitely take advantage of my good mood and run as far as I could. You don't eat people. Hearing this, Kaitong's fox face wrinkled. What do you want to say? Nothing. I'm just curious that a world demon would not eat people. Eat people. Kaitong smiled disdainfully. Only the weak would eat that kind of thing. Compared with you humans, the source world of the demon race is the real tonic. Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan laughed. I understand, so that's how it is. What do you want to say? For some reason, Kaitong's uneasiness became stronger and stronger. Nothing. Chen Daoxuan spread his hands and smiled. It's just that I just happen to lack a spiritual pet. Are you willing to be one? What? The great demon Kaitong almost suspected that there was something wrong with his ears. This human cultivator actually wanted it to be his spiritual pet. The next second, a 9-tailed demon fox with a body as tall as 100 feet, snow white, and fur like steel needles suddenly appeared in front of Chen Daoxuan. Human cultivator, I didn't hear you clearly just now. Please say it again. Kaitong grinned with a cruel smile. Feeling the burning breath coming towards him, Chen Daoxuan smiled and commented, "Is this your true body? Not bad, with smooth fur and bright eyes. It is an excellent spiritual pet." Hearing this, Kaitong was stunned for a moment, and then roared, "Roar! Human cultivator, you are looking for death." Along with this roar, the moisture in the air in front of Kaitong suddenly evaporated into a white mist. Then, a demon claw poked out from the white mist. At the same time, the space where Chen Daoxuan was located was immediately torn into a crack. Looking closely, Kaitong found that there was nothing in front of him. Here, above Kaitong's head, a Taoist in white clothes stood between his ears. This time, Kaitong was completely enraged, and the source world projection went directly towards Chen Daoxuan to suppress him. Feeling the terrifying pressure that was twice as strong as the previous projection of the source world by the blue lion demon, Chen Daoxuan shook his head. The projection of the source world by the world demon is really a powerful magical power. Go to hell. Seeing Chen Daoxuan unable to move, after being suppressed by the projection of the source world, Kaitong showed a cruel smile again. But the next moment, the smile on its face froze. "What did you do to me?" Chapter 258, Raising a Team. On the oasis, the nine-tailed demon fox stood frozen on the spot, its 9 white foxtails like petrified white stone pillars, and a trace of fear flashed in its blood-red demon pupils. "You can still speak." Chen Daoxuan was quite surprised to see that the nine-tailed demon fox could still speak. Unexpectedly, with his spiritual sense stronger than that of ordinary purple mansion cultivators, the soul-fixing divine light he displayed could not completely fix the other part his body. The red-eyed demon only felt that its soul was stripped and frozen, and it could not control its body at all. Even the source world that was most closely connected to it lost control. After losing control of the source world projection, it disappeared instantly. "Let me go," the red-eyed demon said with difficulty. Chen Daoxuan was unmoved, turned around and pointed a finger at the center of the red-eyed demon's huge blood-red demon pupil. Immediately, a miniature red demon soul was pulled out of the other part of his body by Chen Daoxuan. As the mini red demon soul was pulled out, the blood-red demon pupils of the red-eyed demon gradually lost their luster. "Ah!" A howl that could not be heard by the human ear came from the mouth of the red demon soul. Along with this howl, the demon soul of the red-eyed demon became a little illusory. Chen Daoxuan knew that this was because the soul was weak and could not be exposed outside the body for a long time. If a cultivator wanted to achieve the soul wandering in the void, he had to reach the Yuanshan stage at least. This nine-tailed demon fox was not yet in the purple mansion stage. Under normal circumstances, it was difficult for the soul to condense into a shape. If Chen Daoxuan had not mastered the unique soul seal secret method of the beast taming sect, he would not have been able to pull the opponent's soul out of the body. Seeing that the opponent was exposed and getting weaker and weaker, Chen Daoxuan did not dare to neglect it. He quickly formed seals with both hands, and his true essence and consciousness were consumed crazily. The next second, a complex soul mark flew out from Chen Daoxuan's eyebrows and branded it on the red demon soul. A sound like cold water poured on red hot iron came out. "Ah!" A miserable howl came out from the mouth of the red demon soul, and a complex mark appeared between the eyebrows of the mini fox demon soul. As this mark appeared, Chen Daoxuan felt that there was a little more bond in his soul. Through this bond, he could punish, or even control the life and death of this nine-tailed demon fox at will. Seeing that the soul seal was planted, Chen Daoxuan did not dare to neglect it. He quickly slapped the red demon soul back to the demon body of the red-eyed demon, and lifted the suppression of the red-eyed demon by the soul-fixing divine light. After losing the restraint of the soul-fixing divine light and regaining freedom, the red-eyed demon had a fierce light in his eyes. "Roar! Human cultivator, I will kill you." With a roar, the red-eyed demon opened its bloody mouth and bit towards Chen Daoxuan. But this time, Chen Daoxuan did not dodge or evade, but floated quietly in the air, looking at it indifferently. Boom. In the oasis, a cloud of dust and smoke filled the air. The snow-white demon fox, which was 100 feet tall, was controlled by an invisible mysterious force, and fell to the ground in a dog-eating shit position. At this moment, the look in the eyes of the red-eyed demon looking at Chen Daoxuan changed completely. From the original trace of fear, it turned into fear. "What on earth did you do to me?" The red-eyed demon growled with a lack of confidence. You really didn't lie. You really didn't devour the human race. After Chen Daoxuan checked the other party's soul memory, he smiled and said, officially inform you that from today on, you are my spiritual pet. Remember your master's name. My name is Chen Daoxuan. Hearing this, the red-eyed demon became even more angry and quickly stood up from the oasis. In the billowing dust, the blood-colored demon pupils looked like two terrifying red suns. Go to hell. Ugh. Before the cruel words came out, a pain that penetrated deep into the soul overwhelmed the red-eyed demon. Stop it. Stop it now. In less than 2 breaths, the red-eyed demon could no longer withstand the severe pain from the depths of its soul and chose to surrender. This was not Chen Daoxuan's active punishment, but the punishment function of the soul seal. Once a pet is planted with a soul seal by its owner, if it shows any sign of resistance to its owner, it will be attacked by the soul seal. This attack directly hits the soul, let alone the nine-tailed demon fox. Even the Yuan Shan Mighty can't withstand this attack. The horror of the soul seal is that it will be strengthened along with the strengthening of the soul of the person being cast. Theoretically, it is impossible to get rid of the control of the soul seal without the help of external forces. Do you accept it? I accept it. I accept it. Stop it now. The red-eyed demon shouted desperately, but the pain did not ease, but became even worse. I said I accept it. Why don't you stop it? The red-eyed demon stared at Chen Daoxuan viciously, gritting his teeth. Seeing this, Chen Daoxuan shook his head helplessly and said, after the soul seal is planted, you are dissatisfied in your heart, and the pain will not stop. The more you hate me, the more painful it will be. Sure enough, the red-eyed demon rolled on the ground in pain, and a large area of vegetation on the oasis was destroyed by it. About an incense stick of time passed, and the rolling of the red-eyed demon gradually became smaller. Chen Daoxuan knew that this red-eyed demon fox had temporarily surrendered. Master. The red-eyed demon fox lowered its proud head. Seeing the other party like this, Chen Daoxuan couldn't help but sigh at the tyranny of the soul seal, but he didn't know whether this soul seal could be used on human cultivators. There was no record of this in the soul seal. Chen Daoxuan was not convenient to delve into it for the time being. He looked at the nine-tailed fox and said, have you thought it through? Are you willing to submit to me? Hearing this, the red-eyed fox's eyes flashed with resentment and pain, and he lowered his head and said, Master, Chiton is willing to submit to you. Your name is Chiton? Yes, Master. The red-eyed fox nodded. Hearing this name, that is homophonic with the red copper mine on Xuanhu Island, Chen Daoxuan couldn't help but sigh. It seems that we do have some fate. Although the red-eyed fox didn't know what Chen Daoxuan meant, it still obeyed. Master is right. Seeing that this nine-tailed fox was so well behaved, Chen Daoxuan became more and more satisfied with the soul seal. The beast taming sect is worthy of being the top sect in Zion Tao. Chen Daoxuan thought to himself. After subduing the red-eyed fox, Chen Daoxuan finally had all the black gloves he had been looking for. He looked at the red-eyed fox and asked, Chiting, let me ask you, do you have a way to contact your own people in the true immortal origin realm? Yes. The red-eyed fox nodded. Oh. Upon hearing this, a hint of surprise flashed in Chen Daoxuan's eyes. He had always thought that only human cultivators had a way to communicate with each other, but he didn't expect that the nine-tailed fox demon also had this secret method. Chen Daoxuan said excitedly, okay, I order you to immediately gather the foundation building level demons of our clan and form a team for me. Hearing this, Kaitong was very puzzled and said, why are you looking for that bunch of trash? With the master's strength, it's a piece of cake to kill them, isn't it? Chen Daoxuan frowned. Just find them. If I tell you to, why are you talking so much nonsense? Yes. Hearing this scolding, Kaitong trembled in fear. The pain just now was so fresh in its memory. Since it was born, it has never felt such intense pain. Even with its extremely arrogant temperament, it couldn't stand the severe pain that penetrated its soul and had to choose to surrender. Now hearing Chen Daoxuan's scolding, it immediately recalled the pain, and its demon body couldn't stop trembling. Chen Daoxuan glanced at the huge body of the red-eyed fox demon and said thoughtfully, you should restore your human form first. Hearing this, the red-eyed fox demon immediately restored itself to a height of more than 10 feet, with well-developed muscles and snow-white fur, but a fox head. Chen Daoxuan, who was only 1.9 meters tall, stood in front of it and suddenly seemed much shorter. Seeing it like this, Chen Daoxuan nodded and stretched out his hand. A small tower floated in his palm. I will enter this tower later. You go to gather the tribesmen with all your strength. Yes, master. The red-eyed fox demon took the small tower. Chen Daoxuan jumped up, and his body suddenly became smaller, and flew into the cave of the small tower. Chitin put away the small tower and quickly rose into the air. After identifying it, he flew towards the southeast with a light of escape. An hour later, the red-eyed fox demon stopped in front of a large oasis. Chen Daoxuan, who was in the small tower, swept his spiritual sense and found that there were 37 nine-tailed fox demons gathered in this large oasis. Each of them is similar to Kaitong, with a human body and a fox face. A group of world monsters gathered together, and the demonic aura was pervasive, which was very scary. The demon fox in the lead was the most majestic, about 10 feet tall, and was about the same height as Kaitong. When the world monsters saw the big demon Kaitong, they all exclaimed, "Big demon Kaitong, why is this guy here? Hasn't he always been alone?" The fox monster in the lead was also quite surprised to see Kaitong. This weird guy Kaitong was not only famous in the GI demon country, but also in the Kinkyu demon country. It is said that a demon king once personally asked to recruit it, but was rejected by Kaitong. It is said that the demon king was furious at the time and threatened to tear the big demon Kaitong alive, but later some demon king intervened, and the matter was left unresolved. Hearing the discussions of the monsters, Kaitong put on a disdainful expression. The demons were not surprised by Kaitong's appearance. After all, Kaitong was the strongest among his peers. Among the demons of the same level, no demon dared to boast that he was better than Kaitong. "Kaitong, what are you doing here?" The leading fox demon among the demons couldn't help asking. "Nonsense, of course it's to gather." Hearing this, the leading fox demon seemed to be unable to believe his ears and stared at it blankly. "You are here to gather? Why? Are you not welcome?" Kaitong frowned. "Welcome," the leading fox demon finally reacted. "Kaitong, of course we welcome you to come. The more tribesmen we gather together, the greater the advantage we will get in the end, not to mention that you are so strong. Ziyu, let's make a deal first. Since I'm joining, I have to follow the rules of my Kinkyu demon country. Whoever is stronger will lead this team." Hearing this, the fox demon named Ziyu immediately turned cold. "Chitting, if you are here to cause trouble, I advise you to save your energy. Yes, your strength is indeed very strong among the same level, but I'm not afraid of you. Moreover, are you sure you want to offend the jade-faced demon king?" Chitin and the demon fox named Ziyu were on the verge of a fight, but the other demon foxes were all watching the show. In the real demon world, the concept of respecting the strong is deeply rooted in the hearts of demons. Not to mention that Ziyu has a backer, even if it is the blood of the Lord of Kinkyu. If it is not strong, it will still be despised by its clansmen. In the real demon world, no demon is willing to follow the weak. The nine-tailed demon fox clan of the Kinkyu demon kingdom is the same. Ziyu was very annoyed when she saw the other demon foxes pretending to stand by and watch. But Ziyu was very afraid of the tyrannical aura emitted by Chitin. It said that it was not afraid of Chitin, but in a real fight, Ziyu had no confidence in winning. On the other side, Chitin was also communicating with Chen Daoxuan in the small tower. "Master, this leader is Ziyu, and I'm afraid he's as strong as me." Ziyu was afraid of Chitin, and Chitin was also afraid of Ziyu. "You know, this Ziyu can be the leader among a group of elite fox demons, and his strength must be far beyond the fox demons of the same level." In the small tower, Chen Daoxuan's spiritual consciousness transmitted a voice. "Don't worry, I'll take care of everything." Although it was afraid of Ziyu, it knew Chen Daoxuan's strength better. So it put on an impatient expression and said, "Stop talking nonsense, let's fight." "Fight, I'm not afraid of you." Ziyu also has a hot temper and gets angry at the slightest touch. After that, the two immediately revealed their true bodies. On the oasis, two nine-tailed fox demons, each 100 feet tall, confronted each other. The other fox demons had already fled to a distance to watch the battle and did not dare to approach the two. Kaitong, others say that you are not a cannibal, you are arrogant by nature, and you have no rivals in your level. Today, I will let you see whether you have any rivals in your level. Roar. Stop talking nonsense. Source world projection. Almost at the same time, Kaitong and Ziyu's source world projections suppressed each other. Boom. The huge bodies of the two demon foxes were oppressed by this force and sank again. On the oasis, large areas of vegetation were destroyed, and countless cracks were pressed into the earth. But at this moment, no one cared about these. The two nine-tailed demon foxes rushed towards each other fiercely, without any warm-up, and fought directly in close combat. Boom. 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 As the battle progressed, the injuries on Kaitong and Ziyu became more and more serious. The snow-white hair was covered with blood, but the two demons were unwilling to retreat. Kaitong, the great demon, is indeed worthy of his reputation. You are not bad either. Kaitong commented. At this time, it had long forgotten about its helper Chen Daoxuan, and was only focused on venting the anger that had just accumulated from Chen Daoxuan to Ziyu. Come again. Good. The two monsters fought again. On the oasis, dust was flying, the earth was completely cracked, and the fire veins under the ground surged out and hit the bodies of the two monsters. But this underground fire that can burn mortals to ashes is like a bath for the two monsters, without any harm. The entire oasis was soon completely destroyed by the battle between the two monsters. As the battle progressed, because of the previous attack by the soul seal, Chitting, whose condition had declined a little, could not hold on first. Seeing Chitting's decline, Ziyu's fox face showed a touch of anthropomorphic surprise. Die. Ziyu's fox tail swept across, and Chitting fell violently. Then, Ziyu used the demon claws to break Chitting's defense, opened his mouth and bit Chitting's neck. Just when Ziyu thought it was going to kill Chitting in one bite, his whole body suddenly stiffened, and he stood there in a daze. This look was exactly the same as Kaitong before. At this time, Kaitong knew that Chen Daoxuan had made a move and took the opportunity to bite Ziyu's neck and then pulled it hard. The next moment, an extremely large fox head fell to the ground with a bang, smashing into the collapsed underground fire veins. Looking at Ziyu's remains, Kaitong roared to the sky. Then, it picked up Ziyu's huge remains and flew among the monsters. Boom. Throwing Ziyu's remains, Kaitong looked around at the monsters. From now on, you will follow me. Is there anyone who refuses to obey? The fox monsters looked at each other and shook their heads. Then they said in unison, meet the leader Kaitong. Very good. Kaitong nodded with satisfaction. Now, hand over all the essence of vitality you have collected. Chapter 259 Breakthrough in Purple Mansion. Hearing this, a fox demon who was slightly shorter than the others walked out from among the demons and asked in confusion, Master Chief, what do you want the essence of vitality for? Kaitong turned his head and showed a cruel smile at the corner of his mouth. Are you questioning me? I dare not. The fox demon was startled by Kaitong's murderous aura and waved his hands repeatedly. The corpse of the great demon Ziyu was still in front of everyone. Who dared to contradict Kaitong at this time? Isn't that courting death? Seeing the other party so cowardly, Kaitong showed a trace of disdain on his face and explained, what do you know? Not only will I collect the essence of vitality in your hands, but all the tribesmen who join our team in the future will have to hand in their essence of vitality. Master Leader, why is this? Why? Kaitong chuckled. Who do you think is most useful to the essence of vitality in this world? Hearing this, the fox demon said without hesitation, of course it's the human cultivators. As far as I know, most of the human cultivators in Weiyang Immortal City are key refining cultivators. The essence of vitality can directly improve their cultivation. If this thing is obtained in large quantities by human cultivators, it will pose a huge threat to the people in the human world. Yes, I didn't expect you to have some knowledge. Kaitong nodded. Among the 5 forces that have entered the true immortal source realm, only the human cultivators are the weakest, and the Great Yuan Demon Kingdom and the Lion Camel Demon Kingdom are the strongest. But if the human race obtains a large amount of vitality essence, the situation will be different. If you think about it, if you all use the essence of vitality to break through the Zififu period, How much threats will it be on the vitality essence? The idea of Chitin continued. Not only that, the human monks in the world can even carry a lot of vitality to the human world. At that time, the purple monks of the human race have obtained these vitality essences, and even the disaster time of all the monsters of the world. Even I guess that this command is not just issued by the Lord, but the other 3 major demon countries must have issued similar orders. As a leader, in addition to having the strength to shock the heroes, he must also have extraordinary vision and wisdom. Obviously, the red-eyed demon possesses these 2 qualities. No wonder the other party is so famous. The demon fox on the opposite side thought to himself. That's why I have to concentrate on preserving the essence of vitality you have collected, so that the human cultivators will not have any chance to take advantage of it. Hearing this explanation, the demons nodded one after another. Kaitong's leader is the strongest, and it is truly foolproof for you to preserve everyone's essence of vitality. That's right. I'm willing to hand over my essence of vitality. I'm willing to do so too. The demons responded one after another, and took out their essence of vitality from their respective source realms. Kaitong looked at the large ball of essence of vitality floating in front of him, nodded, waved his hand gently, and put it into the small tower he carried with him. Kaitong, what are you doing? The fox demon on the opposite side looked at Kaitong in surprise, wondering why it did not put the essence of vitality into the source realm, but into a small tower instead. Kaitong did not answer the other party, but waved at it gently and said, come with me. The only fox demon who questioned it hesitated for a moment, and chose to follow Kaitong. Wait for me here, Kaitong said casually, and then took the fox demon to the side. Avoid the demons. Kaitong looked at the other party seriously and said, what's your name? My name is Jiayugu, my lord leader. Jiayugu. Kaitong thought about it, and seemed to have never heard of this name, but he didn't care. Among the same level, he never took any of his tribesmen seriously. Jiayugu, I can see that among our people, you are the only one who has some knowledge. Master leader, listen to me first. Kaitong raised his hand and said seriously, you should have noticed that I did not put the essence of vitality into the source world, but into this small tower. This small tower magic weapon was seized from the hands of the human cultivators I killed. It is a magic weapon used by human cultivators to store essence of vitality. I see. Jiayugu nodded. I came here to tell you that, if I unfortunately die in a battle with human cultivators in the future, you must remember to snatch this small tower first, instead of snatching my source world beads. Human cultivators will definitely think that my essence of vitality will be stored in the source world beads. They will never think that I will do the opposite and hide it in the magic weapon of human cultivators. Hearing this, the fox demon named Jiayugu admired Kaitong very much. Other tribesmen said that Kaitong was the most unsociable demon, but they didn't expect that it could do this for the people of Kinkyu Demon Country. Thinking of the fact that he still had doubts about Kaitong, Jiayugu couldn't help but feel guilty. Don't worry, leader, Jiayugu will definitely remember it. Jiayugu said solemnly. Kaitong patted Jiayugu's shoulder heavily. Don't worry, if this is done, we will have a great chance of snatching the laws of the Great Dao. After we go back, we will wait for the reward from the lord of the country. Oh. Jiayugu immediately became interested. I wonder what the leader wants to do. Gather the tribesmen, kill the strong, and let the weak go. Jiayugu frowned and asked, what do you mean by killing the strong and letting the weak go? Kaitong smiled. Among the 5 forces in the true immortal origin realm, the Lion Camel Demon Kingdom and the Great Yuan Demon Kingdom are the strongest. If they are allowed to gather the tribesmen first, attack and slaughter the other forces everywhere, and then merge with the Purple Mansion Demon and the human world, our Kinkyu Demon Kingdom, the Polar Night Demon Kingdom and the human race have no chance of seizing the laws of the Great Dao. Hearing this analysis, Jiayugu nodded in agreement. The strength of the Lion Camel Demon Kingdom and the Great Yuan Demon Kingdom cannot be strengthened any further, otherwise my Kinkyu Demon Kingdom will not only have no hope of seizing the laws of the Great Dao, but even our lives will be difficult to save. After all, the true immortal origin realm is so small that once the Lion Demon Nation or the Great Yuan Demon Nation gain an absolute advantage, they will inevitably launch a cleansing massacre against the other forces. By then, the demons of the Kinkyu Demon Nation will have nowhere to hide. Yes, that's why I said to kill the strong. Kaitong nodded. Only by eliminating the foundation building monsters of the Lion Camel Monster Kingdom and the Great Yuan Monster Kingdom in the Earthly Realm first, can we have a chance to break the dominant position of these two monster kingdoms in the human world. And if the Purple Mansion Fox monster in my human world is supplemented by our new forces, it may become the strongest of the 5 parties. To do all this, we must gather the tribesmen before the other 4 forces. As for letting the weak, Kaitong laughed. Once our Kinkyu Monster Kingdom becomes the strongest party, the monsters of the Polar Night Monster Kingdom and the human cultivators who have escaped, won't they be the food of my Kinkyu Monster Kingdom? Hearing Kaitong's plan, Jiayugu's eyes flashed constantly. The leader is far-sighted, and I admire him. Alas, letting the weak is also unavoidable. Even if we can gather our tribesmen first, it is impossible to sweep all forces. It's good enough to have the opportunity to eliminate the 2 forces of the Lion Camel Monster Kingdom and the Great Yuan Monster Kingdom. However, we must grab the vitality essence collected by the human cultivators before they escape. As long as there is no vitality essence, the human cultivators will not be able to make any waves. As for the GI Demon Country, a trace of disdain flashed across Chiting's face. Jiugu thought of the reputation of the Chiting Great Demon in front of him, and immediately understood why he was so dismissive of the GI Demon Country. It must be said that the Chiting Great Demon's plan was well reasoned and Jiugu could not find any loopholes. If they can really execute Chiting's plan successfully, maybe their Kinkyu Demon Country will become the biggest winner of this trip. Thinking of the reward promised by the king after returning, Jiugu couldn't help but feel itchy. Seeing Jiugu's excited look, Chiting sneered in his heart. It transmitted a message to Chen Daoxuan through the connection of the soul seal. Master, after I finished speaking according to your instructions, this Jiugu has taken the bait. Well done. Chen Daoxuan, who was sitting in the cave of the small tower, smiled. You have cultivated a trustworthy deputy, and it will be easier for you to do things next time. Thank you for the compliment, Master. As the soul seal influenced it, Kaitong's rejection of Chen Daoxuan was unconsciously weakening. What's more terrifying is that it even began to feel from the bottom of its heart that Chen Daoxuan was very respectable. This change was subtle, but it was real. Chen Daoxuan himself did not sense this change. After helping Kaitong to subdue a confidant, he began to retreat and absorb the essence of vitality obtained from the nine-tailed demon fox. This time, the essence of vitality he obtained from the 36 nine-tailed demon foxes was more than 5 times more than what he had obtained before. In the cave of the small tower, Chen Daoxuan looked at the essence of vitality floating in front of him. After a simple attempt, he found that the jade crystal bottle he was carrying could not hold it. 5 times more vitality essence. Is it enough for me to break through to the Purple Mansion stage? Chen Daoxuan said with a flash of excitement in his eyes. After speaking, Chen Daoxuan guided the vitality essence in front of him, taking them into his body little by little, and combining them with the true essence in the Danshan Key Sea. Outside the small tower, after subduing Jiugu, the confidant, Kaitong brought Jiugu back to the tribe. The first thing Kaitong did, after returning to the tribe, was to announce in public that Jiugu would be promoted to his deputy. Naturally, no fox demon dared to object to Kaitong's decision. Afterwards, Kaitong ordered everyone to gather the tribe members with all their strength, and in the process, slaughter the boundary demons of the Lion Camel Demon Kingdom and the Great Yuan Demon Kingdom. One day later, in the desert, a team of more than 30 green lion spirits was besieged by more than 100 nine-tailed fox demons. Kaitong, what do you want to do? Across the way, a monster with a human body and a lion face that was even more sturdy than Kaitong growled. Of course I'll kill you. Kaitong showed a cruel smile and then rushed straight towards the opponent. The source world is coming. A terrifying pressure suppressed the body of the leading green lion spirit. Although his body sank, the green lion spirit opposite was obviously very strong and said with disdain, a trifle, how? The leading green lion spirit was originally ready to fight back, but found that his body suddenly couldn't move, and his face was immediately terrified. Before it could react, Kaitong's sharp claws cut off its head. Poor green lion spirit, it didn't even use its demon body, and it was beheaded by Kaitong's claws, which was extremely miserable. Losing their leader, and being besieged by 9-tailed demon foxes that were 3 times their number, the group of green lion spirits soon felt that they were out of strength. Especially when Kaitong, the fierce demon, joined the battle. It was even more crushing, and more than 30 green lion spirits were killed by the demon foxes. After the war, after cleaning up the battlefield, Jiayugu came back and reported to Kaitong, "Chief, we have annihilated 34 blue lion spirits in this battle. I can feel that I'm only one step away from becoming a great demon in the Purple Mansion." Jiayugu's face was full of surprise. No wonder it was rumored that Chief Kaitong did not like to devour humans. Devouring humans is not as easy as devouring world demons. Jiayugu only devoured 4 world demons, and he felt that he was on the verge of a breakthrough. If he devoured a few more, wouldn't he be able to become a great demon in the Purple Mansion immediately? Thinking of this, Jiayugu didn't even want to leave the true immortal origin realm. He just wanted to take this opportunity to devour other world demons in the true immortal origin realm. Because it knew that once it left the true immortal origin realm, it would not have such a good opportunity to wantonly slaughter the world demons of the same level in the major demon countries. Besides, it was still uncertain who would kill whom in a one-on-one fight with a world demon of the same level. Yes. Hearing this record, Kaitong nodded, then stretched out his hand and said, "Give me the captured boundary source beads." Hearing this, Jiayugu quickly took out the boundary source beads. These were the boundary source beads left behind by the boundary monsters that were killed directly and did not have time to devour. The boundary monsters cannot be upgraded by devouring dead things. The source world in these boundary source beads collapsed into chaos the moment the blue lion spirit died. For other boundary monsters, they are no longer of any value. Although it is unknown why the leader Kaitong insisted on confiscating these boundary source beads, Jiayugu, who has tasted the sweetness, does not care about these. It only knows that everything is just as the leader Kaitong planned. Their strength is growing step by step. Even the surrounding boundary monster teams are all frightened after seeing their group of fox monsters, and they run as far as they can. Jiayugu has never been so wanton and happy in his life. In the outside world, the strength of their Kinkyu monster kingdom is only slightly stronger than that of the Gi monster kingdom, and they are often bullied by the boundary monsters of the Lion Camel monster kingdom and the Great Yuan monster kingdom. But this time, Jiayugu was able to vent his anger. Just for this reason, all 113 fox demons were convinced by their leader Kaitong. Not to mention that the demon's strength increased so rapidly. After taking the realm source pearl and putting it into the small tower, Kaitong patted the other party on the shoulder and said, "Well done. Next, you have to protect me." Hearing this, Jiayugu was shocked and said, "Could it be that you, the leader?" "Yes." Kaitong grinned, "I'm going to break through." Chapter 260, Strength Surges. The Desert of the Earth. The 113 fox demons were all excited when they heard that their leader, the red-eyed demon, was going to break through. Now that the red-eyed demon has not broken through, his strength is already the best among his peers. Once he breaks through, who in this earth can stop the 9-tailed fox clan? Half an hour later, the fox demons found a nearby oasis and sent down their escape lights. Listen carefully, the red-eyed demon clan's breakthrough is of great importance. All of you should be alert, and don't let the little brats from the Lion Camel country and the Great Yuan country disturb the red-eyed demon clan. Yes. The demons responded in unison when they heard Jiayugu's words. Master Chief, Jiayugu lowered his head. "I have arranged for the tribesmen to protect you, Master Chief. Just break through without worry." Well done. This time, Kaitong really felt that Jiayugu, his confidant, did a good job. After sending Jiayugu away, Kaitong came to the freshwater lake in the center of the oasis. Through the connection of the soul seal, Kaitong sent a message to Chen Daoxuan. "Master, everything is ready." Yes. In the cave of the small tower, Chen Daoxuan, who had been meditating, opened his eyes and smiled. "In this case, let's break through together." "Yes, Master." In the cave of the small tower, Chen Daoxuan's cultivation had long been raised to the 9th level of foundation building with the help of the essence of vitality, and he was only one step away from the purple mansion stage. Chen Daoxuan had never felt such a rocket-like speed of improving his cultivation. Looking at the large group of vitality essence floating in front of him, Chen Daoxuan no longer hesitated, and immediately absorbed them into his body. Anyway, there was Kai Tong's breakthrough outside as a cover, and his breakthrough to the purple mansion in the cave of the small tower would not attract the attention of other demon foxes at all. This is also the reason why Chen Daoxuan chose to break through with Kai Tong. As the essence of vitality entered the Danshan Qi Sea and merged into the Xinyuan lake, the entire Xinyuan lake was completely boiling. Compared with the breakthrough from the key refining stage to the foundation building stage, the breakthrough from the foundation building stage to the purple mansion stage will experience a greater change in the Danshan Qi Sea of the cultivator. When a cultivator is building his foundation, the changes in the Danshan Qi Sea are, in the final analysis, just changes in the nature of energy. The true key in the Danshan Qi Sea has transformed into true essence. To break through from the foundation building stage to the purple mansion stage, not only does the true essence need to be transformed into mana again, but it is also necessary to open up a purple mansion in the Danshan Qi Sea. The purple mansion stage is also known as the foundation of the nascent soul on the path of cultivation for cultivators. In the future, if a cultivator can break through to the nascent soul stage, after going through untold hardships, this so-called nascent soul will be bred in the purple mansion. Therefore, the nascent soul of the nascent soul true lord is also called the purple mansion nascent soul. However, it is not a simple matter to open up a purple mansion in the Danshan Qi Sea if it is outside the true immortal origin realm. If a cultivator wants to break through from the foundation building stage to the purple mansion stage, he needs various elixirs that help break through, such as the purple mansion pill. Not only that, if a cultivator wants to break through to the purple mansion stage, he also needs the assistance of at least a third order spiritual vein. With these foundations, the cultivator has more than 50% confidence to break through the purple mansion. But in the true immortal origin realm, Chen Daoxuan now has neither the purple palace pill nor the third order spiritual vein. He only has one treasure, which is the essence of vitality. It has to be said that compared with the treasures such as the purple palace pill that assist in breaking through the purple palace stage, the treasure of the essence of vitality is the real heaven-defying thing. After Chen Daoxuan's true Yuan lake came into contact with a large amount of essence of vitality, it began to roll wildly. As the true Yuan lake boiled, a trace of purple things that were not sure whether they were matter or energy began to appear out of thin air in the center of the true Yuan lake. Mana. Seeing this purple substance, Chen Daoxuan, who had his eyes closed, flashed a trace of excitement on his face. Immediately, he gathered his mind again. Chen Daoxuan knew that this was just the beginning. Converting all the true Yuan lakes into mana was only the first step to break through to the purple palace stage. Compared with this, the second and third steps are more critical. The second step to break through the purple palace is to open up a purple palace in the Danshan Qi Sea. Compared with the first step, it is much more difficult to open up the purple palace in the Danshan. Throughout the ages, countless foundation building cultivators in the world of immortal cultivation have failed at this step. However, this is extremely difficult for cultivators from the outside world to open up the purple palace. But for Chen Daoxuan, it is a piece of cake. As the lake of true essence is completely transformed into light purple mana, a purple immortal palace is formed in the Danshan Qi Sea. Looking closely, this purple immortal palace is still simple, but the whole exudes a mysterious and unusual aura. The purple palace is the residence of immortals. Chen Daoxuan suddenly had a sudden enlightenment in his heart. It turns out that the immortals here do not refer to people, but the yuaning of cultivators. The second step was completed. Chen Daoxuan breathed a sigh of relief. In the process of breaking through the purple palace, the second step is the most difficult, followed by the third step. Relatively speaking, transforming the boiling true essence into mana is the easiest. After resting for about a day, Chen Daoxuan began to attack the third step of the purple palace. The third step of the purple palace is also called the induction of the god. The so-called introduction of the spirit is to introduce the spirit of the formless body into the purple palace. This step is quite critical. Once something goes wrong, the cultivator may still be able to break through to the purple palace stage, but there will be big problems in the future when condensing the golden elixir. Because in the process of condensing the golden elixir in the future, the cultivator needs to introduce the spirit of the spirit nurtured in the purple palace into the golden elixir again. The purple palace golden elixir is also a preparation for the future breakthrough of the elixir into the infant. The cultivation path of the cultivator has always been a continuation of the past and the future. Once a mistake is made, the price to pay in the future to make up for it will be too terrible. At this point, the omnipotent essence of vitality seems to be unable to help Chen Daoxuan. Introducing the ethereal spirit into the purple palace, no one can help him, except Chen Daoxuan himself. After learning this, Chen Daoxuan was not only not depressed, but the whole person was relaxed. If there is really a treasure that can ignore everything like playing a game to help him improve his cultivation, Chen Daoxuan would feel uncomfortable instead. This means that his previous hard practice is very ridiculous in front of a treasure like the essence of vitality. Fortunately, the essence of vitality is not omnipotent. At least, it can't help Chen Daoxuan in the least when he leads the soul into the palace. Once the leading of the soul fails, it also means that Chen Daoxuan's breakthrough of the purple palace will fail. Thinking of this, Chen Daoxuan took a deep breath, carefully sensed the empty soul in his body. Fortunately, although Chen Daoxuan's soul has not yet taken shape, his consciousness is far beyond that of ordinary foundation building cultivators, which means that his soul is also far stronger than ordinary foundation building cultivators. In fact, his soul is not far behind that of purple palace cultivators. You know, it is very rare that the soul can be comparable to that of purple palace cultivators without being nourished by the purple palace. Chen Daoxuan can do this entirely thanks to the golden scriptures and the sea of consciousness. It took about an incense stick of time. Chen Daoxuan finally sensed the empty soul in his body. The next step is to lead the sensed soul into the purple palace, so that the purple palace can nourish and strengthen the soul. Being able to sense the soul, there is almost no difficulty in leading the soul into the palace. Soon, Chen Daoxuan completely introduced his soul into the purple mansion. At the moment, when his soul entered the purple mansion, Chen Daoxuan suddenly felt that his soul began to sublimate. He knew that this was the nourishing effect of the purple mansion on the soul. As the purple mansion nourished the soul, Chen Daoxuan's consciousness began to grow again. Then, his sea of consciousness began to expand. 120 miles, 150 miles, 170 miles, 290 miles, 330 miles, 350 miles. In the end, Chen Daoxuan's sea of consciousness expanded to 350 miles, and the speed of expansion gradually slowed down. In the cave of the small tower, Chen Daoxuan opened his eyes and frowned. The consciousness has only increased by less than 3 times. This is obviously different from other foundation building cultivators who have broken through the purple mansion and their consciousness has increased tenfold. But considering that Chen Daoxuan's sea of consciousness was already comparable to that of a purple mansion cultivator before, it has increased 3 times again, which is already stronger than the consciousness of a purple mansion late stage cultivator. In addition, he has the magical power of Dingpo Shengang, which can help him expand his sea of consciousness. Sooner or later, Chen Daoxuan's consciousness will be comparable to that of a giant cultivator. In addition to this change, what makes Chen Daoxuan even more excited is that the Silk Rain Sword intent, which has been stagnant, has finally broken through to the 3rd level of star transformation with the breakthrough of his cultivation. In the Danshan Key Sea, above the purple mansion, a bright star flickers. This is the first sword intent that Chen Daoxuan has reached the 3rd level. Although this sword intent is only a branch of the water sword intent, Chen Daoxuan still has an unparalleled sense of accomplishment. Because the Silk Rain Sword intent was something he understood bit by himself, Chen Daoxuan's feelings for it are naturally different. Although the second sword intent that Chen Daoxuan understood, the Space Sword intent, has much greater potential. In comparison, Chen Daoxuan is more accustomed to using the Silk Rain Sword intent in battle. Speaking of Space Sword intent, Chen Daoxuan's Space Sword intent has also made great progress, soaring directly from the first invisible realm to the second visible realm. Although it failed to transform into a star above the Purple Palace, it also became a faint starlight, suspended next to the silk rain sword intention. In addition, below the Purple Palace, a trace of light purple mana was like a cloud, setting off the Danshan Purple Palace like an immortal palace. As for his life-defining magic weapon, it was all nurtured in the Purple Palace. Looking at the changes in the Danshan Key C, Chen Daoxuan was excited. The Purple Palace stage, finally completed. With a thought, the light purple mana flowed through his body. With the nurturing of mana, the body refining cultivation that had been stagnant began to break through. The 4th level of flesh and blood derivatives, the 5th level of flesh and blood derivatives, and the 6th level of flesh and blood derivatives. After breaking through 2 small realms in a row, the purple mana's tempering of Chen Daoxuan's body finally stopped. Not bad. Yuan Chen's engine said that refining ki, refining the body, and refining the spirit complement each other, and it is true. The transformation of the strength of refining ki not only made the soul a big step forward, but also made his body stronger again. Of course, the most critical changes are the changes in the realm of the Great Dao and the transformation from true essence to mana. These 2 changes have made Chen Daoxuan's strength change by leaps and bounds. Before this, Chen Daoxuan thought that his strength was not weaker than the Xianjiao Zifu on the Zifu Xianjiao list. But now, he is almost certain that his strength can definitely be on the Zifu Xianjiao list, and his ranking is very high. Thinking of this, Chen Daoxuan stood up and walked out of the thatched hut, where he was in seclusion silently. The small tower cave of the Jiang family cultivator is not big, and there is only a small valley of several miles in radius inside. The place where Chen Daoxuan was in seclusion was in a thatched hut in the valley. Fly to a relatively flat place in the valley. Chen Daoxuan took out the meteorite ink wall he carried with him. Bang! He placed the meteorite ink wall at the bottom of the valley, making a dull sound. Looking at the meteorite ink wall in front of him, Chen Daoxuan did not use any means, but only mobilized his mana to impact the meteorite ink wall. Boom! A loud noise. On the meteorite ink wall, the halo flickered crazily, so fast that ordinary people could not see it clearly. The next moment, a huge 50 appeared in front of Chen Daoxuan. Compared to the ultimate state of true essence, is the purple mansion mana 5 times stronger after the transformation? Chen Daoxuan murmured. According to his calculations, the ultimate state of mana in the purple mansion period should be around 100. In other words, he is still about halfway away from the ultimate state of mana in the purple mansion period. This is related to his cultivation level of only the 1st level of the purple mansion, and also to his low level of sword intent. That's right, Chen Daoxuan's current sword intent level is not high among the purple mansion cultivators. For example, Zhao Mubei, who is ranked 9th on the Purple Mansion Xianjiao list, has already reached the 3rd level of sword intent, but Zhao Mubei can become the 9th on the Purple Mansion Xianjiao list, not because of the 3rd level of sword intent. Instead, he understands his own sword way, and creates his own sword tactics. In this regard, Chen Daoxuan cannot compare with him. Of course, Chen Daoxuan also has advantages that Zhao Mubei cannot match, such as his soul-fixing divine light and 3-headed 6-armed divine power, as well as his close combat skills. Therefore, who is stronger between the 2 can only be known after a fight. My current basic strength of ki refining is 50, and the 6th level of flesh and blood derivative plus the magic power of Dharma image is only 6 at most. The basic strength added together is only 56, which is a big gap with the Purple Mansion cultivators on the Xianjiao list. Chen Daoxuan believes that the cultivators on the Purple Mansion Xianjiao list, combined with their ki refining and body refining strength, must have a basic strength of more than 100, but I don't know how many hundred it is. Of course, although their combined basic strength exceeds 100, Chen Daoxuan believes that more Xianjiao Zifu are not necessarily good at close combat. Calculated in this way, many Xianjiao Zifu can only exert a basic strength of less than 100. But in any case, it will definitely not be lower than Chen Daoxuan. The 3rd level of sword intent, the silk rain sword intention and the magic weapon, can be combined to increase the power by about 5 to 6 times. If the 2nd level of sword intent, the space sword intention and the magic weapon, it can be increased by at least 8 times. At this moment, Chen Daoxuan couldn't help but sigh. Even if the space sword intention only reached the second level, it had already exceeded the silk rain sword intention in terms of the increase in basic strength. If we also take into account the 6-arm combined attack technique of the 3-headed 6-armed magical power. Hiss. After this calculation, Chen Daoxuan was shocked by himself. It can't be that powerful. Thinking of this, Chen Daoxuan immediately displayed the complete 3-headed 6-armed magic image. Or 3-headed 6-armed giant holding 6 immortal swords and 12 feet tall appeared in the valley. Then, he pinched the magic formula with his hand, and the meteorite ink wall also grew a bit larger, about the same level as Chen Daoxuan's chest. Looking at the larger meteorite ink wall in front of him, Chen Daoxuan took a deep breath. Chapter 261 The young clan leader is missing. Boom. In the valley of the little pagoda cave heaven, a giant with a height of 12 meters punched a dark barrier with his fist. The halo on the meteorite wall flickered wildly. Then, a number appeared in the center of the meteorite wall. It is indeed 56. Seeing the number displayed on the meteorite wall, Chen Daoxuan nodded with satisfaction. The basic strength of ki refining and body refining added together was exactly the same as he expected. Next, it is the sword intent edition. Boom. A sound far more violent than just now echoed in the valley. On the meteorite wall, a new number appeared. Why is it only 425? Seeing the number on the meteorite wall, Chen Daoxuan frowned. Originally, he thought that the space sword intent and the 3rd level middle grade natal immortal sword could at least increase his basic strength by 8 times. Now it seems that it is not 8 times, but only about 7.6 times. Is it because the bonus of the 2nd level space sword intent has become lower, or he glanced at the Fiksu sword in his hand, or is it because the grade of my natal flying sword is too low? Thinking of this, he simply put away the Fiksu sword, used his arm as a sword, and used the space sword intent to bombard the meteorite wall. 392. A new value appeared on the meteorite wall. The 6-fold bonus of the 2nd level space sword intent is no problem. So, it is indeed the improvement of cultivation that caused the grade of the flying sword to fail to keep up with the cultivation. Chen Daoxuan analyzed. Normally, the 3rd level flying sword is the mainstream flying sword used by Purple Mansion cultivators. But for Xiangjiao Purple Mansion, the grade of the 3rd level flying sword is a little low. Because the basic manner of these Xiangjiao Purple Mansions is usually far superior to that of ordinary Purple Mansion late stage cultivators, and even worse, it can even be comparable to the manner of Jiandan Zenran. In this way, ordinary 3rd level flying swords are naturally not enough. Chen Daoxuan is also the same. I didn't expect that it was the flying sword that dragged me down. Chen Daoxuan shook his head. For cultivators, the higher the grade of magic weapon, the better it is. For example, even if a cultivator in the foundation building stage is given a 4th grade flying sword, it is difficult for him to exert the power of this flying sword. For cultivators, the most important thing is that the grade of the magic weapon is adapted to his cultivation. And for Chen Daoxuan now, the 6 flying swords in his hand can't keep up with his cultivation. Thinking of this, Chen Daoxuan felt helpless. Except for the 2 natal flying swords Fiksu and Xingying, the other 4 flying swords were bought from Zhang Zuanling just before he came to the True Demon Realm. He didn't even use them once. Now he was told that the 3rd grade flying swords couldn't keep up with his cultivation. Chen Daoxuan shook his head. Forget it. Fortunately they are not completely useless. Although the 3rd grade flying sword can't achieve the ideal 1x bonus, it can at least exert a 0.6x power bonus, which does not have a big impact on strength. 425 attack strength if you use the 6-arm joint attack. Chen Daoxuan's heart suddenly surged with pride. Even if it's Zhao Mubei, even if he understands his own swordsmanship and creates his own sword tactics, he won't be as powerful as the 6-arm joint attack. In the valley, a giant with a height of 12 feet took strange steps, and his body turned into a ball of light and shadow. The next moment, 6 brilliant sword lights merged into one, and bombarded the meteorite wall. Boom. The cave in the small tower trembled faintly. On the meteorite wall, the flickering halo turned into a white curtain. After a long time, a new value appeared on the meteorite wall. 2550. Sure enough, Seeing this value, Chen Daoxuan was delighted. Compared with the 6-arm joint attack in the foundation building period, which could only exert less than 400 attack power, Chen Daoxuan's limit attack is now at least 6 times stronger than before. Counting the changes brought about by the enhancement of spiritual consciousness. After breaking through to the Purple Mansion stage, Chen Daoxuan's overall strength is more than 10 times stronger than that of the Foundation Establishment stage. Not to mention the more important lifespan for cultivators. Compared with the Foundation Establishment stage's lifespan of only 200 years, the Purple Mansion stage cultivator's lifespan is as long as 500 years. Of course, the lifespan is not a problem for Chen Daoxuan at all. He has been practicing until now, and the total time added up is less than 50 years. It is not even 1/10 of the lifespan of the Purple Mansion stage. From this point of view, he is simply a monster. However, Chen Daoxuan knows in his heart that it is not that he is a monster. It is that he has caught up with the good times. Not only is he lucky enough to enter the source world left by the true immortal level world monster, but he is also lucky enough to obtain a large amount of vitality essence. This has made his cultivation soar. Otherwise, with Chen Daoxuan's talent and resources, it would take decades to break through to the Purple Mansion stage under normal circumstances. After testing his strength after the breakthrough, Chen Daoxuan was satisfied with the 3-headed and 6-armed state, and returned to his normal shape. The meteorite ink wall, which was nearly 10 feet high, also shrank to its original appearance. Chen Daoxuan retracted the meteorite ink wall, and swept his consciousness outside the small tower, in front of the lake and the oasis. Kai Tong was sitting cross-legged, still pretending to break through. In fact, Kai Tong had already broken through, and became a great demon in the Purple Mansion. He just pretended that he had not yet successfully broken through, in order to wait for him. Seeing its appearance, Chen Daoxuan felt that this spiritual pet was worth keeping. Although the secret method of Soul Seal is domineering and unparalleled, according to the records of this secret method, using Soul Seal to subdue spiritual pets is not without restrictions. Otherwise, the beast taming sect would have unified the world of immortal cultivation by relying on unlimited subduing monsters. Although the secret method of Soul Seal is a constraint for spiritual pets, the owner of the spiritual pet also needs to bear a certain amount of pressure. This pressure comes from the bondage of the Soul Seal. The stronger the spiritual pet is, the greater the pressure on the soul will be fed back through the bondage of the Soul Seal. This means that the master's strength must not be much lower than that of the spiritual pet. Otherwise, once the master cannot withstand the pressure of the Soul Seal on the soul, the spiritual pet may break free. At that time, the scene will be exciting. Chen Daoxuan was not worried about this. No matter how much pressure the Soul Seal put on his soul, Kai Tong could not escape his control, because in his sea of consciousness, there was a golden scripture guarding it. As Chen Daoxuan's cultivation became more and more advanced, he knew that the golden scripture was not only guarding his sea of consciousness, but also his most important soul. If he wanted to crush Chen Daoxuan's soul with the pressure of the Soul Seal, even if Kai Tong suddenly broke through to the true immortal level, he might not be able to do it. Kai Tong. Chen Daoxuan called out to Kai Tong, who was sitting by the freshwater lake pretending to break through. Master. Hearing Chen Daoxuan's call, Kai Tong immediately opened his eyes, stood up and said in surprise. With the influence of the Soul Seal for a long time, Kai Tong had long forgotten his hatred for Chen Daoxuan and sincerely regarded him as his master. Now, start hunting with all your strength. Yes, master. Kai Tong's excited voice trembled slightly. Originally, Kai Tong's strength was comparable to that of an ordinary Purple Mansion Great Demon. Now that he has broken through to the Purple Mansion Great Demon's cultivation, Kai Tong's strength has suddenly increased dramatically. Although he is not as strong as a Demon King, he is definitely not inferior to the elite Purple Mansion Great Demons who entered the true Immortal Origin realm at the same time. Not to mention that behind Kai Tong stands Chen Daoxuan, who is even more powerful. In the Earth realm of the true Immortal Origin realm, the combination of Kai Tong and Chen Daoxuan is absolutely invincible. Even if the Lion Camel Demon Country and the Great Yuan Demon Country gather thousands of Foundation Establishment level realm demons, this combination can easily tear each other apart. When the gap in strength reaches a certain level, it is almost impossible to make up for it with numbers. Not to mention that Chen Daoxuan is already famous for his ability to attack in groups. Now that he has broken through to the Purple Mansion period, his strength has increased dramatically, and it is easier for him to kill these Foundation Establishment level realm demons than to chop melons and vegetables. For Chen Daoxuan now, in a one-on-one fight, the only ones who could pose a threat to him were probably the two demon kings King and Zuaiyu, who entered the true immortal origin realm together, and the direct disciple of Kainyuan sword sect, Fairy Kaiyao. As for Zhao Mubei, who was a level lower than the Xianjiao Zifu, Chen Daoxuan was not inferior to him at all. He had to fight to know who was stronger between him and this level of existence. Of course, this was only a one-on-one situation. With Chen Daoxuan's current strength, he could definitely easily kill an ordinary Xianjiao Zifu in a one-on-one fight. But when the number of Xianjiao Zifu increased, the situation would be different. Not to mention Chen Daoxuan, even if he was a demon king, once he was besieged by dozens of Xianjiao Zifu, it was estimated that he would be in danger. In the human realm of the true immortal origin realm, not to mention the human cultivators, the Purple Mansion monsters sent by the 4 demon countries were almost all world monsters close to the level of Xianjiao Zifu. So, in the human realm, there were at least thousands of strong people close to Xianjiao Zifu. Chen Daoxuan dared not be arrogant. But in the Earth realm, it was now basically certain that he had the final say. On the Oasis, a group of more than 100 fox demons left the Oasis and swept around in a mighty manner. More than a month later, in the Earth realm of the true immortal origin realm, in a camp in an unknown large oasis. Judging from the construction style of this camp, it was built by the cultivators of Kangshao in Wangxinghai. Obviously, as time went by, the cultivators of various forces in Wangxinghai all gathered together. The same was true for the foundation building cultivators in Kangshao. Above the camp, a series of escape lights passed by and landed in the camp. Before the person could stand firm, a figure suddenly rushed towards them. "Senior Zhang, how is the situation? Have you found my young patriarch?" The man who spoke was handsome, about 16 or 17 years old, wearing a green Taoist robe, carrying a 3rd level immortal sword, and his slightly immature face was full of anxiety. It was Chen Fusheng, a cultivator of the Chen family of Shuanghu Island. Hearing Chen Fusheng's question, the leading cultivator named Zhang Zuanqing shook his head and sighed. "Sorry, we didn't find any trace of fellow Daoist Chen this time." Hearing this, Chen Fusheng's hand holding the other's sleeve loosened weakly. His pupils were absent-minded for a while, and he murmured, "How could this happen? It's been more than a month." "Fusheng, don't worry," Zhang Zuanqing, who was dressed in white, comforted. "Fellow Daoist Chen's strength is far beyond that of ordinary foundation building cultivators, and can even be compared with ordinary Purple Mansion cultivators. Even if he encounters danger, with his strength, he will definitely be able to escape." Hearing this comfort, Chen Fusheng calmed down a little. He always wanted to go out for training, but when he really went out for training this time, Chen Fusheng found that many times, it is not that your strength is stronger than that of cultivators of the same level. You can do whatever you want. 10 days after entering the true immortal origin realm, before joining the Kangshao monks, Chen Fusheng hunted dozens of boundary monsters alone, which was quite impressive. But as time went on, Chen Fusheng found that not only the strength of the boundary monsters he encountered was getting stronger, but also the number of opponents was increasing. Every time he encountered a boundary monster, it was no longer 1 or 2, but in groups. Only then did he realize that there was no way out of fighting alone, and he had to find an organization. As Kangshao monks, they had a common special way of contact before entering the true immortal origin realm. It's just that Chen Fusheng has never used it. After finding the base camp of the Kangshao monks, Chen Fusheng had helpers and once again demonstrated his strength as a foundation building sword cultivator. With one battle after another, Chen Fusheng became famous among the Kangshao monks. But gradually, Chen Fusheng discovered that Chen Daoxuan had not come to the camp established by the Kangshao monks. According to the monks in the camp, the Kangshao monks who have not come to this camp until now are probably in danger. Chen Fusheng said nothing to believe that Chen Daoxuan had met with an unexpected event. Although he didn't know how strong the young patriarch was now, he was at least much stronger than him. Even he could fight his way through the monsters and find the Kangshao camp, so there was no reason why Chen Daoxuan couldn't do it. At the beginning, Chen Fusheng still believed that Chen Daoxuan was fine, but as time went on, he gradually became less confident. Every time he would ask the monks who returned to the camp about Chen Daoxuan's whereabouts. Since the last battle of the Kangshao corpse tide, Chen Daoxuan has been very famous among the Kangshao monks. There are almost no monks who don't know Chen Daoxuan's name. But this time, facing Chen Fusheng's inquiry, all the monks shook their heads, and no monk had ever seen Chen Daoxuan. This time, Chen Fusheng was completely panicked. In terms of strength, Chen Fusheng is definitely the best in the Kangshao camp in front of him. But after all, he is just a teenager of 16 or 17 years old, and he has never experienced such a battle. Chen Fusheng couldn't help but wonder, if Chen Daoxuan really encountered an accident, what would happen to the Chen family? Every time he thought of this, Chen Fusheng felt chilled. The current Chen family cannot do without Chen Daoxuan. In Kangshao, the Zhao family, Zhang family and other Immortal Cultivation families are giving face to Chen Daoxuan, rather than giving face to the Chen family. If the Chen family loses Chen Daoxuan, a Chen family that has not yet grown up as a piece of fat meat placed in front of all major forces, and will attract countless flies. Although Chen Fusheng is young, he can still see this clearly. Seeing that Chen Fusheng was a little distracted, Zhang Zuanqing said, "Fusheng, I'm afraid we can't stay in the Kangshao camp now." "Senior Zhang, why is this?" Hearing this, Chen Fusheng was shocked and asked hurriedly. "Today we went out for inspection, and found the Fox Demon Scouts of Kinkyu Demon Country, proving that there are large troops of Kinkyu Demon Country near our camp." Speaking of the Fox Demon of Kinkyu Demon Country, Zhang Zuanqing's heart tightened suddenly. He never thought that the biggest enemy encountered by human cultivators was not the Lion Camel Demon Country, not the Great Yuan Demon Country, but the Kinkyu Demon Country, which ranks third in strength among the 4 major demon countries. What? Chen Fusheng was also shocked when he heard this. Chapter 262 General Attack. The reputation of Kinkyu Demon Country during this period is well known in the Earth Realm. The reason is that a great powerhouse was born among the foundation building demons of Kinkyu Demon Country. Chen Fusheng looked at Zhang Zuanqing and couldn't help asking, "Senior Zhang, is the red-eyed demon of Kinkyu Demon Country really as terrifying as the legend says? Don't you think you can match it with your strength?" Hearing this, Zhang Zuanqing shook his head bitterly and then said solemnly, "This red-eyed demon is even more terrifying than the rumors." He paused. "Although I broke through to the Purple Mansion stage with the help of the Essence of Vitality, the Fox Demons of Kinkyu Demon Kingdom were the first to gather the power of their clansmen, and occupied a great advantage in the earthly realm. I heard that this red-eyed demon had killed and devoured the boundary demons of the Lion Demon Kingdom and the Great Yuan Demon Kingdom more than a month ago, and broke through to the Great Demon Cultivation. Now more than a month has passed. What realm do you think it has reached?" Hearing this, Chen Fusheng took a breath of cold air. In that case, this red-eyed monster from the Kinkyu Monster Kingdom is too terrifying. Yes, Zhang Zuanqing nodded. The same level world monsters are inherently stronger than our human cultivators. Even a world monster that has just broken through to the level of a great monster can be compared to our human cultivators in the late Purple Mansion stage. A slightly stronger Purple Mansion level world monster is stronger than our human cultivators in the late Purple Mansion stage. Although I'm a sword cultivator, I was able to reach the second tangible realm of the sword only by breaking through the Purple Mansion. To be honest, compared with your sword realm, I'm afraid I'm not as good as you." Chen Fusheng waved his hands repeatedly when he heard Zhang Zuanqing's humble words. Zhang Zuanqing continued, "After a month of continuous devouring, the red-eyed monster is probably not far behind the Monster King, even if it is not as powerful as the Monster King." Monster King? Chen Fusheng was shocked. So, isn't the strength of this red-eyed monster stronger than senior Zhao Mubei? Ever since Yi Wu Dao was suppressed in Kainyuan Sword Sect, Zhao Mubei, who ranked 9th on the Purple Mansion Prodigy list, has become the de facto strongest person in Kangshao. When Chen Fusheng heard that the red-eyed monster might be stronger than Zhao Mubei, how could he remain calm? Zhang Zuanqing shook his head. "This is just my guess. Although we are all at the Purple Mansion level, the gap between Purple Mansions is really too big. I dare not speculate whether the red-eyed demon is stronger than Daoist friend Zhao. However, I saw that the boundary demons of the Lion Camel Demon Country and the Great Yuan Demon Country privately called the red-eyed demon a half-step demon king. Half-step demon king? Chen Fu murmured. Is it only a hair's breadth away from the demon king? Yes. Zhang Zuanqing said worriedly. The strong boundary demons mean that the human cultivators are weak. In the true immortal origin realm, once the human cultivators are weak, they will inevitably be divided and eaten by the boundary demons. At that time, in this limited true immortal origin realm, everyone really has no place to escape. This is where everyone feels the most pressure. For a long time, Zhang Zuanqing, dressed in white, finally made up his mind and said to everyone, fellow Daoists, we must unite completely now. Hearing this, a Purple Mansion early stage cultivator asked, what does Zhang Daoist mean by complete unity? Collect everyone's essence of vitality and distribute it uniformly. Hearing this, everyone's faces changed. The essence of vitality is not only related to the improvement of one's own cultivation, but also involves the improvement of their family's strength after entering the human world. Zhang Zuanqing's proposal can be said to involve everyone's core interests. Although everyone present is a Kangzhou cultivator, the Kangzhou cultivator group also has different families. For example, the Zhao family cultivator has a large amount of vitality essence in his hands, and he must want to give it to Zhao Mubei, the young patriarch of the Zhao family. Once Zhao Mubei obtains these essences of vitality, his strength will surely reach a new level, and he may even have the opportunity to impact the top 3 of the Purple Mansion Xianjiao list. If the Zhao family cultivators were asked to hand over their essences of vitality, they would definitely be reluctant. But Zhang Zuanqing knew that the only way to take the initiative in the next battle with the world monster was for everyone to hand over their own essence and then distribute it uniformly to enhance everyone's strength. If everyone still held onto the essence of their energy and refused to let go, Zhang Zuanqing dared to guarantee that everyone would regret it in the end. Everyone may not be clear about this truth, but no one can make them give up the benefits they have obtained. Seeing that everyone remained silent, Zhang Zuanqing knew that no one agreed with his proposal. Seeing that everyone was silent, Chen Fusheng spoke up to break the deadlock. He smiled and said, fellow Taoists, seniors, Senior Zhang is just proposing. The most important thing for us now is to move the camp. Hearing this, everyone seemed to have collectively forgotten Zhang Zuanqing's proposal and offered suggestions for moving the camp. Since there are already boundary monsters from the Kinkyu monster kingdom here, we should indeed change our camp. But where should we change to? I think that now it is better to unite with the cultivators from other states. After all, our Kangzhou cultivators are the weakest among the 3 states, so it is better to temporarily merge with the cultivators from Taizhou and Jingzhou. Hearing this, the cultivators present felt a little embarrassed. Indeed, the strength of the Kangzhou cultivators is the weakest among the 3 states, but no one has ever said it so blatantly like this gentleman. But now that things have come to this, they can't care about their face. If they can hug the thighs, they should hug the thighs quickly, otherwise it will be too late to regret when the boundary monsters from the Kinkyu monster kingdom attack. Brother Wu's proposal is good. I agree. I agree too. I agree too. After a short silence, everyone agreed to the proposal of the Wu family cultivator. Compared with handing over the essence of vitality and then uniformly distributing it to improve the strength of the Kangzhou cultivators, it is more practical to hug the thighs of the Taizhou and Jingzhou cultivators. Just as everyone was applauding the proposal of the Wu family cultivator, Zhang Zuanqing felt a little disappointed. Usually, all the major families advocated that the Kangzhou cultivators should be as close as one family. When it really came to their own interests, the choices made by everyone inevitably made Zhang Zuanqing feel a little disappointed. Zhang Zuanqing looked at the people who left after discussing everything and was in a daze. Senior Zhang HMM. Zhang Zuanqing turned his head and saw Chen Fusheng and smiled reluctantly. Aren't you going back to arrange for the clan members? Chen Fusheng whispered, Senior, you probably forgot that only the young clan leader and I from my Chen family came. Hearing this, Zhang Zuanqing patted his forehead and smiled bitterly. Look at my memory. As he said this, he looked at the direction where everyone left, as if asking Chen Fusheng, and as if talking to himself. What do you think would happen if fellow Daoist Chen was here? In Zhang Zuanqing's heart, the person he respected the most, besides his own young clan leader Zhang Zuanling, was Chen Daoxuan, who turned the tide in Kangzhou Immortal City. As a fellow foundation building cultivator, Chen Daoxuan's brilliance in the Battle of Kangzhou Immortal City not only overshadowed the ordinary Purple Mansion cultivators, but even Zhao Mubei, the Purple Mansion Xianjiaolist Xianjiao. This made countless foundation building cultivators in Kangzhou admire Chen Daoxuan from the bottom of their hearts, including him, Zhang Zuanqing. Speaking of it, Zhang Zuanqing is a cultivator who has achieved great success late. Unlike the young patriarch Zhang Zuanling, who comprehended the sword intent, as soon as he entered the foundation building period, Zhang Zuanqing comprehended the sword intent much later. He just comprehended the sword intent shortly before entering the true immortal origin realm. Speaking of it, his sword talent is far worse than that of Zhang Zuanling, Zhao Mubei and others. Not to mention compared with the monsters like Chen Daoxuan and Chen Fusheng who comprehended the sword intent in the key refining period. But Zhang Zuanqing is lucky. Soon after entering the true immortal origin realm, he obtained a large amount of key essence, and then with the help of these key essences, he became the first cultivator in the Kangzhou camp to break through to the Purple Mansion stage. In other words, his speed of breaking through to the Purple Mansion stage was even faster than Chen Daoxuan. On the first day of entering the true immortal origin realm, Zhang Zuanling broke through from the 9th level of foundation building to the 1st level of Purple Mansion with the help of key essence. In total, Zhang Zuanqing was probably the first among the 5 major forces to break through to the Purple Mansion level. But as the competition for key essence between the world monsters and human cultivators became more and more intense, Zhang Zuanqing's improvement speed gradually slowed down. In more than a month, he broke through from the 1st level of Purple Mansion to the 3rd level of Purple Mansion. It's not that he can't improve to a higher level of cultivation. In fact, Zhang Zuanqing still has a lot of key essence in his hands, but these key essences are all prepared by him for the young patriarch Zhang Zuanling. Compared with key essence, the law of the Great Way is the most precious thing in the true immortal origin realm. Zhang Zuanqing is very clear about this. But even so, he was still willing to take the initiative to contribute these vital energy essences to allow the best of Kangzhou cultivators to improve their cultivation and strengthen their strength in order to prevent the Kinkyu demon country from attacking their Kangzhou cultivators. However, his proposal was rejected by everyone. Everyone would rather join the Taizhou and Jingzhou cultivator camps than give up their vital energy essences. This undoubtedly made Zhang Zuanqing very disappointed. Young clan leader, when Chen Fusheng heard Zhang Zuanqing mention Chen Daoxuan, his mood suddenly became heavy. Now that Chen Daoxuan's life and death were uncertain, how could Chen Fusheng relax? Zhang Zuanqing didn't seem to notice Chen Fusheng's change, and continued, originally, I planned to let the Kangzhou cultivators concentrate the essence of vitality, so that you, and other foundation building cultivators with better talents can be promoted to the Purple Mansion stage to enhance our strength. But, Zhang Zuanqing shook his head, I thought things were simple. Chen Fusheng sighed. Among all the cultivators who came to the true immortal origin realm, although Kangzhou is a state with the least number of cultivators among the 3 states, there are at least more than 1,000 people. It is so difficult for so many cultivators to work together. Yes. Zhang Zuanling sighed. Forget it. Don't think about it. Since everyone thinks that seeking shelter from the cultivators of Taizhou and Jingzhou is the best choice, let them go. Yeah. Chen Fusheng nodded. About thousands of miles away from the Kangzhou camp, in a larger oasis, the endless simple buildings are densely arranged on this oasis. This is the base camp of the Kinkyu demon kingdom in the earth realm. In the center of these simple buildings, a luxurious mansion is located here. This mansion is the tent of Kaitong, the leader of the Kinkyu demon country. In the tent, a fox-faced demon with a human body and a muscular body, about 10 feet tall, sat on a high seat with an awe-inspiring aura. Below, 2 Purple Mansion level fox demons were reporting the intelligence they had gathered to it. After listening to the report, Kaitong waved his hand and said, okay, you guys can go down. Yes, leader. The two fox demons, who were also purple mansion demons, were not surprised by Kai Tong's attitude. During this period, Kai Tong used his strength to completely conquer all the fox demons in the earth realm of the Kinkyu demon country. Seeing the scouts leave, Jiayugu, who had been standing beside Kai Tong without speaking, asked in confusion, "Leader, since this group of human cultivators has moved their camp, why don't we go to the space portal between the earth realm and the human realm?" Hearing this, Kai Tong pretended to be silent. Seeing Kai Tong thinking, Jiayugu did not dare to interrupt. During this period, Kai Tong established absolute prestige among the demons. Jiayugu believed that, even if they reached the human world, those purple mansion monsters would not be able to take the command from the red pupil leader. Because the prestige of the red pupil leader among the tribesmen was established little by little in the victories of the battles with the lion camel monster kingdom and the great Yuan monster kingdom. In particular, the red pupil leader's invincible strength as a purple mansion monster made Jiayugu very convinced. At the beginning, the red pupil leader had to fight with the strong men of the two monster kingdoms. But later, the red pupil leader directly killed the strong men of the two monster kingdoms in seconds without any drag. Gradually, the name of the red pupil leader as the half-step monster king was called out by the monsters of the lion camel monster kingdom and the great Yuan monster kingdom. The reason why he was called the half-step monster king was because the monsters of the two monster kingdoms believed that the red pupil leader was not as good as the blood prison monster king and the king monster king. But the tribesmen of the Kinkyu monster kingdom did not think so. They felt that the strength of the red pupil leader was absolutely invincible among the same level. In fact, Kai Tong knew it in his heart. Although he had devoured countless world monsters in the past month, he was probably not the opponent of the Monster King in terms of real strength. It was because of the help of its master, Chen Daoxuan, that it could not be defeated in the Earth realm. After breaking through to the Purple Mansion stage, Chen Daoxuan's Sea of Consciousness increased greatly, and then the Sea of Divine Light in the Sea of Consciousness increased sharply. After a month of hard training and adaptation, Chen Daoxuan's Sea of Consciousness was completely fixed within a radius of 500 miles. The range of his divine consciousness was only half of that of a giant Zenran, which could reach 1,000 miles. Kai Tong seemed to be thinking. In fact, he was communicating with Chen Daoxuan through the soul seal. "Master, the human camp you asked me to find has been withdrawn. Run away." Chen Daoxuan, who was sitting cross-legged in the thatched hut in the small tower cave, was surprised. Immediately, he understood why the other party ran away. If nothing unexpected happened, it should be frightened by the fox monster army led by Kai Tong. Nonsense. During this period of time, who was not afraid of seeing the fox monsters of Kinkyu monster country, let alone the cultivators of Kangshao? Even if all the cultivators of the human race in the earth realm were added together, they would not be enough for the fox demons of the Kinkyu demon kingdom to pinch with one hand. At present, after more than a month of hard work, the number of fox demons in the Kinkyu demon kingdom has gathered to nearly 6,000. The number is not the most important thing. The most terrifying thing is the quality of these boundary demons. With the slaughter and devouring of the boundary demons of the lion camel demon kingdom and the great Yuan demon kingdom by the Kinkyu demon kingdom, Kai Tong now has a total of 317 purple mansion level boundary demons. The remaining more than 5,000 boundary demons have all reached the limit of foundation building and are only one step away from the purple mansion level. Although this strength is not as good as the various forces in the human world, it is also a force that cannot be underestimated. Especially Chen Daoxuan is preparing to do another big thing before leaving. Forget it, just run away. Chen Daoxuan shook his head. Now, it's time to launch a general attack on the Lion Demon Kingdom and the Great Yuan Demon Kingdom. Launch a general attack. Hearing this, Kai Tong suddenly became excited. "Master, how do you plan to launch a general attack?" Chapter 263 This road is my own. The boundary of the earth. The joint camp of the monks from Taizhao and Jingzhao. In the commander's tent, a dozen purple mansion monks were discussing in the tent. "Brother, the fight between the Kinkyu Demon Kingdom, the Lion Demon Kingdom, and the Great Yuan Demon Kingdom is getting more and more intense. Just near our camp, at least dozens of fights of varying sizes break out every day. Fortunately, these boundary monsters are bloodthirsty and regard the Kinkyu Demon Kingdom as their mortal enemy. Otherwise my fellow Taoists from Taizhou and Jingzhou would suffer even more serious losses. In the tent, a purple mansion 7th level monk wearing spiritual armor bowed and reported. The boundary monsters of the Kinkyu Demon Kingdom are really getting more and more rampant. The essence of vitality that my people have worked hard to collect has been snatched away by the other side recently. Now in this boundary of the earth, I'm afraid no one can control the boundary monsters of the Kinkyu Demon Kingdom. A purple mansion late stage monk frowned. Hearing this, everyone felt irritated. The purpose of this trip of human foundation building monks is to collect a large amount of essence of vitality, so as to enhance the strength of themselves and the monks in the human world. But according to the current situation, it is becoming increasingly difficult for human monks to collect essence of vitality. Not only that, as the situation continues to deteriorate, it is becoming increasingly difficult for human monks to protect themselves. Of course, now the monks in Taizhou and Jingzhou have another way to enhance the strength of human monks, that is, to use all the essence of vitality they have stored in their hands to enhance the strength of the monks in the two states. But this method is undoubtedly difficult to be adopted. In order to improve their own strength, the monks in the two states have consumed a lot of essence of vitality. According to the orders of their respective families, they need to bring more essence of vitality to the purple mansion monks in the human world. After all, those purple mansion monks in the human world are the real elites of each race. They are also purple mansion monks. The purple mansion monks in the human world have a much greater increase in strength than them for each level of cultivation. In order to finally seize the great lore of the true immortal origin realm, they all know what to do. Seeing that everyone was talking endlessly, the leading purple mansion 9-layer sword cultivator coughed and interrupted. Fellow Daoists, listen to what I have to say. Everyone shut up when they saw Jiang Chenyuan speak. As a sword cultivator, Jiang Chenyuan, like Jiang Chenai, is one of the Jiang family's Daoists. After entering the true immortal origin realm, Jiang Chenyuan, with the help of many Jiang family cultivators, used a large amount of Yuan Qi essence to forcibly improve his strength from the 9th level of foundation building to the 9th level of purple mansion. He improved his cultivation by a full realm. This kind of improvement can only catch up with the heaven-defying opportunity of the true immortal origin realm. Otherwise the cultivators of Wangxinghe would not even dare to think about it. Of course, due to the sudden improvement of too much cultivation, Jiang Chenyuan's sword realm is inevitably a little behind his cultivation. Not to mention compared with the Xianjiao purple mansion cultivators on the purple mansion Xianjiao list, even many ordinary purple mansion late stage cultivators are higher than his Dao realm. Although Jiang Chenyuan's cultivation is high and his realm is a little superficial, he can still exert the strength of a normal purple mansion late stage. Moreover, with Jiang Chenyuan's talent for swordsmanship, he only needs to comprehend the great Dao and improve his swordsmanship realm before he is promoted to the golden core stage. He no longer needs to spend time refining spiritual energy to improve his cultivation. I don't know how much effort he has saved. In the true immortal realm, there are too many cultivators like Jiang Chenyuan. It's just that Jiang Chenyuan is the one with the most exaggerated cultivation improvement. Speaking of which, even Chen Daoxuan's cultivation improvement is not as exaggerated as his. After more than a month of continuous refining of the essence of vitality, Chen Daoxuan's cultivation has only been improved from the 1st level of purple mansion to the 6th level of purple mansion. It's not that Chen Daoxuan can't continue to improve. It's that he feels that, if he improves further, his cultivation will exceed the realm of swordsmanship. For other purple mansion cultivators, it is normal for their cultivation to exceed their realm. In the world of cultivating immortals, if you find any 100 purple mansion cultivators, at least 99 realms can't keep up with their cultivation. Before reaching the golden core stage, the cultivator's cultivation is basically improved faster than the great Dao realm. It is only after entering the golden core stage the realm of the cultivator will slowly catch up with the cultivation level, or even surpass it. It's not that the Jiandan stage cultivators have any special magic, but after the cultivators break through to the Jiandan stage, they will experience something called the Jiandan Thunder Tribulation. In the process of passing the tribulation, most of the cultivators whose realm can't keep up with the cultivation will fail. Only the purple mansion cultivators with realm and cultivation that match each other and super strength can be sure to pass the tribulation successfully. Therefore, the Chindon is a huge level on the road of cultivation for cultivators. Although the lifespan of the cultivators, after breaking through the Chindon stage is not much, the failure rate of the cultivators breaking through to the Chindon stage is surprisingly high. This can be seen from the fact that in such a large Kangshao, except for Yi Wu Dao, there has not been a Chindon cultivator born in so many years. Seeing everyone quiet down, Jiang Chenyuan nodded and said, "You all have seen that as the conflicts between the major demon countries have become more and more intense, it is becoming more and more difficult for us to collect the essence of vitality. My suggestion is that, while these demon countries have not yet freed up their hands, we might as well enter the human world as soon as possible." Hearing this, everyone looked at each other. It must be said that Jiang Chenyuan's suggestion is very reasonable. Now the situation in the earthly world is becoming more and more unstable. Instead of taking the risk of competing with the demons for the essence of vitality, it is better to withdraw to the human world as soon as possible to preserve the fruits of victory. I agree with Brother Jiang's proposal. After thinking for a long time, a cultivator headed by the Ji family said in a deep voice. The cultivator coalition of Taizhao and Jingzhao was originally headed by the Jiang and Ji families. Since the Jiang and Ji families agreed, there was no reason for the remaining families to disobey the orders of the master family, so they all nodded in agreement. Seeing that everyone agreed with his opinion, Jiang Chenyuan smiled inadvertently and said, "In that case, let's retreat together." "Okay, retreat together." Everyone said one after another. Jiang Chenyuan chose to retreat because he had his own plan. Among the cultivators in Tianjing states, the Jiang family cultivators collected the most essence of vitality. Once the cultivators in the two states enter the human world, with the help of these essences of vitality, the cultivation of the Jiang family purple mansion cultivators will be the greatest. By then, the powerful Jiang family cultivators will naturally have a much higher voice in the Carnean sword sect than the Ji family. And the voice in the Carnean sword sect is directly related to a series of arrangements for the subsequent competition for the laws of the Great Dao. This principle is very simple, and the Ji family cultivators can definitely see it. But Jiang Chenyuan is right in one thing. The current situation does not allow them to stay in this world. Even if Jiang Chenyuan has a plan, it is just an open conspiracy. The Ji family has no choice but to retreat together. As for the Ji family cultivators who stayed alone to collect the essence of vitality, don't joke. Just when Jiang Chenyuan was a little proud, a 9th level armored cultivator walked into the tent. Report. Hearing this, everyone cast their eyes on the armored monk. Jiang Chenyuan waved his hand and said, "Tell me, what's the matter?" "The monks from Kangshao came to join our coalition." Kangshao monks. Hearing the report from the monks of the affiliated family, Jiang Chenyuan frowned slightly. "What are they doing here?" The monks from Taizhao and Jingzhao looked down on the Kangshao monks. The reason why they looked down on the Kangshao monks, in addition to the fact that the other party lost Zenon Pass that year, there was another reason. That is, the strength of the Kangshao monks was too weak. As a large state on the same level as Taizhao and Jingzhao, Kangshao did not have many Yuanying families, let alone serious Chindan families. Especially since Yi Wu Dao was suppressed in front of the Yangxiao Palace of Carnean Sword Sect, there was not even a Chindan monk in Kangshao now. How could people take him seriously when his strength was so weak? Just as Jiang Chenyuan showed his impatience and waved his hand to drive away the Kangshao cultivators, the Taoist of the Ji family stood up and said, "Wait a minute, Brother Jiang." Hearing this, Jiang Chenyuan paused and said, "What do you think, Brother Yangxiang?" "I don't dare to accept your opinion." Ji Yangxiang smiled. "Although these Kangshao cultivators are not strong, they are still cultivators of Wangxinghe after all. If we drive them away like this, I'm afraid we will be criticized when we leave the true immortal origin realm in the future." Hearing this, Jiang Chenyuan frowned. Indeed, he was a little inconsiderate. Ji Yangxiang smiled and said, "And after such a long time, I believe these Kangshao cultivators must have collected some vitality essence." Hearing about vitality essence, Jiang Chenyuan's eyes suddenly lit up. This is a key point. The two smiled at each other, and everything was said without words. Jiang Jinyuan turned his head and looked at the foundation building cultivator wearing spiritual armor and ordered, "Go tell those Kangzhou cultivators that, if they want to get the protection of our two families, let them hand over half of their vitality essence." After that, he waved his hand at the other party. Yes. After receiving the order, the armored foundation building cultivator bowed and immediately left the tent. Outside the camp, a large group of Kangzhou cultivators gathered here, like refugees fleeing. At this time, a series of escape lights crossed the sky and fell in front of everyone. Seeing the armored foundation building cultivator in the lead, Zhang Zuanqing took 3 or 2 steps forward and asked, "Dao, I wonder what the Jiang family and the Ji family said?" Hearing this, the armored foundation building cultivator glanced at the other party and said arrogantly, "My master said that only by handing over half of the vitality essence can you enter the camp and get the protection of the Jiang family and the Ji family." What? Everyone jumped up when they heard this. The Jiang family and the Ji family are too treacherous. They are going to take away half of our vitality essence? If I, a Kangzhou cultivator, join you, won't it improve your strength? Hearing the other party say that the Jiang family is treacherous, the armored foundation building cultivator's eyes widened, but considering that the speaker was a purple mansion cultivator, he could only muffled and said, "If you don't want to, please go back." After saying that, he turned around and was about to leave. Wait. At this time, a purple mansion cultivator from the Zhao family stopped him. "We are willing to pay half of our vitality essence in order to obtain the protection of the Jiang family and the Ji family." Zhang Zuanqing heard this, and his face changed. "Fellow Daoist Zhao, you." But the purple mansion cultivator from the Zhao family was unmoved. Seeing this, the other cultivators looked at each other and gritted their teeth and said, "Forget it, I'm also willing to hand over half of my vitality essence." Forget it, I will hand over half too." Chen Fusheng, who was standing in the crowd, saw this scene and remained silent. He walked silently to the front of the crowd, bowed to Zhang Zuanqing, and said, "Senior Zhang, I'm leaving." "Fusheng, you." Chen Fusheng grinned, "I won't go to the camps of the Jiang family and the Ji family to join in the fun." Hearing this, the Kangzhou cultivators who were originally scrambling to hand over their vitality essence in order to seek protection all fell silent. Chen Fusheng glanced at the crowd, smiled, and then flew away without looking back. Zhang Zuanqing looked at Chen Fusheng's figure going away, and then looked at the clansman behind him, and finally did not choose to leave with him. Chen Fusheng was alone, and could be willful, but behind him, there was a group of Zhang family foundation building cultivators who needed to be taken care of. Zhang Zuanqing glanced at Chen Fusheng who was going away, and said softly, "The Chen family cultivators are all outstanding people." Hearing this, the Kangzhou cultivators remained silent. The armored foundation building monk who came to report showed a sarcastic look on his face, and said with a sigh, "A mere 9th level foundation building monk, what a shitty hero." After that, he looked at Zhang Zuanqing, "Are you going to hand it over or not?" Zhang Zuanqing turned his head, raised his hand and shot out a sword energy, knocking the other party to the ground, and said coldly, "Although I have a request to the Jiang family, it does not mean that any dog can bark in front of me." Touching Zhang Zuanqing's murderous eyes, the armored monk who climbed up trembled in fear, and immediately lowered his head in silence. "Senior, please forgive me." Zhang Zuanqing's face was livid, and he threw a storage bag over and said, "Dog, get out." After that, he took his clansmen and flew into the camp without looking back. The space portal between the Earth realm and the human realm. In the sky, a large group of fox demons from the Kinkyu demon kingdom flew in the air, and their mighty figures covered the entire sky, in all directions. When the boundary demons or human cultivators of other demon countries saw the Kinkyu demon country's army marching out, they were all terrified, and fled far away. At the front of the army, the red-eyed demon took the lead, and flew in front of the fox demons. While flying, it communicated with Chen Daoxuan through the soul seal. "Master, the general attack you mentioned means going to the gate of the two realms, to wait for the other party?" Red Eyes asked in confusion. "Yes. Chen Daoxuan sat cross-legged in the thatched hut in the small pagoda cave and said with a smile, I have calculated that during this period, the number of boundary monsters killed by your Kinkyu monster kingdom alone from the Lion Demon Kingdom and the Great Yuan Demon Kingdom has reached more than 8,000. In addition to the fighting between the three major monster kingdoms and the fighting with human cultivators, the boundary monsters of the Lion Demon Kingdom and the Great Yuan Demon Kingdom are probably less than 6,000 against 6,000. What do you think we are afraid of? Just block the road. He paused. There is only one space portal between the Earth realm and the human realm, and only the Purple Mansion cultivators have the ability to break it unilaterally from the Earth realm. We go there to wait for the boundary monsters of the two major monster kingdoms, and the other party will have to fight us. Hearing this explanation, the red-eyed monster was immediately excited. Although there have been constant fighting during this period, it has never experienced such a scene of tens of thousands of boundary monsters fighting. No wonder the master said he wanted to do something big. What about the Polar Night Demon Kingdom and the human cultivators? Just do as I said before, let them pay the toll, and then let them pass. Hearing this, the red-eyed demon was slightly stunned. What if they refuse to pay? After hearing this, Chen Daoxuan raised the corners of his mouth slightly. Then you stand in front of the space portal and shout loudly, this road is mine. Hearing Chen Daoxuan's ridicule, Kai Tong's face was a little embarrassed. Si estas escuchando esta novela en canal distinto a mundo fanfic novelas. Significa que descargaran y subirán sin esfuerzo te invitamos cordialmente a visitar nuestro canal. Mundo fanfic novelas ali encontrarás la versión original de esta historia y podrás explorar muchas otras novelas de diversos géneros. Te esperamos para sumergirte en mundo de novelas increíbles. Chapter 264. Attacks from all sides. Boom boom in front of the space crystal wall between the Earth boundary and the human boundary. The spies of various forces stationed here were all frightened when they saw the dark masses of Kinkyu Demon Kingdom boundary monsters in the sky. The boundary monsters of Kinkyu Demon Kingdom. They are the boundary monsters of Kinkyu Demon Kingdom. At the station of the human cultivators, a foundation building cultivator said to his companions in horror, quickly send a message to the coalition camp. Yes, Master Wu-chan. The foundation building cultivator who replied immediately took out a communication jade talisman and sent a message to the coalition forces of Taizhou and Jingzhou, the human coalition camp. Jiang Jinyuan received the message immediately. Putting down the communication jade talisman in his hand, Jiang Jinyuan's face turned pale. He turned his head to look at the people in the tent and said in a deep voice, fellow Taoists, we are in trouble. What? Ji Yangxiang was suddenly shocked after hearing Jiang Jinyuan's words. Kinkyu Demon Country has blocked the space portal between the two realms? How dare they do this? Damn it, the boundary monsters of Kinkyu Demon Country are too arrogant. They are doing this and leaving us no way to survive. Brothers, let's fight them. Yes, fight them. When everyone heard that the boundary monsters of Kinkyu Demon Country blocked the space portal between the Earth realm and the human realm, they could no longer remain calm. Everyone did not expect that before they retreated, the boundary monsters of Kinkyu Demon Country took the lead and blocked everyone's retreat. You know, that space portal is the only passage from the Earth realm to the human realm. The boundary monsters of Kinkyu Demon Country did this, not only to be enemies with the human race, but also to be enemies with the boundary monsters of the other three demon countries. Where did the boundary monsters of Kinkyu Monster Kingdom get their confidence? Could it be that they rely on their red-eyed monster king? Jiang Jinyuan narrowed his eyes slightly and said decisively, since the other party does not leave us a way out, we can only fight our way out. Although Jiang Jinyuan was unwilling to fight the boundary monsters of Kinkyu Monster Kingdom, he had no choice but to send the essence of vitality to the hands of the people in the human world. Otherwise, facing the complex forces and a large number of powerful people in the human world, his Jiang family would have no advantage in the competition for the laws of the Great Way. Brother Jiang is right. Ji Yangxiang nodded. Although Kinkyu Monster Kingdom has more than 6,000 boundary monsters and is the strongest in the Earth realm, the strength of the coalition forces of Arte and Jing states is not weak, with more than 5,000 cultivators. Coupled with the three major monster countries, Kinkyu Monster Kingdom is so arrogant that it will surely destroy itself. That's right. Since the boundary monsters of Kinkyu Monster Kingdom are looking for death, let's send them off. In the tent, everyone echoed. That being said, everyone knows that there is a huge gap in strength between the Tay and Jing States coalition and the Kinkyu Demon Kingdom. Although the difference in the number of people between the two sides is not big, the Kinkyu Demon Kingdom only has more than 6,000 world demons, and the human race has more than 5,000 cultivators, so the difference between the two sides is only about 1,000. But the difference in strength between cultivators is not the number of people, but the strength of high-level cultivators and the number of high-level cultivators. In terms of the number of Purple Mansion level combat power, the Kinkyu Demon Kingdom completely beats the Tay and Jing States coalition. The Kinkyu Demon Kingdom now has a total of 317 Purple Mansion level world demons, while the Tay and Jing States coalition has only 96 Purple Mansion cultivators in total. Even if the Kangzhou cultivators join in, the human race's Purple Mansion cultivators have barely broken through 100, which is more than 3 times the difference of the Kinkyu Demon Kingdom. In addition to the number of high-level cultivators, the gap between the top masters of the two sides is even greater. The Red-Eyed Demon of the Kinkyu Demon Kingdom, with the battles with the Lion Camel Demon Kingdom and the Great Yuan Demon Kingdom, gradually spread the name of the Half-Step Demon King. You know, there are always wrong names, but no wrong titles. Since this world demon named Kaitong can be honored as a half-step demon king by the world demons of the major demon countries, it must be extremely powerful. Jiang Qinyuan couldn't help but think of what the ancestors told them before coming to the true immortal origin realm. In the true immortal origin realm, if you encounter the two demon kings Zuyu and King He, you must run as far as possible and never fight hard. Because the strength of these two demon kings is by no means weaker than that of a mid-stage giant and cultivator. And since the great demon Kaitong is honored as a half-step demon king by the world demons of the major demon countries, its strength is probably not inferior to that of an ordinary early giant and cultivator. Thinking of this, Jiang Qinyuan felt a chill in his heart. Although he is now at the 9th level of the Purple Mansion, it seems that he is only one step away from a giant and cultivator. But he knows in his heart that there is a world of difference between himself and a real giant and cultivator. Not to mention the difference in the most basic manner and physical strength between the two. The realm of the great Dao of a giant and cultivator alone is not something Jiang Qinyuan can compare to. Jiang Qinyuan, who is at the 9th level of the Purple Mansion, can only cause about 30 damage to the meteorite ink wall with his basic mana, and his sword realm has only reached the peak of the 2nd level of sword intent, and has not yet crossed the threshold of the 3rd level of sword intent. Even if he adds the 3rd level top grade magic weapon in his hand, the increase in combat power is only 5 times at most, that is, 150 combat power. And what about the giant and cultivator? In theory, even the most rubbish giant and cultivator has a basic mana of 100, but this is impossible. Because giant and cultivators are no longer like low level cultivators, who only have the most basic mana, and do not have the means and ability to refine mana. Even the most ordinary giant and cultivators can easily reach 300 or even 500 mana after a period of refinement and precipitation. Moreover, since they can successfully survive the giant and thunder tribulation, their Dao realm has basically reached the 3rd level. If it is a sword cultivator, it is the realm of the 3rd level of sword intent transformation, and it is a peak of sword intent transformation. Therefore, the increase in the strength of the giant and cultivator by the magic weapon in the Dao lore is at least 7 or 8 times. That is to say, even if he is a cultivator in the early stage of the Golden Core who has just broken through, his combat power is about 2100 to 4000. Compared with Jiang Qinyuan's combat power of 150, it is at least 10 times or even dozens of times stronger. If this kind of existence attacks with all his strength, he can kill Jiang Qinyuan in one blow. This is also the current level of the top 10 of the Purple Mansion Xianjiao list. Therefore, although Jiang Qinyuan is fierce, he actually has no confidence in his heart. There is no other reason. The gap in strength between the two sides is too big. In addition to him, the gap in strength between other Purple Mansion cultivators and Purple Mansion level monsters is also very large. Jiang Qinyuan sometimes even doubts that, if this red-eyed monster king is really as strong as the rumors say, maybe the other party can wipe out the high-level leaders of the Tay and Jing states alone. Of course, he will not say such words that will hit morale. Now, Giant Chen only hopes that the boundary monsters of the Lion Camel Monster Kingdom and the Great Yuan Monster Kingdom can help a little and unite to show the Kinkyu Monster Kingdom a little color. As for the Polar Night Demon Country, Giant Chen no longer had any hope for them. In his opinion, the strength of the Polar Night Demon Country was weaker than his. Thinking of this, Giant Chen couldn't help but glance at Ji Yangxiang and found that he was just like himself, with lingering sorrow in his eyes. At the same time, the camp of the Great Yuan Demon Country. In the sky, dozens of figures flew towards the camp of the Great Yuan Demon Country. Before the figures flew close, more than a dozen figures in the camp of the Great Yuan Demon Country also greeted them. Hisuki Great Demon, you just bring these few people and want to come to the base camp of my Great Yuan Demon Country to make trouble. Isn't it a bit too self-important? In midair, the leading Great Yuan Demon Country border demon spoke. Moga Great Demon, I'm not here to cause trouble to you this time. The Zuki Great Demon with a human body and a lion head sullenly said, you've heard that the bastards of the Kinkyu Demon Country have blocked the space portals between the Earth Realm and the human realm. Hearing this, the Great Demon Moga spat out the snake tongue in his mouth and said coldly, Great Demon Zuki, what do you want to do? Hearing this, the Great Demon Zuki raised his fist as big as a casserole and said, it's very simple, let's join forces. Okay. The Great Demon Moga nodded directly and agreed. Seeing that the Great Demon Moga agreed so readily, Zuki was stunned. He didn't use any of the persuasion he prepared. Finally, the Great Demon Zuki couldn't help but ask, why? Among the various forces in the Earth Realm, the Kinkyu Demon Kingdom is the strongest. In addition, the other party has even blocked the space portal, which is clearly not giving us a way to live. In this case, if we continue to fight, wouldn't it be courting death? Okay, the Great Demon Zuki nodded after hearing this explanation. Since you agree to join forces, let's meet the Red-Eyed Demon King of the Kinkyu Demon Kingdom together. Yes, that's what I mean. The Demon King Moga said in a sinister voice. The space portal between the Earth Realm and the human realm. More than 6,000 demon foxes from the Kinkyu Demon Nation set up camp in front of the space portal, completely enclosing the entire space portal in their camp. They didn't let anyone get through. In the commander's tent, after a period of time of constantly devouring world monsters, Kaitong, whose cultivation had reached the peak of the great monster level, was scratching his head and fidgeting. What's wrong? In the cave of the small tower, Chen Daoxuan saw Kaitong's appearance through his spiritual sense and frowned. Master, hearing Chen Daoxuan's voice, the great demon Kaitong immediately felt more confident. According to the information obtained by our scouts, the Lion Camel Demon Nation and the Great Yuan Demon Nation have formed a coalition and are flying towards our military camp. Isn't this a good thing? Why are you panicking? But, the great demon Kaitong held his breath. Master, your previous estimate of the strength of the two demon countries was wrong. The Lion Camel Demon Nation and the Great Yuan Demon Nation have more than 6,000 world monsters. According to the scouts report, they have nearly 10,000 world monsters in total. So many? Chen Daoxuan was slightly stunned. It seems that most of the boundary monsters in these two demon countries were killed by the fox monsters of Kinkyu Demon Country. The human cultivators in the major demon countries did not cause them to lose many boundary monsters. How many human cultivators are there now? Chen Daoxuan asked. There are still more than 5,000. Hearing this number, Chen Daoxuan could not help but remain silent. Compared with the boundary monsters, the human cultivators of the same level are indeed much worse. At least before the giant cultivation, the strength of human cultivators is difficult to match that of boundary monsters. You know, Kinkyu Demon Country has been looking for boundary monsters from Lion Camel Demon Country and Great Yuan Demon Country to fight. Under Kaitong's strict order, the fox monsters of Kinkyu Demon Country have hardly killed human cultivators. When they encounter human cultivators, at most they just rob the opponent's vitality essence. Even so, nearly half of the human cultivators were still lost. It is conceivable that, if Kinkyu Demon Country also attacks human cultivators with all its strength, how miserable the human cultivators' situation will be now. Thinking of this, Chen Daoxuan shook his head. Then, what about the GI Demon Country? The GI demon country has the least number of boundary monsters, and there are still more than 3,000 boundary monsters. Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan nodded. Among the 4 demon countries, the GI demon country is the weakest, and it is not much better than the human cultivators. In addition, Kaitong did not order the fox monsters to hold back against the GI demon country's boundary monsters. This led to the fact that the GI demon country has the least number of boundary monsters. Chen Daoxuan remembered that in a fight, Kaitong even killed the leader of the GI demon country. Their current leader was re-elected later. Don't pay attention to the human cultivators and the GI demon country's boundary monsters. If you only deal with the lion camel demon country and the great yuan demon country, how confident are you of winning? 50%. Kaitong paused. Of course, if I have the help of your master, I'm 100% confident. During this period, as Kaitong's cultivation became higher and higher, his strength became stronger and stronger. Chen Daoxuan helped it less and less. Chen Daoxuan would only take action if he encountered a hard bone that even Kaitong could not chew. However, with Kaitong's strength, the chances of encountering such a hard bone were few and far between. Ordinary purple mansion realm monsters usually ended in 2 rounds in its hands. After all, Kaitong's cultivation had reached the peak of the great monster level. In terms of cultivation alone, it was not much different from the Blood Prison Demon King and the King Demon King in the human realm. Of course, in terms of real strength, Kaitong was still far behind. In fact, Kaitong's strength was the same as that of the human cultivators in the Earth realm, which was forcibly improved and very weak. Although the realm monsters would become stronger and stronger as long as they continued to expand the source realm in their bodies. After reaching the purple mansion level, the realm monsters gradually could no longer rely on swallowing to expand their realms. Although the realm monsters could still improve their cultivation after they became great monsters and continued to swallow other creatures, they would never be able to break through and become the Demon King. If the great monster wanted to become the Demon King, it had to fill the source realm in its body with the laws of the Great Dao. Of course, compared with human cultivators, world monsters still have a lot of advantages. In addition to being able to comprehend the Great Dao on their own, they can also devour and refine the Great Dao laws left by other world monsters. But human cultivators can't do that. They must rely on their own comprehension. At most, human cultivators can only use some auxiliary means to help themselves comprehend the Great Dao. In general, the cultivation path of world monsters is destined to be full of killing during their cultivation. Either kill the enemy or be killed by the enemy. Since that's the case, what are you afraid of? Just let go and fight. I'll take care of everything. Hearing Chen Daoxuan's words, Kaitong was immediately excited. What he was waiting for was Chen Daoxuan's words. Kaitong knew that with the help of Chen Daoxuan, it was a half-step Demon King. Without Chen Daoxuan's help, it was really hard to say whether it could beat the 2 great demons Moga and Zuki. Especially the great demon Zuki. It is said that this is the younger brother of the Blood Prison Demon King. This great demon can defeat the great demon of the Lion Camel Demon Kingdom before breaking through to the great demon cultivation. It is even more perverted than the original Kaitong. Although Kaitong was called a great demon by the boundary demons of the GI demon country, he himself had never defeated any great demon. Only the most perverted boundary demons of the same level could possibly defeat an opponent across cultivation levels. This was the case with the Blood Prison Demon King, and so was his brother, the Blood Key Demon King. Just when Kaitong was very excited and was about to flatter Chen Daoxuan, Chen Daoxuan's expression became slightly solemn. His powerful spiritual sense allowed him to see the dark demon clouds flying towards the location of the space portal between the 2 worlds from 500 miles away. Interestingly, in addition to seeing the boundary demon coalition forces of the Lion Camel Demon Country and the Great Yuan Demon Country, Chen Daoxuan also saw the human cultivator coalition forces and the boundary demons of the GI Demon Country. Unexpectedly, these mortal enemies who would fight to the death when they met did not attack each other at this moment. Instead, they flew towards the location of the space portal in tacit understanding. They are coming. Chen Daoxuan said softly. Chapter 265. Great display of power. Red-eyed demon, get out. A voice resounded through the sky in front of the gate between the 2 realms. Hearing this voice, Hundreds of figures followed red-eyed, flew out of the tent, and stood in the air. Behind the hundreds of purple mansion demons, other fox demons from the Kinkyu demon kingdom lined up in neat teams, and flew out of the military camp in a mighty manner. After more than a month of fierce fighting, whether it was the cultivators of the human race or the realm demons from other major demon kingdoms, those who survived had at least reached the late stage of foundation building. Nearly 6,000 foundation building fox demons gathered together, and their might was also quite terrifying. Of course, compared to the foundation building fox demons, the blood-eyed demon and the moga demon cared more about the 317 purple mansion demons of the Kinkyu demon kingdom. Especially the leader of the Kinkyu demon kingdom, the red-eyed demon, who stood at the core position. At this moment, Kaitong looked at the great demon Zuki and the great demon Moga wantonly and arrogantly, and laughed. Great demon Zuki, great demon Moga, when did the lion demon kingdom and the great Yuan demon kingdom collude with each other? Are you afraid of my Kinkyu demon kingdom? Hearing this, the proud face of the great demon Zuki froze slightly. As the younger brother of the Blood Prison Demon King, the great demon Zuki has always regarded his elder brother as a goal to surpass. More importantly, it has the potential and qualifications to take the Blood Prison Demon King as a target. As an existence that has always swept the same level without an opponent, the great demon Zuki is undoubtedly proud. Although it was forced to join forces with the great Yuan Demon Kingdom due to the situation, it was actually unwilling in its heart. If it was alone at this moment, it would rather choose to break through alone than to choose to cooperate with the great Yuan Demon Kingdom. But it had no choice. It is now the leader of the group of demons in the Lion Demon Kingdom. Even if it doesn't consider itself, it has to consider its people. Not to mention that the result of their fight in the earth will affect the balance of power in the final fight for the law of the Great Dao. Therefore, it cannot lose. The great demon Moga did not have as many psychological burdens as the great demon Zuki. In its view, since the Kinkyu demon kingdom was the strongest, it was natural for them to join forces to fight the enemy. The great demon Moga stared at the great demon Chitung with his cold vertical pupils, and said in a sinister voice, "Great demon Chitung, there is no need to argue. Just get out of the way of the two worlds, and we can still consider letting you go. Let me go." Chitung was stunned, and then burst into laughter. In an instant, it stopped laughing, grinning and said, "The space portal between the earth and the human world is here. If you have the ability, come over. Looking for death? Stubborn." The great demon Zuki was completely enraged by Chitung's arrogant attitude, and rushed directly to the Kinkyu demon kingdom camp alone. "Great demon Zuki, you can't do that." The great demon Moga was shocked when he saw the great demon Zuki rushing to the enemy camp alone. There were more than 300 purple mansion monsters beside the red eye monster. Even if the blood key monster was stronger, the opponent had so many monsters of the same level, and each of them spitted, and the blood key monster was overwhelmed. Seeing that the blood key monster rushed straight towards it, the red eye pupils shrank slightly, and smiled. "Come on." Then he ordered his subordinates, "Don't move for now, let me meet him." "Yes, leader." Before the voice fell, the red eye also rushed towards the blood key monster alone. One-on-one. Seeing this scene, the blood key monster's eyes were red with excitement. In terms of strength, even if the Lion Camel Monster Kingdom and the Great Yuan Monster Kingdom were added, they might not be the opponent of the Kinkyu Monster Kingdom. There was no other reason. The Kinkyu Monster Kingdom had too many purple mansion monsters. The Lion Camel Monster Kingdom and the Great Yuan Monster Kingdom combined, there were only more than 200 purple mansion monsters. Although they had more foundation building monsters, the extra thousands of foundation building monsters could not offset the disadvantage brought by nearly 100 purple mansion monsters. Now that Kaitong is willing to fight it alone, it is undoubtedly the situation that Zuki and Emojaya are most willing to see. Sure enough, when Emojaya saw Kaitong's demon alone confronting Zuki, his dissuasion stopped abruptly. In its view, Zuki, as the younger brother of the Blood Prison Demon King, is not as strong as the Blood Prison Demon King, but compared with ordinary purple mansion demons, Zuki's strength is still much stronger, and it may not be impossible to fight Kaitong's demon. Source Realm Projection. Source Realm Projection. Suppress it. Before Kaitong and Zuki met, the Source Realm Projection directly suppressed each other. In the sky, the Source Realm projections of the two demons squeezed and collided crazily, and the air was rumbled. Other world demons felt the terrifying power emanating from the two and left this place one after another, making way for Kaitong and Zuki. Boom. After a long time, the red-eyed demon and the blood demon saw that their source world projections could not do anything to each other, so they simply collided with each other and fought in close combat. Compared with human cultivators, the fighting style of world demons, especially low-level world demons, is very simple. Basically, there are two tricks. The source world projection suppresses the enemy's strength, and then close combat. Although these two tricks are simple, ordinary human foundation building cultivators are completely powerless when encountering world demons of the same level. Under the suppression of the source world projection, many of the flying swords and magic tools of the foundation building cultivators cannot even exert half of their power. Especially in large-scale battles, these world demons can also merge each other's source world projections to create a more terrifying suppression effect. Although human cultivators can also form a formation to fight, they are still inferior to the fusion of source world projections. In this way, human cultivators are even less of a match for world demons. This is also the reason why the human race lost nearly 5,000 foundation building cultivators, even though Chen Daoxuan asked the boundary demons of Qingqiu Demon Country to let the human cultivators go. As the two great demons in the sky fought, the boundary demons and human cultivators watching on the scene had blurred vision and could not see clearly. As for using divine sense to explore, it was even more impossible. In the sky, violent energy was gushing out, and the space was torn into dark cracks like a rag. Any cultivator present who probed with divine sense would be twisted into nothingness. Just when the red-eyed demon and the blood key demon were in a stalemate, in the small tower, carried by the red-eyed demon, Chen Daoxuan opened his eyes, and a stream of light rushed out of the cave of the small tower at a speed faster than thunder, and fixed the figure of the blood key demon. It was the first magical power that Chen Daoxuan practiced, the soul-fixing divine light. With the vastness of Chen Daoxuan's sea of divine light now being 500 miles, the power of his soul-fixing divine light has also increased. He had experimented before with the cultivation of Kaitong's Purple Palace Peak. Being fixed by his soul-fixing divine light, he could not move for at least 10 breaths. 10 breaths of immobility. What does it mean to an opponent of the same level? Kaitong Great Demon witnessed this scene. Seeing that Zuki Great Demon's figure paused, the Kaitong Great Demon, who was familiar with Chen Daoxuan's magical powers, could not help but see that it was the master who took action. Seeing this, the Kaitong Demon claws showed a deep blood light. Die. The terrifying blood claws tore through the space and pierced through the chest of Zuki Great Demon. Wow! A violently beating heart was dug out by Kaitong. The other spectators who were watching the game were all stunned when they saw this change. Zuki Great Demon. In the distance, Moga Great Demon saw this change and immediately rushed towards Kaitong without caring about anything. It's not that Moga Great Demon really cares about Zuki Great Demon. Rather, the Blood Key Great Demon is their strongest fighting force. Once it is defeated by the Red-Eyed Great Demon, it will be difficult for another Great Demon to contain the Red-Eyed Great Demon in the next battle. At that time, the Lion Camel Demon Kingdom and the Great Yuan Demon Kingdom will either send a dozen or even dozens of Purple Mansion Great Demons to entangle the Red-Eyed Great Demon, or just watch the Red-Eyed Great Demon hunt their Purple Mansion Great Demons at will. The Great Demons of Qingqiu Demon Kingdom are already more than those of the Lion Camel and the Great Yuan Demon Kingdom. Now that the opponent has the top fighting force of the Red-Eyed Great Demon, the Moga Great Demon feels that there is no need to fight this battle anymore, and it is better to just admit defeat. Seeing Moga rushing towards it, Kaitong smiled cruelly, ready to completely end the life of the Blood Key Great Demon. Who knew that the Blood Key Great Demon's eyes flashed red, and then turned into a bloodlight, and instantly left the battle. Seeing the seriously injured Blood Key retreating at a rapid speed, the Red-Eyed Great Demon was slightly stunned. In the cave of the small tower, Chen Daoxuan also saw this change from Kaitong's vision through the Soul Seal. Soul Defense Magic Weapon. Chen Daoxuan frowned. He didn't expect that a small foundation building demon would actually have a soul defense magic weapon. Obviously, this great demon named Zuki has a very special status in the Lion Demon Country. At the beginning, he resisted the soul-fixing divine light of the true man Shenju, and the other party also thought that he had a soul defense magic weapon. Of course, to a certain extent, true man Shenju was not wrong. The golden scripture in Chen Daoxuan's Sea of Consciousness could indeed be regarded as a soul defense magic weapon, and it was of a very high grade. Seeing that the great demon Zuki had escaped, Moga speed soared again, catching the embarrassed figure of the great demon Zuki, and looking at the great demon with red pupils vigilantly, guarding against it continuing to chase. Damn it. Seeing that Zuki had escaped death in its hands, the great demon with red pupils was furious. Don't be impatient. Suddenly, the voice of Chen Daoxuan rang in the mind of the red-eyed demon. It has a soul defense magic weapon. It's normal that you can't kill it. Yes, master. Hearing Chen Daoxuan's comfort, the red-eyed demon calmed down. Looking at the blood key demon who escaped from it again, his eyes regained peace. At this moment, the blood key demon also stabilized his body with the help of the Moga demon. It was full of fear, and looked at the red-eyed demon with complicated eyes, saying, "Is this the innate magical power you awakened?" Hearing this, the red-eye sneered, "Humph, you are lucky." Seeing that the red-eyed demon acquiesced, the blood key demon nodded. "I admit that with this magical power, you do have the strength of a half-step demon king. We are not your opponent. If you have any conditions, please put forward them." Blood key. On the side, the Moga demon opened his mouth, and finally chose to remain silent. What the blood demon said was right. Although it could escape from the opponent's hands with its soul defense artifact, it did not mean that other demons could. With this innate magical power, the red-eyed demon could easily kill other purple mansion demons in seconds. If it continued to fight to the death with the King Kyu demon nation, it would not make much sense, except to seek death. Seeing the blood demon admit defeat, the red-eyed demon smiled and said, "Don't worry." After that, it swept its eyes towards the human cultivator camp. Jiang Qingyuan, who was in the lead, saw the red-eyed demon looking at him, and suddenly felt a terrifying pressure on him, causing his body to tremble slightly. Although the battle between the red-eyed demon and the blood demon ended quickly, as a purple mansion 9th level cultivator, he was one of the few cultivators in the human camp who saw the battle between the two demons clearly. Jiang Qingyuan found that he was far from being an opponent, whether compared with the red-eyed demon or the defeated blood demon. Even the defeated blood key great demon, if you count carefully, its strength can probably be compared with the top 50 purple mansion prodigy list. As for his strength as an ordinary purple mansion late stage, any of the two great demons can easily defeat him. Especially the red-eyed great demon, which can kill him instantly. He can see that this red-eyed great demon may not be as terrifying as the cultivators ranked at the top of the purple mansion prodigy list in terms of attack power. But the soul attack magical power displayed by the opponent at the end is a greater threat to ordinary purple mansion cultivators like them. Ask yourself, he does not have the means to resist the soul attack of the blood key great demon. Even though the blood key great demon has a soul defense magic weapon, it still suffered a claw from the red-eyed great demon. If the red-eyed great demon's attack power was not strong enough, this claw just now would have directly taken the blood key great demon's life instead of injuring it. The purple mansion level beings watching the battle from various forces all felt sympathetic after seeing the red-eyed great demon display his divine power. Who can resist such an opponent? Who dares to resist? Whoever resists will die. Although in theory, sending dozens of purple mansion monsters can entangle the red pupil monster, which purple mansion monster dares to go up and die first? Everyone comes to the true immortal origin realm to seek opportunities, not to die. Besides, the cultivators and world monsters who can survive to this day have basically gained a lot of improvement. At this time, it is the most important thing for them to walk out of the true immortal origin realm alive. As for the competition for the laws of the Great Way, the elite purple mansions of all parties in the human world should be more concerned, not these world monsters and cultivators who are building foundations. Thinking of this, Jiang Qingyuan lowered his posture and bowed his head and said, "I, the human cultivator, also admit defeat. Senior Red Eyes, please speak frankly if you have any instructions." It only glanced at the other party, and the Jiang family cultivator bowed his head and gave in. The red pupil monster felt very happy. The red-eyed demon nodded. It's very simple. Hand over all the essence of vitality in your hands. As he said that, the red-eyed demon looked at the Zuki demon and the Moga demon, as well as the trembling leader of the Polar Night Demon Kingdom. You too. Hand over all the essence of vitality in your hands, and I will let you go. Hearing this, the leader of the Polar Night Demon Kingdom said nothing, and immediately flew towards the red-eyed demon. After flying closer, it respectfully handed over a high-level storage bag seized from a human cultivator. Red-eyed Demon King, this is the essence of vitality seized and collected by my Polar Night Demon Kingdom. Please take a look. Seeing that the leader of the Polar Night Demon Kingdom was so polite, the red-eyed demon took the high-level storage bag, checked it, and nodded with satisfaction. Not bad. You are sensible. You can get out with your people. Hearing this, the leader of the Polar Night Demon Country's eyes lit up, and he immediately bowed, his face full of joy, and said, "Thank you, Red-Eyed Demon King. Thank you, Red-Eyed Demon King." Soon, the 3,000 world demons of the Polar Night Demon Country passed through the two-world space portal in a mighty manner, and disappeared in front of everyone. During this time, no world demons from the Kinkyu Demon Country stopped them. Seeing that the Red-Eyed Demon King was so trustworthy, the Great Demon Zuki and the Great Demon Moga were all moved, and Jiang Yuan was extremely entangled at this moment. For the world demons, the essence of vitality is not very useful, but for the human cultivators, the essence of vitality is a treasure that can quickly improve their cultivation. The world demons can easily hand over the essence of vitality, but his Jiang family cannot. Okay, just a mere essence of vitality, take it. Before Jiang Yuan could speak, the Great Demon Zuki agreed first. Seeing the Great Demon Zuki give in, Chitin grinned, turned his head to look at Jiang Yuan and said, "Human cultivator, what about you?" Chapter 266, Killing by Fraud. Seeing that all the boundary monsters of the three demon countries were looking at him, Jiang Yuan felt that he was under unprecedented pressure. He couldn't help but look at Ji Yangxiang beside him and said, "Brother Ji." Ji Yangxiang understood what he meant and said in a deep voice, "Brother Jiang, you are the boss." Ji Yangxiang also saw the situation in front of him. The Lion Demon Country and the Great Yuan Demon Country were willing to surrender. With only the human cultivators, they could not be the opponents of the fox monsters of the Kinkyu Demon Country. The scene that Jiang Yuan thought of, the Lion Demon Country and the Great Yuan Demon Country fighting the Kinkyu Demon Country, did not appear. Yes, the boundary monsters of these two demon countries are not stupid. Their combined strength is not as good as that of the Kinkyu Demon Country. If they go to fight hard, wouldn't it be courting death? Okay. Jiang Yuan's eyes flickered. I agree. Seeing Jiang Yuan surrender, the red-eyed monster laughed. It was happy to complete the master's order, and felt happy to be the best at this moment. But, I also have a condition. Jiang Yuan said hurriedly, while the red-eyed monster was laughing. You say, I can give you the essence of vitality to your Kinkyu Demon Country, but you have to let us go first. I'm afraid you won't keep your promise. Hearing this, Kaitong was overjoyed. He had just thought about how to let the human cultivators go first, but he didn't expect that the coward in front of him would bring it up first. Kaitong pretended to think, then sneered and looked at the Great Demon Zuki and the Great Demon Moga and said, "You two, since the human cultivators are afraid and want to go first, what do you two think?" Zuki covered his injured chest and said hoarsely, "We have no objection, as long as the human cultivators hand over all the essence of vitality. Brother Kaitong, human cultivators have always been cunning, so you should be careful. Our Kinkyu Demon Country has dealt with human cultivators much more than your Lion Camel Demon Country, so you don't have to worry about it, Brother Zuki." Hearing what the Great Demon Kaitong said, Zuki simply shut his mouth and stopped talking. "Human boy, hand over all your essence. I advise you not to play tricks." Jiang Yuan took a deep breath, took out a high-level storage bag, and flew towards the red-eyed monster alone. "Senior, all the essence of my human cultivators is here. Please take a look." Yes. Kaitong took the high-level storage bag that flew over, checked it, put it on his waist, looked at the other party, and said, "How do I know if you human cultivators have hidden essence?" Hearing this, Jiang Yuan's face flushed, and he said in a low voice, "Just now, The GI demon country presented the essence of essence, but I didn't see you being so difficult. Nonsense. Kaitong looked at Jiang Chen as if he was looking at a fool. The essence of essence has no effect on the GI demon country, but it's different for you human cultivators. The essence of essence is a treasure that can improve your cultivation. You human cultivators have every reason to hide it. Hearing this, Jiang Chen face trembled slightly. The red-eyed demon looked at him with interest. It's easy to let me let you go. First, let's fight. If you win, I'll let you go. Second, I heard that you human cultivators have a great oath. If you are willing to swear that you don't hide the essence of vitality, I can also let you go. How about these two conditions? I won't bully you, right? After hearing what the red pupil said, Jiang Chen heart sank suddenly. He didn't want to choose any of these two ways, because he did hide the essence of vitality. Jiang Chen saw that the boundary demon of the Polar Night Demon country just threw a storage bag casually and passed the test easily, so he also wanted to get away with it. He didn't expect this red-eyed demon to be so smart. Seeing the situation stagnant, the red-eyed demon was quite impatient. It waved its hand and said, "Human boy, are you going to choose or not? If you don't choose, I will choose for you." After saying that, it was about to take action. Jiang Chen was frightened by the red-eyed demon and immediately shouted in a hurry, "Wait a minute, senior." Then he sent a voice message to Ji Yangxiang behind him, "Brother Ji, hand it over." Alas. Ji Yangxiang sighed, "Forget it, forget it." After that, he flew towards Jiang Chen and the red-eyed demon. After a while, the red-eyed demon received the second high-level storage bag and saw the densely packed jade crystal bottles in this high-level storage bag. It knew that this was a special magic weapon used by human cultivators to store the essence of vitality. You human cultivators are really not honest. The red-eyed demon looked at Jiang Chen and Ji Yangxiang with unkind eyes and frightened them so much that their bodies trembled. Just when the two of them thought that the red-eyed demon was going to break his promise and choose to attack them, the red-eyed demon waved his hand and said, "Get out." The next moment, the two of them were as if they had been pardoned, and they all bowed and said goodbye. "Thank you, senior." After that, the two of them soon led more than 5,000 human cultivators through the gate. Just as more than 5,000 cultivators were about to pass through the passage, a beam of light flew quickly towards the space portal from the horizon. In the cave of the small tower, Chen Daoxuan recognized the origin of the light from the vision of the red-eyed monster through the soul seal. "This stinky boy." Seeing Chen Fusheng's anxious look, Chen Daoxuan smiled and shook his head. Beside the red-eyed monster, Jiayugu saw a human cultivator breaking through the gate and was about to order his people to capture him, but was stopped by the red-eyed monster. "Jiayugu, let him go. Don't make trouble." "Yes, leader." Hearing the order of the red-eyed monster, Jiayugu was startled and dared not move again. Soon, Chen Fusheng followed the large group of human cultivators and passed through the space portal. The moment before stepping into the space portal, Chen Fusheng looked back in the direction of the red-eyed monster, then turned his head in confusion and plunged into the space portal. This brat actually broke through the purple mansion. Through the eyes of Kaitong, Chen Daoxuan saw Chen Fusheng's little move. But he didn't expect that Chen Fusheng would choose to break through to the purple mansion period. Although it is not difficult for cultivators to break through to the purple mansion period with the essence of vitality. But before Chen Fusheng entered the true immortal origin realm, his cultivation was only at the initial stage of foundation building. At this moment, he broke through to the purple mansion, which was equivalent to a collapse of a major realm. This terrifying speed of improvement will inevitably cause his sword realm to fail to keep up with his cultivation. In fact, this is also the case. Chen Fusheng's sword realm has just reached the tangible realm. Not to mention breaking through to the third level of the star transformation realm, it is still a long way from the peak of the second level. This is the disadvantage of quickly improving cultivation. Cultivation can be quickly improved with the help of treasures such as the essence of vitality, but the realm of the Great Dao can only rely on oneself to comprehend little by little, and there is no shortcut at all. Even if the human cultivators finally win the Great Dao law, they can only play a role in assisting enlightenment. Seeing the withdrawal of the Polar Night Demon country and the human cultivators, The boundary demons of the Lion Camel Demon Country and the Great Yuan Demon Country completely relaxed. They could even let go of the weakest human cultivators in the GI Demon Country and Kinkyu Demon Country. There was no reason to fight them head on. Thinking of this, the Great Demon Moga looked at the Great Demon Zuki, who was holding his chest with a serious injury, and nodded. The Great Demon Zuki took a high-level storage bag from his waist and threw it over. Taking the storage bag, the Great Demon Moga flew towards the Great Demon Chitung. "This is our vitality essence. Can you let us go now?" As he said that, the Great Demon Moga stared at the Great Demon Chitung with his cold vertical pupils. "Don't worry," the Great Demon Chitung took the 2 high-level storage bags from the Great Demon Moga. "Let me take a look first." After checking the vitality essence in the storage bag, Chitung smiled and said, "There are so many vitality essences. It seems that you have killed a lot of human cultivators. This has nothing to do with you." The Great Demon Moga said coldly. "It really has nothing to do with me." Kaitong nodded. "So, go to hell." Before the Great Demon Moga could finish his words, a divine light burst out from the small tower on the Great Demon Moga's waist, directly fixing the Great Demon Moga in place. The Great Demon Moga did not have the magic weapon that the Great Demon Zuki had to defend his soul, so he stood there motionless. This time, the Great Demon Moga's attack was even more ruthless. He pounced on the Great Demon Moga's head with his 2 claws, and then twisted it off from his body. Although the Great Demon Moga's body had reached the realm of flesh and blood derivatives, there was no way to make flesh and blood derivatives after the head was twisted off. Not to mention that the Great Demon Moga then crushed the twisted head with 1 claw. Kill. After sneaking and killing the Great Demon Moga, the Great Demon Moga directly ordered his clansmen to kill the Great Yuan Demon Kingdom and the Lion Camel Demon Kingdom. For a moment, shouts of killing rang out at the space portal between the Earth realm and the human realm. When Zuki saw the Moga demon being killed, his eyes turned red. He roared, "Chitung, you despicable fellow, you never intended to let us go from the beginning. Now you know, it's too late." Chitung laughed disdainfully. But Zuki was seriously injured at the moment, not to mention competing with the Chitung demon. He couldn't even restrain the other party. He could only watch the Chitung demon kill his own purple mansion demons one by one, as if calling out their names. Seeing this scene, Zuki's eyes turned red. He knew that, if the fight continued, the people of the Lion Camel Demon Kingdom would have no choice but to be wiped out. He roared, "Breakthrough! Breakthrough! Want to break through?" The Chitung demon grinned, "You're just dreaming." After that, he gave up killing the enemy purple mansion demon that was trapped, and chose to block the space portal alone. The red-eyed demon raised his head, and looked at the more than 20 purple mansion demons from the Lion Demon Country flying towards him, and smiled. "You're here." The leader of the more than 20 purple mansion demons was the younger brother of the Blood Prison Demon King, the Blood Key Demon. As the saying goes, enemies are particularly jealous when they meet. At this moment, the Blood Key Demon saw the red-eyed demon and wanted to tear it alive. Without saying a word, he rushed directly towards Kaitong. Behind him, more than 20 purple mansion demons also rushed up together. Seeing this scene, Kaitong's playful expression on his face was restrained and became serious. Kaitong did not take a seriously injured Blood Key Demon seriously, but more than 20 purple mansion demons were different. Although these purple mansion demons were far from being its opponents in a one-on-one fight, if they attacked together, even it would feel a huge pressure. This was still based on the situation where Chen Daoxuan helped. If Chen Daoxuan did not help it, Kaitong would definitely turn around and run without saying a word. It was a joke. Do you really think it is a half-step Demon King? In terms of real strength, it is not even the opponent of the Zuki Demon King. Not to mention competing with more than 20 purple mansion demons. But with the help of Chen Daoxuan, the situation is different. I saw. The fastest one among the demons was fixed by a divine light shot out from the small tower before it got close to the red-eyed demon. Then it was torn off an arm by the red-eyed demon, and the blood stained the sky. But before Chitung killed it, a new purple mansion demon attacked Chitung. Facing the siege of more than 20 purple mansion demons, Chitung did not dare to resist, and could only drag and fight. This scene was also seen by the Zuki demon, and it yelled to the tribe, "Chitung's strength is not strong, it relies on that small tower." In fact, through the fight just now. Other purple mansion demons also saw the clues. When the red-eyed demon attacked, it would always shoot a divine light from the small tower on its waist to fix the demons in place. If it weren't for this small tower, the red-eyed demon would not be in danger, but would be surrounded and killed by the demons. Just when the Blood Key demon was about to kill the red-eyed demon in one go, the other purple mansion demons from the Kinkyu demon kingdom finally arrived. On the main battlefield, the purple mansion demons from the Lion Camel demon kingdom and the Great Yuan demon kingdom were originally fewer than those from the Kinkyu demon kingdom, and the Blood Key demon took away more than 20 elite purple mansion demons to break through. The high-level forces of the Lion Camel demon kingdom and the Great Yuan demon kingdom were even weaker. Facing the Kinkyu demon kingdom, which had almost twice as many high-level forces as their own, the coalition of the two demon countries only lasted less than a few dozen breaths before they could no longer hold on. Because the collapse of the situation was a chain reaction. At the beginning, it was still possible to hold out against 2-1, but once the purple mansion demons from the Lion Camel demon kingdom and the Great Yuan demon kingdom were killed, the purple mansion demons behind would face a 1-on-4 or even 1-on-6 situation. At this time, the situation collapsed so quickly that it was simply despairing. This is why the Zuki demon chose to break out at the first opportunity instead of fighting head-on. It knew that, if it fought head-on, the boundary demons of the two demon kingdoms would be wiped out. But the Zuki demon didn't want to die. Seeing the reinforcement from the Kinkyu demon kingdom coming, the Zuki demon's heart, which had just recovered, was pounding. He shouted through voice transmission, "Don't get entangled with chittering. Retreat. Retreat quickly. Want to run?" Seeing that the demons were no longer chasing it, Chittang was unwilling to do so and immediately chased after the demons. Soul-fixing divine light. The last purple mansion demon was caught up by it, and a soul-fixing divine light fixed it in place. Then the blood claws tore the other's body apart. Chittang grinned and continued to chase after the demons. After killing a purple mansion demon, the Chittang demon no longer took the risk of attacking, but used the soul-fixing divine light to interfere with the other party from a distance. Every time the soul-fixing divine light was used, a purple mansion demon was fixed. In order to prevent Kai Tong from taking the opportunity to kill the immobilized purple mansion demon, the other purple mansion demons had to stop to protect him. In this way, the pace of the Blood Key demon and his group was delayed. No, we can't go on like this. The Blood Key demon's heartbeat was like a drum. It looked at a trusted demon beside it and said in a voice transmission, "Let them cover the rear, we go." The hesitation in its trusted demon's eyes flashed. "Yes, leader." Soon, two streams of light broke away from the demons and went straight to the space portal. Kai Tong wanted to chase, but was stopped by other purple mansion demons. But it was not in a hurry, because Kai Tong had seen that Jiayugu was leading more than 50 purple mansion demons to surround the space portal. "Still want to run?" Kai Tong grinned. On the other side, the Blood Key demon saw this scene and was completely desperate. It regretted it very much at this moment. If it had not chased the Red Tong demon just now, but chose to break through directly, it might have succeeded in breaking through long ago. But it was blinded by anger and underestimated the power of the small tower magic weapon in Kai Tong's hand. The small tower magic weapon seemed to be able to continuously emit divine light that could determine a person's body shape. At the moment of life and death, the anger, unwillingness, and regret in the heart of the Zuki demon disappeared. Its eyes regained clarity again. The Zuki demon looked at his confidant beside him and said in a voice transmission, "Tell my brother to avenge me." And let him pay attention to the small tower magic weapon in Kai Tong's hand. "Master leader." The purple mansion demon beside him had not yet spoken. Only a ray of light was seen faintly blooming from Zuki. Jiayugu on the opposite side saw this scene and was immediately frightened. "Oh no, it's going to self-destruct its source world." Hearing this, the purple mansion demons blocking the space portal all turned into bads and beasts and scattered. Self-destructing the source world? Seeing that dozens of purple mansion demons in the Kinkyu demon kingdom were deceived, the Zuki demon laughed happily. It originally thought that it was doomed, but it didn't expect to survive. Jiayugu saw that the Zuki demon could even stop the self-destruction of the source world in time, and rushed towards the space portal again in annoyance. But they were still a step slower. Just before the Zuki demon stepped into the space portal, a divine light shot out and froze its body for a breath again. It was this breath. It was destined that it would never escape again. The purple mansion demon next to it watched Zuki being fixed in place. Just as it was about to turn around and take away the Zuki demon, several source world projections suppressed it. The purple mansion demon didn't dare to delay any longer and rushed into the space portal. At the moment when he stepped into the space portal, Jiayugu and other purple mansion demons rushed over. The two sides were less than a moment apart. If it had just chosen to turn around to save the Zuki demon, it would definitely be kept together. Master Jiayugu, one ran away. Do you need to tell me? Don't I have eyes? Jiayugu said unhappily. After saying that, it waved its hand, and the demons surrounded the recovered Zuki demon in the center again. Facing more than 50 purple mansion demons, the recovered Zuki demon smiled bitterly. Boom. A ray of light comparable to the scorching sun bloomed on the battlefield. Self-destruction of the source world. The fox demons of the other Kinkyu demon countries had long been prepared for this move, so no fox demon was injured by it. Seeing the self-destruction of the Zuki demon, the red-eyed demon who rushed over waved his hand and said to Jiayugu in a cold tone, "Go and kill them all." Jiayugu, who knew that he had just let an enemy run away out of fear of death, felt sympathetic and quickly bowed and said, "Yes, leader." With more than 50 purple mansion demons joining the battlefield, the lion camel demon country and the great yuan demon country were defeated even faster. Especially since the leaders of the two demon countries were all killed. There was no leader and the strength was not good, and soon there was a one-sided massacre on the battlefield. First, the purple mansion demons were killed, and then the demons of the foundation building world were massacred. As this gluttonous feast ended, Chen Daoxuan discovered that, although the number of fox demons in Kinkyu demon country decreased by more than 2,000, but the number of purple mansion demons reached more than 700, an increase of more than 400. He knew that these more than 400 newly promoted purple mansion demons all stepped on the corpses of the boundary demons of the lion demon country and the great yuan demon country. If it weren't for the killing and devouring of nearly 10,000 boundary demons from the two demon countries, it would be impossible to give birth to more than 400 purple mansion demons. Seeing this power under his command, Chen Daoxuan couldn't help but sigh. Am I now considered the sixth force in the true immortal origin realm? Originally, the four major demon countries in the human world plus the human cultivators, a total of 5 forces. But Chen Daoxuan felt that with this group of boundary demons under his command, plus himself, I'm afraid they are no weaker than the other 5 major forces. After cleaning up the battlefield, Chen Daoxuan followed the red-eyed demon's gaze and glanced at the portal between the two worlds and ordered, "Let's go to the human world." "Yes, Master." Chapter 267 Axmark. Following the order of the red-eyed demon, the fox demons of the Kinkyu demon kingdom entered the space portal in an orderly manner. The world spun around. When the red-eyed demon regained consciousness, the scene of the human world appeared in front of the demons. Seeing the scene in front of him, the red-eyed demon seemed a little bit unbelievable. Compared with the Earth world, this human world seemed even more desolate. Flying to a high altitude and looking down, a huge canyon appeared in front of the demons. This canyon was like a knife and an axe, as if there was really a terrifying existence that split a terrifying rift in the land of this realm that was unknown how many miles long, hundreds of miles wide, and bottomless. As soon as they entered the human world, this large canyon that looked like an axe mark stretched across the demons, causing them to feel a deep shock in their souls. Could this really be a canyon split by some powerful person with his own great power? In the cave of the small tower, Chen Daoxuan, who saw this scene through the red-eyed demon's eyes, couldn't help but think secretly. The reason why Chen Daoxuan thought so was because the golden scripture in his sea of consciousness sensed a huge attraction coming from the bottom of the canyon, which was so deep that he didn't know how many miles deep. Chen Daoxuan was very familiar with this attraction. It was exactly the same as the desire of the golden scripture for the chaotic energy, but compared with the chaotic energy absorbed by the golden scripture before, this desire was stronger. Chen Daoxuan was also familiar with this enhanced attraction. The golden scripture in his sea of consciousness had different degrees of desire for the chaotic energy in different world source beads. Compared with the chaotic energy in the foundation building level world source beads, the golden scripture preferred the chaotic energy in the purple mansion level world source beads. In the final analysis, the true immortal source realm where they were was also an unformed world source bead. Once the world of the true immortal source realm returned to the abyss and turned into chaos, this world would collapse into a small bead of the same size as other world source beads. At the bottom of this canyon, it was returning to the abyss bit by bit at this moment, and the chaotic energy was born. However, due to the existence of the law of the Great Way, the speed of this return to the abyss was very slow. It can be imagined that once everyone takes away the great laws of the true immortal origin realm, this world will collapse at an unknown speed of tens of thousands of times before. In other words, Chen Daoxuan was fortunate enough to witness the destruction of a small world. Let's go. Yes, master. Hearing Chen Daoxuan's order, the red-eyed demon naturally did not dare to disobey, and immediately ordered the fox demons of the Kinkyu Demon Kingdom to fly along the top of the Grand Canyon. Compared with the Earth Realm, the human realm is more desolate. The Earth Realm still has oases, but the human realm is barren and there is no breath of life at all. In other words, the demons can survive in this world by relying on their high cultivation. If a mortal came here, he would not survive for more than a day. Seeing this scene, Chen Daoxuan became more and more certain that this canyon was destroyed by humans. It was this shocking blow that completely destroyed this true immortal origin realm and completely destroyed it. What kind of existence can split the land of tens of thousands of miles with one blow? Chen Daoxuan murmured. He had just let the red-eyed demon try it. The space in the human world is much more stable than the Earth world. With the attack power of the red-eyed monster, it can only cause a slight ripple in the space. It is impossible to tear the space at will like in the Earth world. To tear the space here, Chen Daoxuan estimated that at least he must have the attack power of a giant and cultivator. Of course, this is just Chen Daoxuan's guess. After all, he has never tried it. The human world. On the top of a mountain at one end of the Grand Canyon, the human cultivator who first passed through the space portal finally found the camp of the human cultivator in the human world through communication with the purple mansion cultivator of this world. The camp of the human cultivator is located at one end of the Grand Canyon, and it is separated from the camp of the world monster by a canyon abyss hundreds of miles wide. The distance of hundreds of miles, and the bottomless canyon abyss, is naturally an insurmountable natural chasm for mortals, but for the purple mansion level cultivators and the world monsters, it is just a distance of dozens of breaths of light. At this distance, it can be said that the two sides almost built their camps together. It is conceivable that during this period of time, the human cultivators in this world and the world monsters of the major monster countries have fought fiercely. The entire human camp was wrapped in a 4th level formation. In order to maintain the consumption of this 4th level defense formation, the human cultivators specially built a 4th level spiritual vein. Although it was a waste of hundreds of millions of spiritual stones and other more precious treasures to quickly produce a 4th level spiritual vein here, the human cultivators had no choice. The spiritual energy in this world is even more scarce than the Earth realm, so everyone had to resort to this last resort. After all, in addition to the consumption of spiritual energy, to maintain the 4th level defense formation, the human cultivators also need to consume spiritual energy to restore their mana. The little spiritual energy in the spiritual stone is not enough for the purple mansion cultivators to consume. In the human cultivator camp, a beam of light flew towards a simple cave. In the cave, Fairy Kaiyao, who was dressed in a green shirt, with long hair hanging down to her shoulders, and sitting cross-legged to regulate her breath, opened her eyes, as if she had sensed something. She grasped the immortal sword between her knees, stood up, and walked out of the cave. Just as she walked out of the cave, the light of escape fell, and the person who came was none other than Zhao Mubei, who was ranked 9th on the Purple Mansion Xianjiao list. Young sect master. Zhao Mubei bowed to Kaiyao. Kaiyao nodded with a cold face and said, "Fellow Daoist Zhao, what's the matter?" Through this period of time, Zhao Mubei roughly knew the temperament of the young sect master of Kaiyao and Sword Sect, and didn't care about her cold attitude. Zhao Mubei continued, the cultivators from the Earth realm are here. Oh. Upon hearing this news, Fairy Kaiyeo's woolly eyebrows moved slightly, and a hint of joy flashed across her pretty face. Ever since the three major demon countries of Lion Camel, Great Yuan, and King Qiu decided to join forces to eliminate the weakest GI demon country in the human cultivators, the hidden trump card of Fairy Kaiyao, the Carnean Sword Sect, was completely exposed. In this elimination process, the boundary monsters of GI demon country were the first to be destroyed. A full 1,000 purple mansion monsters were quickly killed by the world monsters led by the two monster kings, Blood Prison and King. But when they continued to fight against the human cultivators, they found that they had hit a wall. Unlike the weak human cultivators in the Earth realm, the purple mansion monsters in the human realm were simply too powerful. Especially the first on the purple mansion Xiangjiao list, Fairy Kaiyao. With her own strength, she suppressed the two monster kings, Blood Prison and King. If it weren't for the fact that the number of purple mansion monsters in the three monster kingdoms was more than twice that of the human cultivators, Fairy Kaiyao, who had burst out with all her strength, might have wiped out the two monster kings, Blood Prison and King. But no matter how strong Fairy Kaiyao was, she was only one person after all. Apart from her, the other purple mansion monsters of the human race were no match for the purple mansion monsters. In desperation, the human cultivators had to defend in formation. In addition, the three monster kingdoms were not of one mind, and they could not concentrate all their strength to attack the camp of the human cultivators. This led to a stalemate between the two sides. Now, the only way for the human cultivators to break the deadlock is for Fairy Kaiyao to break through the Chindun stage. But at this time, her strength has been exposed, and it is almost impossible for her to break through the Chindun stage. Because after breaking through the Chindun, Fairy Kaiyao still faces the difficulty of the Chindun Thunder Tribulation. The Blood Hell Demon King and the King Demon King, who are always watching her, will not give her this opportunity to successfully pass the tribulation. This is also the reason why the two demon kings deliberately built their camps at the entrance of the human camp. They know in their hearts that once Fairy Kaiyao successfully breaks through to the Chindun stage, the major demon countries basically don't have to fight. A purple mansion cultivator who has not yet broken through the Chindun stage can suppress the two demon kings. If Fairy Kaiyao breaks through, will they still have a way to survive? Now, whether it is the boundary demon side or the human cultivator side, they urgently need external forces to break the balance of power between the two sides. The boundary demons and cultivators of the earth are regarded as their own hope by both sides. The joy in Fairy Kaiyao's eyes flashed away. How many people among the earth realm cultivators have broken through to the purple mansion stage? And how much vitality essence have they brought back? Faced with Fairy Kaiyao's questioning, Zhao Mubei was a little embarrassed. He bowed and said, "Young sect master, you should go and see it yourself." Seeing Zhao Mubei's face with a strange color, Kaiyao gradually had a bad premonition in her heart. Let's go. She didn't waste any words, and immediately rolled up Zhao Mubei with the escape light, and flew towards the center of the camp. With the arrival of more than 5,000 human cultivators led by Jiang Chen, the originally deserted human camp suddenly became lively. But Fairy Kaiyao's face was not good when she saw Jiang Chen and others, because she found that there were a total of 10,000 foundation building cultivators, but only less than 300 purple mansion cultivators were born. This ratio was really disappointing to her. You know, the earth realm has treasures such as vitality essence, and the foundation building cultivators in the earth realm are basically late stage foundation building cultivators. Logically speaking, these foundation building cultivators should be able to break through to the purple mansion stage with less than a whole bottle of jade crystal bottle of vitality essence. But now Fairy Kaiyao moved and instantly appeared in front of Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen raised his head and saw Fairy Kaiyao. His face suddenly changed. He immediately lowered his head and said respectfully, "Meet the young sect master. I ask you, why are there only so many of you who have been promoted to the purple mansion stage?" Hearing this question, Jiang Chen face suddenly became ugly. As the leader of the human cultivators in the earth realm, Jiang Chen was as glorious as he was now. Seeing him hesitating and unable to speak, Jiang Chen the Taoist of the Jiang family, frowned and scolded, "Young sect master, just speak frankly in person." As he said that, he also gave Jiang Chenyuan a look. Seeing that his clan brother spoke for him, Jiang Chenyuan returned a grateful look, took a deep breath, and told everything that happened in the Earth realm. The demon camp. The only purple mansion demon from the Lion Demon Nation that escaped to the human world, pushed the escape light to the extreme along the way. Finally, the Lion Demon Nation's camp in the human world was found. With the Blood Prison Demon King, the Lion Demon Nation in the human world occupies a dominant position among the major demon nations. What did you say? A demon king with a height of nearly 10 feet, a majestic body, a human body and a lion face, looked at the purple mansion demon kneeling on the ground with red eyes. "My brother Zuki is dead." It walked forward step by step and stepped on the purple mansion demon kneeling on the ground. "It's dead. Why are you, a waste, still alive? Tell me." Facing the furious Blood Prison Demon King, the purple mansion demon trembled all over and couldn't speak. Just when the Blood Prison Demon King was furious and was about to step on the other to death, the King Demon King of the Great Yuan Demon Kingdom held the Blood Prison Demon King's shoulder and stopped him, saying, "Blood Prison, calm down. My brother is dead, and you want me to calm down? How can you ask me to calm down?" The Blood Prison Demon King stared at the King Demon King with his red eyes. The King Demon King did not give in at all. He looked at the Blood Prison Demon King with his cold vertical pupils and said, "Now our biggest opponent is a human cultivators. Any purple mansion great demon is a wait for our victory. I think you don't want to die in the hands of that woman in the end, right?" Hearing the King Demon King mention Fairy Kaiyao, the Blood Prison Demon King gradually calmed down. Indeed, if it wants to fight for the laws of the Great Dao, it must survive the battle with the human cultivators. And Fairy Kaiyao is the only person in this world who can bring it a death threat. If the three major demon kingdoms had not united, the number of Purple Mansion great demons would far exceed the Purple Mansion cultivators of the human race. Now they might have been killed by Fairy Kaiyao's fairy sword. Thinking of this, it turned its head to look at the leader of the Kinkyu Demon Kingdom in this world, and said in a low voice, "Kailing, your Kinkyu Demon Kingdom must give me an explanation. This Purple Mansion demon called Kailing by the Blood Prison Demon King is a slender fox demon." Hearing the question of the Blood Prison Demon King, the Kailing demon laughed crisply. "Blood Prison Demon King, your clansmen in your territory and the Great Yuan Demon Kingdom combined cannot beat my Kinkyu Demon Kingdom. Can this be blamed on my Kinkyu Demon Kingdom? I don't know what explanation the Demon King wants. Do you want me to pay you with my life?" As it said, its snow white tail behind it swayed gently. The Blood Prison Demon King felt that his blood was surging, and an unstoppable violence and desire surged in his heart. "Enough, Kailing," the King Demon King said coldly, "put away your charm magic." "Humph, boring." Kailing snorted lightly, and did not dare to do too much, and immediately put away its charm magic. Kailing knew that her charm method was somewhat effective against the Blood Prison Demon King, but it was useless against the cold-blooded creature King Demon King. Blood Prison, Kailing is right. The situation in the Earth realm is different from ours. The major demon kingdoms fight each other, and the victory or defeat depends on their own abilities. There is nothing to say. Fortunately, that Kaitong is not bad. He did not leave his vitality essence to the human cultivators, otherwise we would be in big trouble. Hearing this, the Blood Prison Demon King looked at the King Demon King coldly, then glanced at Kailing, picked up the kneeling green lion spirit, and flew out of the cave. Seeing the Blood Prison Demon King flying away, the King Demon King looked at Kailing deeply, said nothing, and chose to leave. According to the Purple Mansion Great Demon of the Lion Camel Kingdom who escaped, the Kinkyu Demon Kingdom in the Earth Realm not only gave birth to a half-step Demon King, but also gave birth to a large number of Purple Mansion Fox Demons. In this way, the Kinkyu Demon Kingdom is no longer the weakest of the three major Demon Kingdoms, and they may be the strongest. Thinking of this, the Demon King was in a very complicated mood. This time, they came to the true immortal origin realm to compete for the Great Dao Law. Before the demons entered the heaven realm, they had already encountered so many twists and turns, which really made them feel tired. On the other side, the Demon King of Blood Prison had a gloomy face, holding the Purple Mansion demon that escaped from the Earth realm in his hand, and flew all the way to his cave. Plop. In the cave of the Demon King of Blood Prison. He threw the purple mansion demon on the ground with one hand, looked down at it, and said, "Tell me, what did my brother say before he died?" "Yes. There was an explanation." The purple mansion demon said tremblingly, "Lord Zuki asked you to avenge him, and it asked you to be careful of the small tower in Shitting's hand." "The small tower in Shitting's hand?" The Demon King of Blood Prison frowned. "Yes." Immediately, the purple mansion demon told everything, how Chitin killed people with the small tower in his hand. "You mean, Kai Tong's own strength is not strong, it is so powerful, because of the small tower in its hand?" "That's right." The purple mansion great demon nodded. The blood hell demon king frowned, thinking, "My brother's cultivation has reached the peak of the great demon, and his soul strength is almost as strong as mine. In addition, he has a soul defense magic weapon, but he was actually frozen for a moment by Kai Tong's small tower magic weapon. This small tower is really terrifying." For a moment, the blood hell demon king's mind moved secretly, and he thought of a great idea to break the deadlock. Chapter 268, Enlightenment Stardust Mutation. Human world. Above the canyon abyss. More than 4,000 fox demons from Kinkyu demon country, riding on the light of escape, flew towards the demon camp. Kai Tong. In the cave of the small tower, Chen Daoxuan's voice was transmitted to the mind of the Kai Tong great demon through the soul seal. "Master." The Kai Tong great demon responded respectfully. "You just said that the leader of your Kinkyu demon country in this world is from the same main vein as you?" "Yes." The Kai Tong great demon nodded. "In addition to the royal bloodline of the king, my Kinkyu demon country also has 3 main veins. These 3 main veins were established by the bloodline descendants left by the other 3 demon lords. The main vein where Kai Ling and I are located was opened up by the Kai Ling Lin demon lord, one of the 3 demon lords of Kinkyu demon country." Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan smiled faintly and said, "So, you and Kai Ling are distant relatives?" "Distant relatives?" Kai Tong was slightly stunned, and then understood what Chen Daoxuan wanted to express. With a strange look on his face, he said, "According to the master, your human race, it can be counted this way." After making a joke, Chen Daoxuan pondered and said, "Although the situation in the human world is unclear now, no matter what, the power in our hands is definitely a new force. No matter which side we join, we can instantly change the situation in the human world." Hearing this, Kai Tong was shocked. "Master, you won't directly seek cooperation from human cultivators, right?" Kai Tong felt sympathetic. Although it currently has the highest prestige among all the monsters, as long as it dares to propose cooperation with human cultivators, a large group of purple mansion monsters will immediately stand up to oppose it. Because the Kinkyu monster kingdom is different from the other 3 monster kingdoms. The Weiyang Immortal City and its surrounding acropolis built by the monk Wanxinghe at the entrance of the Taizhou passageway occupied a large area of the Kinkyu monster kingdom. Over the past 100 years, the 2 sides have fought countless battles around Weiyang Immortal City. It can be said that the human cultivators and the Kinkyu demon kingdom have a deep grudge. If Kai Tong proposed to cooperate with the human cultivators, it would inevitably be opposed by other tribesmen. After all, Kai Tong is just a temporary leader. It can have the current prestige by leading the tribe to victory in battle. If it dares to cooperate with the human cultivators, this fragile prestige will collapse in an instant. By then, Kai Tong, who has lost more than 700 purple mansion demons, will be nothing. Chen Daoxuan heard the concerns in Kai Tong's words, and he smiled and said, "What are you thinking about?" Of course, it is impossible to cooperate directly with the human cultivators. However, as a new force, we can first muddy the waters of the human world. Muddy the waters? Kai Tong was a little confused. "Listen to me," Chen Daoxuan explained in Kai Tong's ear. Kai Tong listened to Chen Daoxuan's explanation, and his eyes gradually changed from doubt to brighter and brighter, and finally he wanted to clap his legs and applaud. It suddenly felt that the evaluation of the cunning and insidiousness of the human cultivators in the tribe was completely underestimated. After explaining to Kai Tong, Chen Daoxuan concentrated on his own affairs. In the cave of the small tower, outside the thatched house in the valley, Chen Daoxuan's eyes passed through the shabby doorframe of the thatched house, looking at the densely packed countless boundary source beads outside the thatched house, and his heart gradually became hot. Compared with the essence of vitality in several high-level storage bags, the boundary source beads outside the thatched house are what really excite Chen Daoxuan. That is, in the special environment of the true immortal source realm. In normal times, Chen Daoxuan would never have the opportunity to slaughter the boundary monsters of the major monster countries so wantonly. Even if he really has the strength to do so, the 4 major monster countries may have to unite to launch a war against Huiyang Immortal City, to force Kanyu and Sword Sect to hand over Chen Daoxuan. I'm afraid this opportunity will only come once. Chen Daoxuan muttered as he looked at the densely packed boundary source beads in the thatched hut. His divine sense swept over the flat ground outside the thatched hut, and there were a total of 7,846 boundary source beads placed on it, of which there were 213 purple mansion level boundary source beads, and the rest were all foundation building level boundary source beads. Logically speaking, in the earthly realm, the fox demons of Kinkyu Demon Country had slaughtered far more boundary demons than this number. However, a considerable portion of these killed boundary demons were devoured by the boundary demons of Kinkyu Demon Country. Otherwise the number of purple mansion demons in Kinkyu Demon Country would not have reached more than 700. Let's start. Chen Daoxuan took a deep breath, threw away the distracting thoughts in his mind, and his magic power surged out, rolling up all the boundary source beads outside the thatched hut. The next moment, the densely packed boundary source beads, under the control of Chen Daoxuan's magic power, all floated up. Next, the grey chaotic energy in each of the boundary source beads all rushed towards Chen Daoxuan. In Chen Daoxuan's mind, the golden scripture trembled slightly, as if cheering. All along, the golden scripture in Chen Daoxuan's sea of consciousness was majestic and steady, without any abnormal movement. But this time, the golden scripture in his sea of consciousness finally had a different change. However, this change did not last long. As a large amount of chaotic energy was swallowed by the golden scripture returned to its majestic and motionless posture. Really aloof. Chen Daoxuan shook his head helplessly when he saw this scene. In the thatched hut, the endless chaotic energy almost completely submerged Chen Daoxuan's figure. Only vaguely, in the grey atmosphere, a human figure could be seen sitting cross-legged. It was strange. So much chaotic energy did not cause any harm to Chen Daoxuan. After all, although the chaotic energy has the effect of expanding the cave world, for ordinary cultivators, the harm of this thing is no less than the blood evil energy. If there is a large amount of contact, it may even cause the cultivator's body to collapse and return to the abyss. This is not a joke. But at this moment, Chen Daoxuan was not affected by the chaotic energy at all. Instead, he happily wandered in the center of the chaotic energy. His face showed the joy of a fetus in a cradle. As the golden scripture continued to absorb the chaotic energy, Chen Daoxuan's sea of consciousness gradually changed. At the beginning, the golden scripture was the same as usual, absorbing the chaotic energy while spitting out the enlightenment stardust. In Chen Daoxuan's sea of consciousness with a range of 500 miles, the enlightenment stardust was like a sky full of stars, filling the sea of divine light, looking mysterious and beautiful. But as the golden scripture continued to spew out enlightenment stardust, the enlightenment stardust in the sea of consciousness seemed to have reached a certain threshold. In other words, Chen Daoxuan's sea of consciousness was too small to hold so much enlightenment stardust. Seeing this scene, Chen Daoxuan's heart suddenly tightened. But the golden scripture in its sea of consciousness had no intention of stopping. It still devoured the chaotic energy like crazy and spit out the enlightenment stardust. Stop. Stop. Chen Daoxuan's face flushed. He kept issuing orders to the golden scripture, but since this old man occupied the position in the center of Chen Daoxuan's sea of consciousness, when has he ever listened to Chen Daoxuan's orders? Seeing that the golden scripture was still doing its own thing, Chen Daoxuan finally panicked. He looked at the countless enlightenment stardust in the sea of consciousness and immediately chose to control these enlightenment stardusts. Chen Daoxuan couldn't control the golden scripture, but he could still control the enlightenment stardust in his sea of consciousness. When he was in the first level of the Hongmeng Enlightenment scripture, he stored 1 enlightenment stardust every day. When he accumulated 10, these enlightenment stardusts would merge into 1. But Chen Daoxuan could control them, so that they would not merge together. Therefore, Chen Daoxuan still had some experience in how to control the enlightenment stardust. But the situation this time was a little different. There were too many enlightenment stardusts in his sea of consciousness. Chen Daoxuan didn't know whether there were 100,000, 1 million or even 10 million enlightenment stardust in his sea of consciousness. He didn't bother to count the number of enlightenment stardust because the golden scripture was still feeding back. Chen Daoxuan never thought that one day he would be troubled by too much enlightenment stardust in his sea of consciousness. If the enlightenment stardust is scattered over the sea of consciousness, it might burst the entire sea of consciousness, he thought as he looked at the increasing number of enlightenment stardust above the sea of consciousness. The only way now is to consume these enlightenment stardust. Chen Daoxuan thought of gathering the enlightenment stardust together. However, he had never done this before. Generally speaking, when 30 enlightenment stardusts merge into 1, they will turn into nothingness, and then Chen Daoxuan will enter the state of enlightenment with 30 times the enlightenment. So, what will happen if more than 30 enlightenment stardusts merge into 1? Chen Daoxuan thought to himself. Seeing more and more enlightenment stardusts above the sea of consciousness, Chen Daoxuan did not dare to neglect it. He immediately controlled the enlightenment stardust in the middle of the sea of consciousness and made them rotate. At the beginning, the 30 enlightenment stardusts in the middle were going to merge into 1. But how could Chen Daoxuan let them do so? He immediately forced another enlightenment stardust into the 30 enlightenment stardusts. This time, the 31 enlightenment stardusts collided with each other. The state of enlightenment that Chen Daoxuan expected did not appear. The 31 enlightenment stardusts did not merge and disappear, but completely gathered together to form an invisible sphere. At the moment, when this microsphere was formed, it seemed to emit infinite attraction, attracting all the enlightenment stardusts above the sea of consciousness. Soon, a magical scene appeared in Chen Daoxuan's sea of consciousness. The golden scripture was constantly absorbing the chaotic energy and feeding back enlightenment stardust. Not far from the golden scripture, there was a dark red planet that was attracting the enlightenment stardust swallowed and spit out by the golden scripture. As the dark red planet attracted these enlightenment stardust to its body, the red planet also grew a little bit. However, it grew very slowly. It was far less exaggerated than when the enlightenment stardust filled the sea of consciousness before. So, the density of this red planet has increased. Chen Daoxuan could only make this understanding, but what he was most concerned about now was whether his epiphany ability was still there. Don't waste his epiphany ability of the Hongmeng Enlightenment Sutra because of this self-rescue operation. If that were the case, Chen Daoxuan would probably even want to die. The biggest confidence for his rapid rise in the sea of 10,000 stars was the epiphany ability given to him by the Hongmeng Enlightenment Sutra. Without this ability, Chen Daoxuan would never have grown to this point today. Just as Chen Daoxuan was anxiously preparing to study the dark red planet transformed by the enlightenment stardust, the red-eyed demon not only led his tribe to the boundary demon camp, but also met the leader of the Kinkyu demon kingdom in the human world, Kailing. The boundary demon camp. Kailing led nearly 700 tribesmen and waited in the camp from a distance. Before Kaitong flew closer, Kailing led the 700 tribesmen to meet them. Brother, Kailing saw the Kaitong demon from a distance, and his eyes narrowed slightly. You have worked hard all the way. Kaitong heard this, looked at Kailing who was here to greet it, and nodded. For the sake of the king, this little hardship is nothing. Hearing this, Kailing looked at this junior who had never been taken seriously by it, and smiled. Well said, brother, let's go. My tribesmen and I have prepared a banquet to welcome you. We have heard about your prestige in the earth realm. After speaking, glancing at the purple mansion demon behind Kaitong, Kailing found that the purple mansion demons brought by Kaitong were slightly inferior to the purple mansion demons behind her in terms of cultivation. In terms of number, they were even more than the purple mansion demons behind her. In addition to more than 3,000 foundation building fox demons, this force should not be underestimated. The most important thing is that she and Kaitong are not only from the same demon country, but they are also the descendants of the Red Scale Demon Lord. With this relationship, it will be much easier to merge her forces with Kaitong's forces. Of course, although Kailing and Kaitong have this relationship, she will not be stupid enough to take away Kaitong's power right away. Kailing knows that after the fight in the Earth Realm, Kaitong's control over the group of Purple Mansion monsters under its command will definitely be very solid. The most important thing is that according to the Blue Lion spirit of the Lion Camel Demon Country who escaped to this world, Kaitong's own strength has reached the level of a half-step Demon King. You know, even Kailing's own strength has not reached the level of a half-step Demon King so far. In other words, in terms of strength, Kailing is even slightly inferior to Kaitong. Although Kailing doesn't know what kind of innate magical power Kaitong has awakened to improve his strength so much, for the Demon Clan, strength is everything. No matter how you get this strength. Hearing Kailing's praise, Kaitong also showed an expression of being flattered. Although its strength has soared to the peak of the Purple Mansion, its status in the Kinkyu Demon Country, especially in the lineage of the Red Phosphorus Demon Lord, is far below Kailing. If it weren't for its performance this time, Kailing, a proud of the Kinkyu Demon Country, would never deal with Kaitong. You are too polite, please. My brother has made such a great contribution, so I should go first. Kailing said with a sweet smile. I dare not, since that's the case. Let's go together. Okay. Kailing nodded, and then the two demons took the lead, and the fox demons under their command merged into one, and flew towards the boundary demon camp in a mighty manner. The camp of the Lion Camel Demon Country. The Blood Hell Demon King raised his head, and looked at the Kinkyu Demon Country fox demon with amazing momentum in the distance. His face was extremely gloomy. The new force brought by Kaitong is even more powerful than it imagined. Even if Kaitong himself does not have the strength of a half-step Demon King, but with the more than 700 Purple Mansion demons under his command, the Kinkyu Demon Kingdom is no longer something that either the Lion Demon Kingdom or the Great Yuan Demon Kingdom can contend with. Chapter 269, the third level of Hongmeng Enlightenment Sutra, the camp of the Kinkyu Demon Country. As Kailing said, Kaitong saw a banquet in the camp as soon as he entered the camp. Although the boundary demons practice the law of the source world and can go without food like human cultivators, the desire for food and drink is a desire that all sentient beings have. The boundary demons of the real demon world are no exception. Looking at the dazzling array of fine wines and delicacies on the banquet, Kaitong smiled and said, "My sister is thoughtful." Hearing this, Kailing imitated the human fairy, covering her mouth and laughing. What my sister has done is nothing compared to you, my brother. If you only heard her voice, you would think that the person speaking was a delicate beauty. But seeing Kailing's human body and fox head, it is estimated that ordinary people would vomit overnight meals. The two demons exchanged polite words and sat down. After a round of toasts, Kailing introduced the general situation of the human world to Kaitong. After listening to Kailing's introduction, Kaitong pondered and said, "So, what I did in the Earth Realm has offended the Lion Demon Kingdom and the Great Yuan Demon Kingdom." "That's true." Kailing nodded. "My cousin doesn't know that before you came to the camp, the Blood Prison Demon King was still clamoring to kill you to avenge his brother. It was my sister and the King Demon King who persuaded him to stop for the time being." "Oh." Kaitong heard this, and a trace of cruelty flashed in his demon pupils. He was not afraid of the name of the Blood Prison Demon King at all. In his view, although the Blood Prison Demon King is strong, his master Chen Daoxuan is even more powerful. With his master as a backer, Kaitong is not afraid at all. Besides, he has more than 700 Purple Mansion demons under his command. Even if the Blood Prison Demon King is strong, he has to think twice before he wants to cause trouble for Kaitong. HMPH. What about the Blood Hell Demon King? Let him come and trouble me. Let's see if my Kinkyu Demon Country is afraid of the Lion Demon Country. After saying that, Kaitong suddenly stood up, with murderous aura lingering all over his body. Along with his words, more than 700 Purple Mansion demons and more than 3,000 foundation building fox demons under his command all stood up, looking like they shared a common hatred for the enemy. After all, they were all participants in the killing of the border demons of the Lion Demon Country and the Great Yuan Demon Country. The Blood Hell Demon King was unwilling to let Kai Tong go, and it was impossible for him to let them go either. In this case, let's fight. Anyway, everyone is in high spirits now. Besides, the strength of their King Kyu Demon Country is not inferior to that of the Lion Demon Country, and it is even stronger. Seeing Kai Tong so excited, Kai Ling hurriedly said, "Good. My brother is worthy of being a hero who can lead his people to defeat the two demon countries. Come, sister toasts you." As he said that, Kai Ling picked up a jar of wine on the table and drank it all. Seeing this, Kai Tong also drank up a jar of wine. Bang! Kai Ling smashed the empty wine jar to the ground and laughed. "It's great." Kai Tong also laughed foolishly. Seeing Kai Tong's stubbornness, Kai Ling put away the smile on her face and persuaded her. But then again, at this moment in the human world, the biggest enemy of our King Kyu Demon Nation is not the Lion Demon Nation, nor the Great Yuan Demon Nation, but the human cultivators. Kai Ling sighed. The human female cultivator named Kai Yao is really too strong. Hearing this, Kai Tong wondered, are human cultivators really that strong? It was a little unbelievable. Although its master Chen Daoxuan was powerful, in Kai Tong's opinion, it was more due to the strange magical power that could determine a person's body shape. Kai Tong really didn't know how strong Chen Daoxuan was. However, since the master had this magical power to determine a person's body shape, it showed that, even if the master was not very good at attacking and defending, his strength was among the top few among the Purple Mansion cultivators. After all, even with its peak great demon cultivation, it could not resist this magical power that could fix a person's soul. Unless other great demons or Purple Mansion cultivators had special soul defense instruments or soul defense secrets, they would definitely not be able to withstand Chen Daoxuan's soul attack. Kai Ling didn't know what Kai Tong was thinking. When she heard Kai Tong's question, she said solemnly, "Really strong?" She paused. "Brother, I know you are strong, but you must not underestimate this human cultivator named Kai Yao. I saw with my own eyes that on the battlefield that day, the female cultivator named Kai Yao, alone, suppressed the Blood Prison Demon King and the King Demon King. If it weren't for our timely rescue, the Blood Prison Demon King and the King Demon King might have died there." Hiss. Hearing this, Kai Tong immediately took a breath of cold air. So powerful? Absolutely true. This time, Kai Tong was really scared. It swore that, if it saw this female cultivator named Kai Yao on the battlefield in the future, it would run as far as it could. After all, its so-called half-step Demon King strength is not real, but pretended. In terms of real strength, Kai Tong is not much stronger than the 700 Purple Mansion demons under Kai Ling. According to the human cultivators, Kai Tong's real strength is at most stronger than the average Purple Mansion late stage cultivator, but it is definitely not enough to be on the Purple Mansion Xianjiao list. This strength is a world of difference compared to Kai Yao. Kai Tong even thought that its master Chen Daoxuan's strength may not be comparable to this female cultivator named Kai Yao. Of course, this is just Kai Tong's guess. Kai Tong can't say how strong Chen Daoxuan is. Anyway, judging from Chen Daoxuan's moves in the Earth Realm, no matter how high the cultivation level of the realm demon he encountered is, as long as it does not reach the level of Demon King, Chen Daoxuan can freeze the opponent's body for about 10 breaths. You know, in a battle between cultivators of the same level, once the body is frozen and unable to move for 10 breaths, it is not much different from suicide. Unless the cultivator's body is so strong that the opponent can't stand there and you can't break the opponent's defense. But this situation often only occurs in cultivators who are one realm higher than you and are proficient in the way of body refining. It is basically impossible for cultivators of the same level to have this situation. There is another situation. That is, the cultivator has mastered the soul defense secret method or soul defense magic weapon, and can also resist Chen Daoxuan's soul fixing divine light to a certain extent. But both the soul defense secret method and the soul defense magic weapon are extremely rare. The soul defense secret method is relatively common. Big forces have this secret method more or less, but the conditions for cultivation are more stringent. Compared with the soul defense secret method, the soul defense magic weapon is actually precious. The soul defense magic weapon is different from the ordinary magic weapon used by cultivators. This magic weapon is like the soul of the cultivator. It is a special magic weapon that is invisible and intangible, and once it enters the body of the cultivator, it will merge with the soul of the cultivator and can never be taken out again. To some extent, it is more unique than the life weapon of the cultivator. This is also the reason why there is no trace of the soul defense magic weapon after the blood key demon exploded the source world, because it dissipated along with the soul of the blood key demon. Seeing Kai Tong silent, Kai Ling continued to persuade, so, for now, the stable cooperation between our three demon countries is the most important. Brother, what do you think? Kai Tong thought about it and nodded. What the clan sister said makes sense. Seeing Kai Tong so reasonable, Kai Ling laughed again. So I think, before the human cultivators are eliminated, the clan brother should try to have less contact with the blood prison demon king, so as not to stimulate it. So, hearing this, Kai Tong waved his hand and said carelessly, sister, just say what you want to say, there is no need to hide it. You and I have the same blood and origin. In this true immortal source world, I can't trust others, but I can trust you. Seeing Kai Tong's sincere words, Kai Ling couldn't help but be moved. She nodded. Since my cousin is so straightforward, I won't hold back. Originally, my cousin is stronger than me, so he should take over the position of leader of Kinkyu Demon Country. But for the cooperation of the three demon countries to proceed smoothly, please let me take over the position of leader temporarily. Haha, Kai Tong laughed. I thought it was nothing. Even if you didn't tell me, I would have given you the position of leader. In fact, I prefer to charge into battle, rather than command my people to fight. Hearing Kai Tong's words, Kai Ling was relieved. The conflict she imagined with Kai Tong did not happen. Kai Tong did not take advantage of his strong strength to seize the position of leader. In fact, Kai Ling was not greedy for the position of leader. At least 80% of what she said to Kai Tong just now came from her heart. If Kai Tong became the leader of Kinkyu Demon Country, the three demon countries would definitely not be able to cooperate. Not to mention, whether the Lion Camel Demon Country and the Great Yuan Demon Country were willing to continue to cooperate with Kinkyu Demon Country. Even if the other party is willing, the Kinkyu Demon Country will worry whether the two demon countries will attack them from behind. Without trust, the basis for cooperation will be gone. This is also the price that the Kinkyu Demon Country paid to become the strongest among the three demon countries at this time. After thinking about it, Kai Ling sent a message to Kai Tong. Brother, after successfully seizing the Dao Law this time, I will definitely take you to see the ancestor in person. The ancestor mentioned by Kai Ling is naturally the red scale demon lord who opened up her main vein. Hearing this test, Kai Tong immediately understood why Kai Ling insisted on taking over the position of leader, because the person she wanted to dedicate the Dao Law to was not the Lord of Kinkyu, but the Red Phosphorus Demon Lord. Thinking of this, Kai Tong's heart beat violently. Wow, it seems to have heard an incredible news. However, this seems to have little to do with it. Anyway, it has now become Chen Daoxuan's pet. How the top of the Kinkyu Demon Country changes, what does it have to do with it? Just when Kai Tong was about to make a few perfunctory remarks, Chen Daoxuan's voice suddenly came out in his mind. Promise her. Kai Tong heard this, and immediately changed the words that were about to come out of his mouth, and said in a voice transmission, don't worry, sister, I will definitely present the law of the Great Dao to the ancestor with you at that time. This sentence has already made his position naked. Sure enough, after hearing this, Kai Ling looked at Kai Tong with a different look. If the conversation between the two monsters just now revealed more of a sense of falsehood, Kai Ling's concern at this moment was much more real. Don't worry, brother, I will tell the ancestor about your feelings in person at that time. After a pause, she spoke normally again. Brother, since you have to avoid the Blood Prison Monster King and the King Monster King during this period, why don't I arrange for you to stay in the cave near the canyon abyss temporarily? Just let sister arrange it. Kai Tong followed suit. As the banquet progressed, the relationship between Kai Ling and Kai Tong became more and more familiar. A banquet lasted for several hours before it was declared over. Leave the banquet. Kai Tong, under the personal guidance of Kai Ling, came to the cave where he was staying temporarily. Brother, this is the cave where you are staying temporarily. The conditions here are relatively simple, so you have to make do with it. After taking a look at the cave, opened up on the cliff of the canyon, Kai Tong nodded with satisfaction. It's not bad here. Is the human cultivator camp opposite? Yes. Kai Ling followed Kai Tong's gaze. Outside the cave, there was a canyon abyss hundreds of miles wide. At the other end of the canyon, there was a transparent light curtain that covered the entire human camp. Kai Tong glanced at the human camp and showed a malicious smile. Okay, brother, you have worked hard all the way. Take a rest in the cave first. When we discuss the specific time to attack the human camp, I will come to notify you in person. After that, Kai Ling said goodbye and left. Kai Ling valued Kai Tong very much. After all, Kai Tong's strength was the closest to the Blood Prison Demon King and the King Demon King in the King Kyo Demon Kingdom. Even if he defeated the human cultivators, the three demon kingdoms will definitely turn against each other because of the law of the Great Dao. Everyone knows this. Watching Kai Ling leave, Kai Tong couldn't help asking, Master, why did you ask me to give up the position of leader just now? I didn't ask you to give up the position of leader, but my strength has improved again, and I need to retreat for a while. If you don't have my help, how can you fight for the position of leader? Chen Daoxuan smiled. Besides, if you fight with Kai Ling, the only ones who will benefit in the end are the Lion Camel Demon Kingdom and the Great Yuan Demon Kingdom. But, didn't you say you wanted to muddy the water? You also need bargaining chips to muddy the water. Chen Daoxuan shook his head. Your men and your strength are all your bargaining chips. Once your men are almost wiped out, what means do you have to interfere with the situation? Rely on your strength? Hearing this, Kai Tong immediately stopped. If it really relied on its strength, it would basically be over. Then you just ask me to promise Kai Ling to go to see the ancestor. You won't really let me go to see the Red Phosphorus Demon Lord after I go out, right? Kai Tong felt his heart pounding. Being an undercover agent for the Red Phosphorus Demon Lord, and also participating in the struggle for the top power in the Kinkyo Demon Kingdom, these things are really exciting to think about. Originally, Kai Tong thought that, after doing this job in the true Immortal Source realm, he would follow his master back to the family to retire. Unexpectedly, Chen Daoxuan had a more exciting order waiting for it. Although he was very scared, facing Chen Daoxuan's order, Kai Tong did not have any resistance at all. Seeing Kai Tong's cautious look, Chen Daoxuan smiled and said, "We'll talk about this later." Chen Daoxuan had not thought about letting Kai Tong go to the Kinkyo Demon Kingdom as a nail. But he felt that, if this matter was planned well, it was not impossible to do it. Anyway, the biggest loss is just losing a spiritual pet, which is not a big deal. Compared with this, Chen Daoxuan cares more about the fact that his Hongmeng Enlightenment Sutra seems to have broken through to the third level. Chapter 270 The Third Function. In the cave of the small pagoda, Chen Daoxuan sat upright in the thatched hut. His consciousness sank into the sea of consciousness. The sea of divine light was at the bottom of the sea of consciousness, and in the center of it was a golden scripture emitting a faint golden light. Next to the golden scripture was a dark red planet. As for the chaotic energy that escaped after the more than 7,000 world source beads were broken, it had been completely swallowed up by the golden scripture. Without the chaotic energy, the action of the golden scripture feeding back the enlightenment stardust also stopped. As before, it quietly floated in the center of the sea of consciousness, as if everything had nothing to do with it. Chen Daoxuan was no longer surprised by the attitude of this grandfather and ignored it. Instead, he turned to study the dark red planet next to the golden scripture. In the past, Chen Daoxuan's sea of consciousness had always stored enlightenment stardust, but this was the first time Chen Daoxuan had seen an enlightenment planet. How to use this thing really made Chen Daoxuan feel troubled at the beginning. Because in the past, each enlightenment stardust will attract each other. Chen Daoxuan's previous control over enlightenment stardust was more about preventing them from merging with each other. But this time, too much enlightenment stardust merged and turned directly into a dark red planet, which made Chen Daoxuan a little overwhelmed. And according to the nature of the golden scripture, from beginning to end, except for giving Chen Daoxuan a method of practicing Dingpo Shengyang when resisting the soul attack of the real person Shenju, it only gave him a Hongmeng Enlightenment Sutra at the beginning. In addition to these two methods, Chen Daoxuan never got any instructions on how to use it from the golden scripture. Strictly speaking, Enlightenment Stardust is both a product of Hongmeng Enlightenment Sutra and a product of Golden Scripture. When Chen Daoxuan silently recited Hongmeng Enlightenment Sutra every day, it could help Chen Daoxuan store an Enlightenment Stardust. It was precisely because of this function that Chen Daoxuan was able to rise in the resource-scarce Chen family of Xuanhu Island. But later, storing one Enlightenment Stardust every day gradually seemed to be a drop in the bucket for Chen Daoxuan's increasingly profound cultivation in Sword Realm. It was not until Chen Daoxuan discovered that the chaotic energy in the boundary source bead could be transformed into Enlightenment Stardust through the Golden Scripture that Chen Daoxuan's strength made great progress again. Chen Daoxuan knew that after the Golden Scripture swallowed the chaotic energy, it must have absorbed something beneficial to it. But as long as this grandfather could give him Enlightenment Stardust, Chen Daoxuan was too lazy to care about what it could get specifically. The main reason was that he couldn't care, even if he wanted to. In addition to protecting Chen Daoxuan's soul in times of crisis, this old man didn't listen to his command at all. As for the Hongmeng Enlightenment Sutra that Chen Daoxuan got from it, it gave Chen Daoxuan a huge boost. Chen Daoxuan got the Hongmeng Enlightenment Sutra since he embarked on the road of cultivation. At the beginning, when he silently recited the Hongmeng Enlightenment Sutra, except for being able to restore his consciousness, there was no other magical thing. It was not until he had silently recited for several years and broke through the first level of the Hongmeng Enlightenment Sutra that he gained the ability to store Enlightenment Stardust. According to Chen Daoxuan's own summary, the real function of the first level of the Hongmeng Enlightenment Sutra should be called enlightenment. That is, the fusion of 10 Enlightenment Stardusts allowed his enlightenment to soar tenfold in the time of an incense stick, achieving an effect comparable to enlightenment. The function of the second level of the Hongmeng Enlightenment Sutra, in addition to strengthening the function of enlightenment, the additional function was called preaching by Chen Daoxuan. This function does not serve Chen Daoxuan himself, but serves outsiders such as disciples or family cultivators. The elite of the Chen family, represented by Chen Fusheng, was able to comprehend the sword intent and become sword cultivators thanks to the function of preaching. But today, Chen Daoxuan's Hongmeng Enlightenment Sutra finally broke through to the third level, and he also discovered the third function of the Hongmeng Enlightenment Sutra. Just when Chen Daoxuan was desperate and condensed the dark red planet, he was at a loss. He suddenly had an idea and silently recited the Hongmeng Enlightenment Sutra. But this time, as he silently recited the sutra, a magical scene happened. The dark red planet that was originally quietly suspended next to the golden sutra actually slowly rotated as Chen Daoxuan silently recited the Hongmeng Enlightenment Sutra. And as the dark red planet rotated, Chen Daoxuan found that its surface was emitting a little light, as if it was burning. Unlike the previous two times, when he was confused, this time, Chen Daoxuan instantly understood what the third function of the Hongmeng Enlightenment Sutra was. To be precise, after the Hongmeng Enlightenment Sutra broke through to the third level, a new function called Deviation of Dao was born. The so-called derivative of Dao is to deduce the Great Dao. This function is actually a function that makes up for enlightenment. When a cultivator cultivates to the Purple Mansion stage, he must comprehend the Great Dao, otherwise he will be doomed to die in the future Chindan Liji. But comprehending the Great Dao is not as simple as it sounds. First, the cultivator's understanding is insufficient, and second, the Great Dao is difficult to manifest. Why are so many world monsters and Yuaning's engines so anxious to send their subordinates to the true immortal origin realm to compete for the Dao law? It's because the Dao law in the true immortal origin realm is unstable. It's easier to comprehend the Dao law after it is manifested. But these Dao laws are actually just the Dao that the fallen true immortal level world monster comprehended. Compared with the Dao law of the real world, it's just a drop in the ocean. Of course, even if it's a drop in the ocean, for Yuaning's engine, the Dao law comprehended by the true immortal level world monster is enough for them to comprehend for a long time. As for the Dao law of the real world, just dream about it. Want to make the Dao law of the Xiuxin world manifest? Unless a world is destroyed, the Dao law may be manifested at the moment of the world's destruction. The Dao deriving function of Hongmeng Enlightenment Sutra is of course not so abnormal that it can make the Dao law of the Xiuxin world manifest directly, but it can directly deduce the Dao law contained in places with deeper Dao. At first, Chen Daoxuan didn't know what a place with deep Dao essence was until he looked at the Grand Canyon and the human world again. The demon camp, the leaders of the Lion Camel Demon Kingdom, the Great Yuan Demon Kingdom, and the Kinkyu Demon Kingdom sat together to discuss the attack on the human camp. I suggest attacking the human cultivator camp immediately. The Blood Prison Demon King's voice was like thunder, shaking the cave slightly. As he said that, he looked at Kailing. Anyway, with the new forces of the Kinkyu Demon Kingdom, our strength has greatly increased. It will definitely be easy to capture the human cultivator this time. Hearing this, the King Demon King remained silent, while Kailing frowned slightly. She raised her head and looked at the Blood Hell Demon King, saying, Blood Hell Demon King, now that the celestial realm has not yet been opened, isn't it too early for us to fight to the death with the human cultivators? Earlier or later, the human cultivators must be eliminated anyway. The Blood Hell Demon King glanced at Kailing. Kailing, you are not trying to collude with the human cultivators, are you? You. Kailing was immediately choked by the Blood Hell Demon King. Brother Blood Hell, the King Demon King acted as a peacemaker. Kailing is also considering the overall situation. Now that the celestial realm has not yet been opened, the laws of the avenue have not yet been revealed, and we don't know what dangers we will encounter next. It is indeed unwise to waste our strength like this. Humph. The Blood Hell Demon King glanced at Kailing, then looked at the King Demon King, turned his head away, and stopped talking. The King Demon King knew that the Blood Hell Demon King's brother had died, and he didn't want to bother with him. So he looked at Kailing and said, I agree with you. I think the decisive battle with the human cultivators should be held after the opening of the heavenly realm. Kailing nodded. That's right. Compared with personal grudges, seizing the laws of the Great Way is the most important thing for our major demon countries. 2 of the 3 demons supported the opening of the heavenly realm before attacking the human cultivators. No matter how anxious the Blood Hell Demon King was, he could do nothing. When he left the cave, the angry expression on the Blood Hell Demon King's face disappeared, as if the anger in the cave just now was all pretended. In the sky, he glanced at the only tribe member who escaped from the Earth realm and asked, are you sure that, except for you, no other demon in the realm knows that Kaitong relies on that small tower magic weapon? The Purple Mansion demon thought for a moment and frowned. Monster King, no one should know that Kaitong used the small tower very secretly. If it hadn't been besieged by us that day, and hadn't frequently made moves in a hurry, and revealed its flaws, Lord Zuki and I would not have discovered its secret. Very good. The Blood Prison Demon King nodded. Hearing the praise from the Blood Prison Demon King, the Purple Mansion Green Lion Spirit lowered his head, and a hint of joy flashed across his face. Losing Lord Zuki as a backer, but holding on to the Blood Prison Demon King, or thicker thigh, it is really a loss in the east and a gain in the west. Just as it was secretly happy, a terrifying blood-colored projection suppressed its body, completely imprisoning its body. Blood it trembled, and couldn't even speak. The Blood Hell Demon King stretched out his palm like a palm leaf fan, pressed down the huge head of the Purple Mansion Demon, and squeezed it hard, and the head exploded. The only Purple Mansion Demon that escaped from the human world was killed by the Blood Hell Demon King in one blow. Since my brother is dead, you should go to accompany it, right? Looking at the incomplete body of the Purple Mansion Demon, the Blood Hell Demon King said softly. After that, the Blood Hell Demon King opened his mouth and swallowed the incomplete body in one gulp. After killing the Green Lion Spirit, the Blood Hell Demon King looked in the direction of the Kinkyu Demon Kingdom camp, his eyes shining, and thought to himself, as long as I get that little tower, Fairy Kaiyao and King King will all die. The great Dao law of the true immortal source realm belongs to my Lion Camel Demon Kingdom. In the cave, as the Purple Mansion Demon King, King King sensed the Blood Hell Demon King's source realm projection at the first time, and explored his own source realm projection. But he was pushed back by the Blood Prison Demon King. However, he also saw what he wanted to see. The Blood Prison Demon King was not crazy to find trouble with a red-eyed demon, but killed the only Purple Mansion demon of the Lion Camel Demon Kingdom who escaped from the Earth realm. Although the Blood Prison Demon King killed the general on the battlefield, it was not good for morale. But considering that the Blood Prison Demon King was angry and the opponent killed the Lion Camel Demon Kingdom's own men, the King Demon King did not want to get involved. Kailing also saw the scene of the Blood Prison Demon King killing his own men through the Source Realm projection. Unlike the King Demon King, she secretly despised the Blood Prison Demon King in her heart, saying that he was a waste with strength but no brains. Everything that happened near the commander's tent in the Boundary Demon Camp, Chen Daoxuan, who was far away in a cave at the edge of the Kinkyu Demon Kingdom camp, did not know. In order to avoid irritating the Blood Prison Demon King, Kailing arranged Kai Tong's residence at the farthest position from the Blood Prison Demon King's cave. Of course, this distance is far, but in fact, if Chen Daoxuan really wants to know, he only needs to expand his spiritual consciousness to know everything. But whether it is a world monster or a cultivator, they usually don't unfold the source world projection or divine consciousness to look around. This behavior, whether in the world of immortal cultivation, or in the world of true monsters, will trigger a life and death battle. After all, every cultivator has his own secrets. Will it be necessary to pry into other people's secrets at will? Kinkyu Monster Kingdom Camp. In Kai Tong's cave. Kai Tong looked at Chen Daoxuan, who flew out of the small tower in shock. He was so scared that he quickly unfolded his source world projection, fearing that Chen Daoxuan would be exposed. You know, this is the base camp of the world monster. There are at least more than 3,000 purple mansion level monsters living in it, as well as 2 monster kings equivalent to the middle stage giant and cultivators of the human race, and a lot of Shy and Geo purple mansion monsters close to the strength of Jinden. If Chen Daoxuan's tracks are exposed at this moment, let alone his strength comparable to that of Monster King, at this moment, even if his cultivation is at the peak of Jinden, it is hard to say whether he can survive. After all, the Purple Mansion cultivators and great monsters who can survive now are basically the most elite Purple Mansion cultivators and great monsters among the 4 major monster countries and human cultivators. Any one of them is stronger than the ordinary Purple Mansion late stage cultivators. Chen Daoxuan just rashly left the small tower. How could Kai Tong not panic? Master, why did you come out? Kai Tong said tremblingly. I came out to see. Chen Daoxuan didn't explain much, and then smiled. Relax, you are now the 3rd strongest person in the world monster camp and the strongest person in Kinkyu monster country. Who dares to use the source world projection to check you? Hearing this, Kai Tong paused slightly and said awkwardly, ahem, I forgot about this. Look at its appearance. Chen Daoxuan smiled and shook his head, saying, since you are worried, just keep the source world projection open to prevent other world monsters from peeping. Yes, master. Kai Tong nodded seriously. It was indeed afraid of Chen Daoxuan's boldness. If it was the Blood Hell Demon King and the King Demon King who fell into the human cultivator camp, Kai Tong was sure that no one would dare to come out so brazenly. With this courage alone, Chen Daoxuan left all the cultivators of the same level in the human world. Chen Daoxuan was not aware of Kai Tong's little thoughts. What he was most concerned about at the moment was the scene he saw. As the dark red planet in the Sea of Consciousness rotated, the scene in Chen Daoxuan's eyes changed completely. His eyes directly crossed the long river of time and saw how this bottomless canyon in front of him was formed in the Sea of Consciousness. As the dark red planet rotated faster and faster, the light emitted by the dark red planet became hotter and hotter, and the scene in front of him became clearer and clearer. Si estás escuchando esta novela en un canal distinto a mundo fanfic novelas. Significa que lo descargan y subirán sin esfuerzo te invitamos cordialmente a visitar nuestro canal. Mundo fanfic novelas ali encontrarás la versión original de esta historia y podrás explorar muchas otras novelas de diversos géneros. Te esperamos para sumergirte en un mundo de novelas increíbles. Chapter 271 Brand. True Immortal Origin Realm. Thousands of years ago, this realm was peaceful. There were not only vegetation, mountains, and lakes, but also various life forms that thrived in it, just like a prototype of the world, until a giant was swallowed by this origin realm. At that moment, the sky was covered with dark clouds, and the huge fireball hanging high in the sky also became dim. The giant was tens of thousands of feet tall, and held a huge axe. Looking down, the giant chopped the axe from top to bottom. The sky of the true immortal origin realm was immediately cut into a space crack of unknown length by this axe of creation. The remaining power was so strong that it even split the earth into a canyon of unknown length. Until it hit the portal of the heaven, it made a loud bang. Deep in Chen Daoxuan's sea of consciousness, the dark red planet was still rotating, but as the fire on the dark red planet continued to flicker, the size of the dark red planet was also constantly decreasing. But Chen Daoxuan had no intention of paying attention to this scene. All his mind was now attracted by the giant's axe. If he saw correctly, the giant was performing the magical power of Dharma image. The Dharma image was tens of thousands of feet high. Chen Daoxuan didn't know what level the giant's physical cultivation had reached, but as far as he knew, even the Yuanying Zhenjin who practiced the Dao of physical cultivation could not have such an exaggerated Dharma image. As the dark red planet continued to rotate, in Chen Daoxuan's eyes, the scene of the giant holding an axe and angrily chopping the sky was repeated. Gradually, in his eyes, this axe had a new change. Chen Daoxuan discovered that this axe actually involved changes in space in the process of tearing the sky. Coincidentally, the spatial sword intent was one of the two sword intents that Chen Daoxuan had comprehended. Although his current spatial sword intent had only reached the second level of the tangible realm, it was still far from the fifth level of the law realm, but it did not prevent him from seeing the spatial changes contained in this axe. Realizing this, Chen Daoxuan repeatedly used the derivative function to check the detailed changes of this axe. Finally, as he kept practicing the Hongmeng Enlightenment Sutra, Chen Daoxuan discovered that when the giant chopped the axe, there were actually 5 colored rays of light entwined with a golden ray of light. Is this the 5-element change contained in the law of space? Chen Daoxuan was shocked. Based on the law of space, integrating the law of the 5-element, this person, Chen Daoxuan, didn't know how to evaluate this powerful cultivator. But he could see that this powerful cultivator holding the giant axe was a cultivator of the human race. I just don't know if the senior has already ascended to the upper realm. As the dark red planet in Chen Daoxuan's sea of consciousness continued to rotate, the picture of the giant holding an axe to split the sky was deeply imprinted in the depths of Chen Daoxuan's sea of consciousness. Not only that, this picture was also analyzed clearly by the derivative function of the Hongmeng Enlightenment Sutra, and even its law changes were presented clearly. From now on, as long as Chen Daoxuan wants to see it, he can flip through this picture at will. Compared to the Dao law recorded on the Dao stone, which is sometimes restrictive, this picture imprinted in the depths of Chen Daoxuan's sea of consciousness will exist forever, as long as he does not actively eliminate it. It is many times more convenient than the Dao stone tablet. After imprinting this picture, Chen Daoxuan found that the Dao Yun left on the Grand Canyon had disappeared. Exhaling a breath of turbid air, Chen Daoxuan slowly stopped the dark red planet from rotating. As his eyes returned to normal, Chen Daoxuan casually told Kaitong, "Don't disturb me if there is nothing to do." After saying that, he ignored Kaitong's stunned expression and flew back into the small tower cave. In the small tower cave, in the thatched house, Chen Daoxuan sat cross-legged and his consciousness sank into the sea of consciousness again. He found that compared with before, the dark red planet formed by the fusion of enlightenment stardust has shrunk a circle. If the dark red planet before had a diameter of about 100 meters, then at this moment, its diameter is only about 70 meters. But at this moment, he didn't care about the shrinkage of the dark red planet. After the stimulation of the picture just now, Chen Daoxuan found that his spatial sword intent was about to break through. You know, it has only been more than a month since his spatial sword intent reached the second level of the tangible realm. In this short period of time, his spatial sword intent has actually made a new breakthrough. Anyone who hears about this will find it incredible. But Chen Daoxuan knows that it is not really a surprise that his spatial sword intent has entered the third level. The third level of the Great Dao realm corresponds to the cultivation of the Purple Mansion. In other words, Chen Daoxuan's second level of spatial sword intent is actually behind his cultivation. With Chen Daoxuan's cultivation of the 6th level of the Purple Mansion, it is natural for him to comprehend the spatial sword intent to the 3rd level. In addition, He just watched the scene of the powerful cultivator holding an axe to open the sky, and his inspiration for spatial sword intent was like a spring. It can be seen that it is not surprising that Chen Daoxuan's spatial sword intent has broken through to the realm of transformation. As time passed bit by bit. 3 days later, in Chen Daoxuan's Danshan Key C, the second star finally lit up above the purple mansion. Compared with the star transformed by the Silk Rain sword intent, the color of the star transformed by the spatial sword intent is much brighter, and the difference between the two can be seen at a glance. In the thatched house, Chen Daoxuan slowly opened his eyes, his face full of joy. After the space sword intent broke through to the 3rd level, his strength has made great progress. Not to mention the strengthening of the mana by the 3rd level of space sword intent. The addition of the attack power by the 3rd level of space sword intent alone has greatly increased his strength. Calculate carefully. After Chen Daoxuan was promoted to the 6th level of Purple Mansion, his mana was naturally much deeper than when he was in the 1st level of Purple Mansion. Unlike the foundation building period, Chen Daoxuan's realm in the Purple Mansion period did not exceed his cultivation. Therefore, he has not yet tempered his mana to the limit state, that is, the basic mana power of 100. Chen Daoxuan has tested that the basic attack power of his mana in the 6th level of Purple Mansion is only about 70, which is only 20 more than the 50 when he just broke through. It took 5 small levels to increase this basic mana power, which is why Chen Daoxuan did not continue to use the essence of vitality to quickly improve his cultivation. Although the essence of vitality is good, it cannot help cultivators improve their realm of the Great Dao. For a cultivator, the further he practices, the more important his Dao realm is than his cultivation, because the improvement of Dao realm can only be achieved by the cultivator himself, while cultivation can be forcibly improved by various natural treasures. For example, the essence of vitality is something that can quickly improve a cultivator's cultivation. The various elixirs used by cultivators during their practice are relatively common treasures that improve their cultivation. However, there is no treasure that can directly improve a cultivator's Dao cultivation. Even Chen Daoxuan's Hongmeng Enlightenment Sutra only reduces the difficulty of his enlightenment and cannot directly improve his Dao realm. There is an essential difference between the two. Small Tower Cave Heaven. In the valley, a dark meteorite wall was placed in front of Chen Daoxuan. He stood with a sword in his hand, his face indifferent. Boom. In the normal state, a sword slashed the meteorite wall with all his strength, and the halo flickered wildly and connected into one. Finally, a brand new value appeared in front of him. 742. Not bad. Chen Daoxuan nodded. So, if you use the 3-headed 6-armed magical power and use the 6-armed joint attack, the maximum attack power can reach about 4800. The spatial sword intent has only reached the triple star transformation realm, and the attack power has almost doubled. Having said that, Chen Daoxuan still went all out to test it once. Sure enough, the value displayed on the huge meteorite ink wall was similar to his estimate, reaching 4833. The triple spatial sword intent bonus has reached 9 times, plus 1 times the basic mana power, 0.6 times the magic weapon bonus. The total increase is 10.6 times. Not bad. Although Chen Daoxuan didn't know how strong the attack power of a Jinden cultivator was, he felt that ordinary Jinden cultivators were at most at this level. Although Chen Daoxuan had been in the true immortal origin realm for so long, he mostly hid behind his pet Kaitong. But he was not idle during this time. In addition to his normal practice on weekdays, the thing Chen Daoxuan did most was to collect intelligence from the top masters of various forces. Fortunately, as the intensity of the battles increased day by day, the hidden masters of various forces were constantly exposed. In the 4 major demon countries, or more precisely, in the 3 major demon countries and the human cultivators, Chen Daoxuan roughly ranked all the Purple Mansion cultivators and big demons. This ranking was made by him, based on various intelligence as a reference for his own strength. In Chen Daoxuan's view, in the current true immortal origin realm, Purple Mansion cultivators and big demons can be roughly divided into 5 levels. The first level is the Fairy Kaiyao, who ranks first on the Wangxinghai Purple Mansion Xianjiao list. Her only record was 1 against 2, but she almost killed the Blood Prison Demon King and the King Demon King. The second level is the two demon kings, the Blood Prison Demon King and the King Demon King. According to Kailing, although these two demon kings are not as good as the fairy Kaiyao, they are basically in a state of crushing against other purple mansion cultivators of the human race. The third level is the purple mansion cultivators such as Zhao Mubei and Kailing. The strength of this level of purple mansion cultivators is comparable to that of ordinary human giant and cultivators who have just broken through, but it is still inferior to the Blood Prison Demon King and the King Demon King. The fourth tier is the more senior purple mansion Xian Jiao list cultivators, such as Zhang Zuanling, Jiang Chenai and others. The fifth tier is the most ordinary purple mansion Xian Jiao list cultivators such as Huo Ling Taoist. Although they are much stronger than ordinary purple mansion late stage cultivators, compared with the top 10 purple mansion Xian Jiao list cultivators such as Zhao Mubei, the former may be killed instantly by the latter. As for those outside the fifth tier, they are ordinary purple mansion late stage cultivators who are not on the purple mansion Xian Jiao list. There are also strong and weak among them. The strong ones are like the elite purple mansion big monsters among the boundary monsters, whose strength is almost close to that of the purple mansion Xian Jiao list cultivators, and the weak ones are the most ordinary purple mansion late stage cultivators. For example, Jiang Chenian, the Taoist of the Jiang family who led more than 5,000 human cultivators into the human world, belongs to the level of the most ordinary purple mansion late stage cultivators. He may be slightly stronger, but his strength is also limited. But for Chen Daoxuan, a purple mansion cultivator who couldn't even enter the purple mansion Xian Jiao ranking, would not be taken seriously by him at all. Chen Daoxuan estimated that his strength was probably between the second and third tiers. That is, stronger than Zhao Mubei and Kailing, but weaker than the Blood Prison Demon King and the King Demon King. Of course, Chen Daoxuan was not sure whether he was weaker than these two demon kings. With his current strength, it was still a bit inaccurate to rely on the information to speculate the strength without a real fight, especially when the gap between the two was not big. In fact, the gap between Chen Daoxuan and the Blood Prison Demon King was really small. The Blood Prison Demon King might be stronger than Chen Daoxuan in terms of attack power, but Chen Daoxuan had the powerful magical power of Dingpo Shengang, which would definitely give him a considerable advantage in the battle. In addition to the stronger attack power, the Blood Prison Demon King also had a more terrifying source world projection than the ordinary Purple Mansion Demon, which could suppress Chen Daoxuan's strength. So, it was really hard to say who was stronger and who was weaker. Chen Daoxuan ranked himself after the two demon kings only out of modesty, but Zhao Mubei, who was in the third tier, was probably not his opponent. In terms of attack power, Chen Daoxuan, who possessed the secret method of 6-arm combined attack, far surpassed Zhao Mubei. With the addition of the soul-fixing divine light, Chen Daoxuan would definitely crush the opponent in a real battle. Even if Chen Daoxuan was modest, he had to admit that his strength had indeed surpassed Zhao Mubei. Across the Grand Canyon, the human cultivator camp. Whoosh, a beam of light cut through the sky and landed in front of a cave. Junior Chen Fusheng, hello to Senior Zhang. Outside the cave, a young cultivator with a childish face, wearing a green Taoist robe, stood with his head bowed. Swish, the cave's defense formation slowly opened, and a white-clothed cultivator stood in front of Chen Fusheng. It was Zhang Zuanling, the young patriarch of the Zhang family. Seeing Chen Fusheng, Zhang Zuanling was quite surprised. He had been using blood marrow to strengthen his body cultivation these days, and he didn't know that the cultivators from the Earth realm had come to the human realm. Of course, this was also related to the fact that the human cultivators from the Earth realm did not bring back much vitality essence. Although there were as many as 5,000 cultivators who came to the human realm, most of these cultivators were in the foundation establishment stage, and the increase in the strength of the human cultivators was really limited. Even Fairy Kaiyao was disappointed and returned to the cave to retreat after a quick meeting with Jiang Chenian. Zhang Zuanling was quite familiar with Chen Fusheng, the younger generation brought by Chen Daoxuan. After all, everyone had dealt with him on the way here. Zhang Zuanling was also envious of the successive emergence of genius sword cultivators in the Chen family, but for such things, he could only attribute it to the good fortune of the Chen family. Fusheng, what are you doing? Senior Zhang, Chen Fusheng's first words when he saw Zhang Zuanling were, "Have you seen my young patriarch, Brother Chen?" Zhang Zuanling frowned. "Why, didn't Brother Chen come with you?" Hearing this rhetorical question, Chen Fusheng's heart gradually sank. The only hope in his heart was that Chen Daoxuan had entered the human world before others. But Zhang Zuanling told him that he didn't know where Chen Daoxuan was. Zhang Zuanling saw that Chen Fusheng looked anxious and comforted him. "Fusheng, don't worry, tell me what's going on first." Hearing this, Chen Fusheng suppressed his anxious temper, took a deep breath, and told the other party everything that happened in the earthly world. In other words, "You didn't enter the camps of the Taizhao monks and the Jingzhao monks, right?" Zhang Zuanling smiled. "That's right." After being pointed out by Zhang Zuanling, Chen Fusheng shouted excitedly, "The young patriarch might be hiding among the cultivators from Tianjing states, and with the young patriarch's ability to conceal his aura, I won't be able to find him at all if he doesn't expose himself." At this point, Chen Fusheng couldn't help but feel quite annoyed. If he had known earlier, he would have handed over his vital energy essence to enter the camps of the cultivators from Tianjing states, and he wouldn't have the troubles he has now. Just when he couldn't wait to say goodbye to Zhang Zuanling raised his hand and said, "My dear nephew, don't be anxious." Hearing this, Chen Fusheng stopped, turned around and bowed, saying, "I wonder what instructions Senior Zhang has for you?" Zhang Zuanling smiled and said, "As you just said, the cultivators in Taizhao and Jingzhao are temporarily managed by the Jiang family. If you go to find someone now, will the Jiang family cultivators care about you? You can't just use your spiritual sense to rush around in the other camp, right?" This. Chen Fusheng was in a dilemma and hurriedly bowed and said, "Please teach me, Senior Zhang." After a moment of silence, Zhang Zuanling said, "How about this? I'll take you to see Fairy Kai Yao." Fairy Kai Yao is the young master of Kainiu and Sword Sect and the strongest cultivator in the human cultivator camp. Naturally, not everyone can see her, but Zhang Zuanling is different. After all, he is also a Xianjiao cultivator ranked in the 40s on the Purple Mansion Xianjiao list. In the human cultivator camp at this time, Zhang Zuanling's strength was second only to Zhao Mubei and a few others, so it was no problem for him to meet Fairy Kai Yao. Chapter 270 to another use of Yandao. Human cultivator camp. In front of a cave near the edge of the canyon, two beams of light descended. They were Chen Fusheng and Zhang Zuanling. "I'm Zhang Zuanling, I have something to ask Fairy Kai Yao." After waiting for a while, a woman with an outstanding figure, wearing a light purple fairy dress and holding a white fairy sword, slowly walked out of the cave. Seeing Zhang Zuanling and a young purple mansion early cultivator behind him, Fairy Kai Yao frowned slightly. "What's the matter?" Zhang Zuanling did not dare to neglect and immediately told the whole story. "Chen Daoxuan?" Fairy Kai Yao immediately remembered this sword cultivator who left a deep impression on her. "Are you saying that Chen Daoxuan did not enter this realm?" "That's right." Zhang Zuanling bowed. "Impossible." Fairy Kai Yao said decisively. "He has the magic weapon Michin Banner in his hand. In terms of escapability, he is the best in this true immortal origin realm." Hearing this, Chen Fusheng behind Zhang Zuanling turned pale. He took a step forward and took out a green spiritual banner from his storage bag. "I'm Chen Fusheng of the Chen family, and I'm honored to meet Fairy Kai Yao." Seeing the Michin banner in Chen Fusheng's hand, Fairy Kai Yao was stunned for a moment, and her cherry lips slightly opened, and she sighed. "He gave this treasure to you?" "That's right." Chen Fusheng said bitterly. "Well, let's go to the Jiang family camp together." "Thank you, Fairy Kai Yao." Hearing this, Chen Fusheng's face was full of excitement. Half an hour later, Jiang family camp. Jiang Chen I personally accompanied Fairy Kai Yao and others to walk around the camp and smiled and said, "Young sect master, the Taoist friend Chen you mentioned is indeed not in my Taizhao and Jingzhao camps. Perhaps you can go to Kangzhao camp to look for him?" Before Fairy Kai Yao spoke, Chen Fusheng hurriedly said, "I came from Kangzhao camp, and the young clan leader is not in that camp." "Then I don't know." Jiang Chen I shook his head. "After all, my human cultivators lost nearly 5,000 people in the human world. I'm afraid. I hope you will be sad." Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan clenched his fists. Watching Fairy Kaiyao and her group leave, Jiang Chenai did not take it to heart. In his opinion, the life and death of the heir to the clan leader of a small family in Kangshao was not worthy of being taken to heart. For Jiang Chenai, the most important thing at this moment was to fight against the coalition forces formed by the three major demon countries. Although the human cultivators have an advantage in top-level power, with the new forces of King Kyo Demon Country joining the coalition of the three demon countries, the comprehensive strength of the world monsters has been further enhanced. They have already formed a crushing posture against the human cultivators. If they attack in large numbers, the situation will be very bad. Jiang Chenai feels irritated every time he thinks of this. He can't even care about the death of his own brother, let alone the life and death of a strange foundation building cultivator. In midair, Fairy Kaiyao watched Chen Daoxuan leave in a daze, and turned to Zhang Zuanling and said, "Let's put this matter aside for now. You should prepare for the next battle. If you lose this battle." As she said this, Fairy Kaiyao shook her head. Zhang Zuanling certainly knew what this battle meant to the human cultivators, but what made people despair was that the human cultivators were at an absolute disadvantage. Not counting the top-level power, the coalition of the three demon countries has more than 3,000 purple mansion monsters, while the human cultivators have only a little over 1,000 purple mansion cultivators. Compared with the boundary demons, the gap is almost 3 times. Such a huge gap in numbers can no longer be closed by Fairy Kaiyao alone. After all, although Fairy Kaiyao is strong, she is not strong enough to kill the two demon kings instantly. On the boundary demon side, only the two demon kings, Zuoyuan King, plus several top purple mansion demons such as Kailing, can contain Fairy Kaiyao, the first on the purple mansion Xianjiao list. Without the suppression of Fairy Kaiyao, the threat of other purple mansion cultivators to the boundary demons is almost non-existent. The boundary demons can completely rely on their numerical advantage to eat away the more than 1,000 purple mansion cultivators bit by bit. Just like in the Earth Realm, the King Kyo Demon Country relied on the numerical advantage of the purple mansion demons to eat away the two demon countries of Lion Camel and Great Yuan. Seeing the melancholy in Fairy Kaiyao's eyes, Zhang Zuanling wiped away the sadness in his heart, cupped his hands, and said solemnly, "Young sect master, don't worry, I will fight to the death." Fairy Kaiyao didn't say anything, but just nodded slightly. Zhang Zuanling bowed again, and then turned into a flash of light and left. "Are you dead?" With a faint sigh, Fairy Kaiyao also turned into a flash of light and left. Chen Daoxuan, who was in the camp of the King Kyo Demon Country, did not know that his disappearance had caused a commotion in the human camp. At this time, Chen Daoxuan was in the cave of the small tower, trying to create his own unique sword tactics. His strength has been improved to the current level. For Chen Daoxuan, it would be extremely difficult to improve the laws of the Great Way again in a short period of time. The 4th level of the Sword Realm, also known as the Realm of the Realm of the Realm, is not that easy to reach in the Purple Mansion. To be precise, it should be extremely difficult. For a cultivator, no matter what the cultivation is, it is extremely rare for the realm to surpass the cultivation. This is especially true for higher level cultivators. Generally speaking, a cultivator can basically be qualified if he can match his realm with his cultivation. Only the most evil cultivators have a slight chance of achieving a realm that surpasses the cultivation. Chen Daoxuan used to be such a cultivator, but as he used a lot of essence of vitality, his cultivation level increased rapidly, and Chen Daoxuan's cultivation level even surpassed the Dao realm for a time. Although compared with ordinary Zifu cultivators, his Dao realm is still very advantageous. But this does not mean that Chen Daoxuan is excellent. It can only be said that other Zifu cultivators are too weak. Normally, the probability of these Zifu cultivators whose realms cannot keep up with their cultivation to break through to the Jiandan stage in the future is very small. Since the Dao realm cannot be improved, Chen Daoxuan set his sights on the path of creating his own sword tactics. The chasing wind sword tactics and covering rain sword tactics that Chen Daoxuan practiced when he first embarked on the sword path were sword tactics created by predecessors. However, the grade of this sword tactic is too low, only the first grade, and it is just a graffiti of the predecessor sword cultivators. With Chen Daoxuan's sword realm, if he wants to create his own sword tactic, it must be at least a 3rd grade or higher sword tactic. Moreover, creating his own sword art was not his goal. His real goal was to understand his own sword art. The external manifestation of this was to use a sword art to bring out the power of the sword intent he had comprehended. This was not an easy task. You know, when Chen Daoxuan was fighting now, he either used the Silk Rain sword intent or the Space sword intent. Chen Daoxuan had never tried to fuse the 2 sword intents into one. However, during this period of time, as Chen Daoxuan tried again and again, he found that it was much more difficult to fuse the 2 sword intents together than he had imagined. Silk Rain sword intent was, after all, just a branch of water sword intent, at least 2 levels lower than the space sword intent he had comprehended. This could be seen from the brightness of the 2 stars in his Danshin Ki Si. The stars transformed by the space sword intent were several times brighter than the stars transformed by the Silk Rain sword intent. Putting the 2 together, they were 2 clusters of starlight, one large and one small. If Chen Daoxuan had not imprinted the picture of the giant opening the sky into his sea of consciousness, Chen Daoxuan definitely did not dare to create a sword art that merged the 2 sword intents into one. Because this kind of fusion does not mean that you can produce a 1+1 effect by forcibly merging the sword intents together. The greater possibility is that it will weaken the power of the spatial sword intent, which will not be worth the loss. But with the scene of the giant holding an axe to open the sky, Chen Daoxuan felt more confident. Compared with his complete self-creation, learning from predecessors can always help him avoid many detours. Anyway, the fundamental purpose of self-created sword art is to create a sword art that can fully exert one's own sword intent. As for whether this sword art is completely self-created in seclusion, or borrowed from predecessors, it doesn't matter much. Of course, there is no problem with borrowing from predecessors, but you can't follow the sword path of predecessors, otherwise you will fail in your own sword art. In the Sea of Consciousness, Chen Daoxuan watched the scene of the giant holding an axe to open the sky again and again. In the picture, the 5-element law silk thread is entangled with the golden law silk thread. These law silk threads are constantly changing with the furious chopping of the giant axe. The process is unpredictable. If Chen Daoxuan had not used the function of the Dao to imprint this picture into his sea of consciousness, it would have been impossible to watch it repeatedly so clearly. Even the powerful cultivator who used this axe could not have thought that someone would be able to analyze his axe so thoroughly. It was even more delicate than when he performed it himself. However, although this move was shown to Chen Daoxuan in great detail, the Dao realm of this powerful cultivator was too high. Chen Daoxuan could not imagine how far this senior had walked in the Dao of space and the Dao of the 5-element. Anyway, compared with the other party, his spatial sword intent was probably not even as bright as a firefly under the bright moon. Just from the golden law thread, it can be seen that the Dao realm of this senior has definitely surpassed the 5th level of the law realm. Because only the Dao realm above the law realm can manifest the law thread. Not to mention that the other party has integrated the 5-element law and the space law. In the cave of the small tower, Chen Daoxuan waved his sword again and again, and in the process of swinging the sword, he tried to merge the 2 sword intents, but without exception, all failed. Am I too eager? Only after reaching the realm of law can I achieve the fusion of laws? Chen Daoxuan frowned. If he just created a sword technique that completely matched his spatial sword intent, it would not be difficult for Chen Daoxuan, who possessed the Hongmeng Enlightenment Sutra, because he already had all the hard conditions for creating a sword technique. Whether it was the Silk Rain sword intent or the space sword intent, he had reached the triple star transformation realm, which had long exceeded the standard of creating a sword technique. You know, Zhao Mubei started to create his own sword technique when he was in the 2nd tangible realm of sword intent. Compared with Zhao Mubei, Chen Daoxuan was much later. Of course, the early or late creation of the sword technique is not the key. The key is that Chen Daoxuan now has to perfectly merge the 2 sword intents together. As long as he can do this, his strength will immediately soar again. Swish, swish, swish. The immortal sword in Chen Daoxuan's hand stirred the air in front of him. Although it was just a casual attempt, it still cut cracks in the space of the small cave. No, it's still not right. Chen Daoxuan frowned. Such a forced fusion. The power of the spatial sword intent has been reduced. Just when he was at a loss, a voice came into Chen Daoxuan's mind. Master. Chen Daoxuan raised his head and stopped his movements. What's wrong? In the cave, Kai Tong said to the small tower carefully. I followed your instructions and ordered Jiayugu to lead his men to provoke the Purple Mansion Great Demon of the Lion Camel Demon Country. But the strange thing is that those Purple Mansion Great Demons ignored it and gave in to Jiayugu and his men again and again. Jiayugu was worried that Kailing could see its little tricks, so it didn't dare to do too much. Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan immediately showed an interested expression. Interesting. This blood prison demon king is quite patient. I also think it's not right. Kai Tong frowned, but I heard that when it knew that its own brother Zuki was killed by me, it roared and asked me to pay the blood debt with blood. Why is it that, now that I ordered people to provoke it, it shrinks its head and acts like a turtle? There must be something wrong. When things are abnormal, Chen Daoxuan thought about it, but couldn't figure it out, so he could only order, since the other party is not fooled, stop probing, don't show too much. Yes, master. In the cave of the small tower, Chen Daoxuan frowned after listening to Kai Tong's report. Originally, he wanted Kai Tong to order Jiayugu to provoke the Lion Demon Nation and let the boundary demons fight among themselves. After all, the boundary demons belonged to different demon nations, and the contradictions themselves were huge. In addition, Kai Tong had just killed a large number of people from the Lion Demon Nation and the Great Yuan Demon Nation in the Earth Realm. The boundary demons of these two demon nations are probably now itching to hate the Kinkyu Demon Nation, especially the Lion Demon Nation. After all, the younger brother of the Blood Prison Demon King died at the hands of Kai Tong. It seems that the pressure that Fairy Kai Yao has put on the Blood Prison Demon King and the King Demon King is too great, so that they can't care about their hatred for the Kinkyu Demon Nation, and they have to join forces to destroy the human cultivators first. Shaking his head, Chen Daoxuan no longer thought about it. Since the plan didn't work, Chen Daoxuan could only follow his own stupid method. This stupid method is to improve his own strength. According to Chen Daoxuan's classification of the strength of the Purple Mansion cultivators and the great demons in the true immortal origin realm, he is now almost at the top of many Purple Mansions. There are no more than 3 Purple Mansion cultivators and big monsters who can surpass him in strength in the entire true immortal origin realm. Now, as long as his strength goes up, he can reach or even exceed the strength of Fairy Kai Yao. By then, there is no need to play any conspiracy or tricks. Just rush out and kill when the world monster attacks the human cultivators. The Purple Mansion level battle on both sides. If no one can restrict Fairy Kai Yao, the result is that Fairy Kai Yao will continue to kill the enemy's Purple Mansion monsters in seconds. Whether it is a cultivator or a world monster, they are not machines that are not afraid of life and death. When facing such a terrifying opponent who can easily kill them in seconds, their morale will definitely plummet. On the other hand, the morale of the human cultivators will be high. This rise and fall will completely change the situation. Thinking of this, Chen Daoxuan didn't care about the dark red planet with a diameter of only 70 meters left in his sea of consciousness. Let it rotate again. This time, Chen Daoxuan plans to use the derivative function to help him create his own sword tactics. Through the derivative function used before, Chen Daoxuan has roughly seen that it can not only imprint the sword tactics, Taoist magic and other attack methods used by the monks in his sea of consciousness, but also analyze the laws of the Great Way contained in these attack methods. In summary, it is the deduction from effect to cause. And now what Chen Daoxuan has to do is to deduce from cause to effect, that is, to deduce the attack methods based on the known laws of the Great Way. Therefore, this time he made the dark red planet rotate in the opposite direction to the previous one. Chapter 273 The War is Coming. In the Sea of Consciousness, as the dark red planet reversed, one after another, sword techniques that merge the space sword intent and the silk rain sword intent appeared in Chen Daoxuan's mind. This sword technique has an 8.6-fold increase in attack power, this 8.61-fold increase, and this 8.62-fold increase. In the cave of the small tower, Chen Daoxuan frowned. In his opinion, the method of deducing sword techniques by Yandao was more like a variety of attempts, but this attempt was positive. Chen Daoxuan found that as the dark red planet rotated rapidly, the power of the sword techniques deduced by the Hongmeng Enlightenment Sutra became stronger and stronger. If the influence of the machine is not included, the third level of the Silk Rain Sword Intent increases the attack power by 7 times, and the third level of the Space Sword Intent increases the power by 10 times. Now the sword technique after the fusion of the two sword intents is not as powerful as the single Space Sword Intent. But Chen Daoxuan was not discouraged. If he created it himself, it would take him a lot of time and energy to just merge and create such a sword technique. For the Dao derivation function of the Hongmeng Enlightenment Sutra, it was just a matter of the dark red planet spinning for a while. 9.97 times increase. The next sword technique Chen Daoxuan held his breath. 10 times increase. I don't know how many times the dark red planet rotated. The sword technique formed by the fusion of Silk Rain Sword Intent and Space Sword Intent. Its power increase finally caught up with the single Space Sword Intent. However, the dark red planet was still spinning. 10.01 times increase. Chen Daoxuan smiled. As Chen Daoxuan used the Dao derivation function to deduce and perfect his sword technique, the atmosphere between the world monsters and the human cultivators became increasingly solemn. 3 months later, the camp of the human cultivators. A beam of light came from far away, passed through the defensive formation, and flew straight to the cave of the fairy Kaiyao. It's Weni Daoyao who is stationed at the gate of the heaven. It's him. Could it be? A purple mansion cultivator looked at his companion in shock. The companion nodded with a heavy face. It should be that the portal of the heavenly realm is loose. Hearing this, the heart of the purple mansion cultivator suddenly tightened. He certainly knew what this meant. With the opening of the portal of the heavenly realm and the manifestation of the great laws, the boundary monsters of the 3 demon countries and the human cultivators will inevitably fight a desperate battle over these great laws. Although there are more than 1,000 purple mansion cultivators in the human camp now, it is unknown how many cultivators will survive. There are even pessimistic cultivators who think that the combined strength of the 3 demon countries far exceeds that of the human cultivators, and I'm afraid that only a few of them will survive this trip. Of course, no matter what, Fairy Kaiyao will fight hard for the matter of seizing the great laws for both public and private reasons. Because this is not only related to the path of her uncle Zhenhe Palace Master, but also to the stability of the Huangxing Sea. Once the boundary monsters of the 3 demon countries obtain these great laws, the strength of the demon lords of the major demon countries will surely surge. By then, relying on the Taizhao Jiang family alone, it will not be able to guard the Taizhao passage. Although the Carnean sword sect is strong, it needs to invest its nascent soul combat power in many places. On the one hand, the battle with Chuan Kingdom has involved a lot of energy from the Carnean sword sect, and a large number of nascent soul cultivators have been sent to guard the major immortal towns on the front line of Chuan Kingdom. On the other hand, the increasing number of true demon realm passages must also be guarded by a large number of nascent soul cultivators. In addition, the Carnean sword sect itself also needs a group of nascent soul cultivators to guard in order to deter the major immortal cultivation families in Huangxinghe who are ready to move. In this way, although the Carnean sword sect has many nascent soul cultivators, they are not enough if they are dispersed. Otherwise, if a true immortal origin realm appeared in the Taizhao passage this time, they would not have sent only the master of Zhenhe Palace to come. It can also be seen from here that the nascent soul cultivators of the Carnean sword sect are actually somewhat dwarfed. Human camp. In a temporary immortal mansion. This is the headquarters of the human cultivators. In the immortal mansion, Fairy Kaiyao is wearing a purple spiritual armor, and the streamlined spiritual armor outlines her figure. But at this time, everyone had no intention of appreciating her good figure and beautiful face. After listening to Fairy Kaiyao's words, everyone felt very heavy. Zhao Mubei, who was sitting to the lower left of Fairy Kaiyao, frowned. According to what the young master said, our battle with the world monsters this time is mainly to seize the laws of the avenue. That's right. Fairy Kaiyao nodded solemnly. Although I don't want to admit it, the combined strength of the 3 major monster countries has indeed surpassed us. Fighting them to the death will only lead to destruction. Only by taking advantage of the opening of the gate to the heaven and snatching the manifested laws of the avenue as soon as possible can we have a chance to walk out of the true immortal origin realm with the avenues daily. Fairy Kaiyeo's plan can be summed up in 4 words: grab and run. But Jiang Chen on the right side asked in confusion, even if we are lucky enough to grab most of the Dao laws, how can we ensure that they will not be snatched away by the boundary monsters of the 3 demon countries? Hearing this, Fairy Kaiyeo glanced at him and said with her red lips, don't worry, when the time comes, you can hand over the Dao laws you have snatched to me. Hearing this, Jiang Chenai stopped talking. In fact, Jiang Chenai's worries are not unreasonable. If they rely on themselves, even if they are lucky enough to grab the Dao laws, they can't keep this treasure. Zhao Mubei, Zhang Zuanling and other Kangshao cultivators heard that Fairy Kaiyeo was going to take the Dao laws and escape alone, and they all tried to dissuade her. No, it's too dangerous for the young master to do this. Yes, even if your strength can suppress the 2 demon kings, there are thousands of boundary monsters in the 3 demon countries. 2 fists can't beat 4 hands. Zhao Mubei said in a deep voice, young master, you might as well think about it again. I'm willing to share half of the Dao laws for you. Sharing half of the Dao laws means attracting at least half of the firepower. Because compared to Fairy Kaiyeo, Zhao Mubei's Dao law is much easier to snatch. There is no doubt about that. If you want to snatch the Dao law from Fairy Kaiyeo, you have to rely on many world monsters to have a chance. And to snatch the Dao law from Zhao Mubei, any monster king can do it. Fairy Kaiyeo certainly understands this truth. She shook her head, rejected Zhao Mubei's kindness, and chuckled. I have made up my mind, and you don't need to persuade me anymore. Hearing this, Zhao Mubei sighed secretly. In the final analysis, it is still his lack of strength. If his sword realm is like Fairy Kaiyeo, reaching the 4th level of Dao realm, everything will be different. Seeing that Fairy Kaiyeo has made up her mind, everyone knows that persuading is useless, and they all shut up. Seeing that everyone is silent, Fairy Kaiyeo continued, this matter has been decided. Next, let's plan how to snatch the Dao law. King Kyo Monster Country Camp. Red Eye Cave. A beam of light fell into the cave. After a careful inspection, he found that no one had passed through its cave after he left. Kai Tong immediately unfolded the source world projection and included the 10-mile radius under his surveillance. After doing all this, Kai Tong carefully transmitted a message to Chen Daoxuan, Master, the portal to the heaven is about to open. Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan, who was sitting in the thatched house in the small tower cave, opened his eyes. At this moment, he was naked from the waist up, and beside him, there was a pile of blood marrow presented by Kai Tong's subordinates. During this period, in addition to tempering his own magic power, Chen Daoxuan was frantically making up for his own shortcomings in body cultivation, mana, body, soul. After Chen Daoxuan broke through the Purple Mansion period, his biggest shortcoming became his body again. Before Chen Daoxuan integrated the sword intent and created his own sword tactics, his body was still at the level of the 6th level of flesh and blood derivatives. To be honest, this level of body is indeed a bit low for a Purple Mansion cultivator. In the Wangxing Sea, the Purple Mansion cultivators who put a little effort into body cultivation are probably stronger than Chen Daoxuan in body cultivation. Not to mention these elite Purple Mansion cultivators in the true immortal origin realm. It can be said that Chen Daoxuan's previous body refining cultivation was definitely at the bottom among the Purple Mansion cultivators in the true immortal origin realm. Of course, after this period of intensive study, Chen Daoxuan's body refining cultivation finally made great progress. After opening his eyes, Chen Daoxuan stood up, raised his eyebrows, and smiled. Oh, is it finally opened? It took a full 3 months. After he came to the human world, he waited for 3 months before the portal to the heavenly world opened. Compared with the earthly world, the battles continued in less than 2 months, so that the only forces left were the human cultivators, the Kinkyu Demon Kingdom, and the Gi Demon Kingdom. The human world is much more peaceful. In the human world, except for the 2 major wars that broke out when the 3 major demon countries joined forces to eliminate the Gi Demon Kingdom and the human cultivators, there were almost no violent battles. So now in the human world, there are still a few GI Demon Kingdom monsters alive. These Polar Night Demon Kingdoms were not the ones that slipped through the net during the previous elimination operation, but the ones that escaped from the Earth realm. Poor Polar Night Demon Kingdom, they thought that they would be protected by their own kind after escaping to the human realm. Unexpectedly, they were even more frightened. After arriving in the human realm, the power of Polar Night Demon Kingdom in the human realm was wiped out, and not even a ghost could be found. This time, the Polar Night Demon Kingdom monsters who came from the Earth realm were frightened. At this moment, they no longer had any idea of seizing the laws of the Great Dao in their hearts. Their only thought now was to go back alive. Therefore, when the portal to the Heaven realm was opened this time, the Polar Night Demon Kingdom monsters did not even dare to look at it. They just huddled in a corner of the human realm and trembled silently. After thinking for a while, Chen Daoxuan asked, "Did the Blood Hell Demon King make things difficult for you when you attended the combat meeting today?" Kai Tong asked in confusion. Strange. From the beginning to the end today, the Blood Hell Demon King didn't even look at me. Well, it's indeed a bit abnormal. After a moment of silence, Chen Daoxuan shook his head. Forget it. Don't worry about it. No matter how many conspiracies and tricks there are, you need the power to implement them. Chen Daoxuan was eager for the Blood Hell Demon King to cause trouble for Kai Tong. If it weren't for him, it would be as easy for the Blood Hell Demon King to kill Kai Tong as it would be to kill an ant. But with his intervention, Kai Tong is a genuine half-step Demon King. The Blood Hell Demon King wants to take it down, but it is impossible to do it in a short time. And if Kai Tong cannot be killed with one blow, the fragile alliance of the three demon countries will inevitably collapse instantly. At that time, Chen Daoxuan only needs to watch the internal fighting among the world demons quietly, and no longer needs to worry about how to provoke internal conflicts among the world demons. So far, Chen Daoxuan had basically obtained all the resources he wanted. Before he came to the true immortal origin realm, the treasure he wanted most was not the great Dao lore, but the essence of vitality and blood marrow. At this moment, he had almost all the essence of vitality in the Earth realm, and he also used Kai Tong's position in the Kinkyu Demon Kingdom camp to obtain a lot of blood marrow. Although it was far less than the amount of essence of vitality, Chen Daoxuan still understood the principle of not being too greedy. He couldn't take all the benefits alone. In the Earth realm, he had everything, so Chen Daoxuan could sweep everything and take most of the essence of vitality. But the human realm was different. Neither Chen Daoxuan himself nor the demon foxes under Kai Tong could sweep all sides. Naturally, he couldn't get all the resources. This principle was actually no different from the cultivation world of Wang Xinghe, where everything was based on strength. Yes. Hearing this, Kai Tong lowered his head. Chen Daoxuan continued, "What is the battle plan of the three demon kingdoms at this battle meeting? Will they first destroy the human cultivators and then seize the Dao lore, or will they seize the Dao lore first?" Kai Tong replied, "King Demon King advocates destroying the human cultivators first, but the Blood Prison Demon King is very strange and advocates seizing the Dao lore first. What is your opinion from the Kinkyu Demon Kingdom?" Kai Ling said he would listen to me on this matter, so I also advocate seizing the Dao lore first. Upon hearing this, Chen Daoxuan smiled and said, "You are a teachable kid." Hearing Chen Daoxuan's praise, Kai Tong grinned and said, "Master, you have always said that you want to create a chaotic situation, and I'm listening to you." Chen Daoxuan fell into deep thought. He wanted to create chaos, and the Blood Prison Demon King also wanted to create chaos. It was getting more and more interesting. Blood Hell Demon King, what exactly are you planning? Chen Daoxuan stood in front of the thatched cottage, secretly clenching the fairy sword in his hand. "I hope your trump card can give me a little surprise." Seeing that his master stopped talking, Kai Tong did not dare to disturb him, and silently put the small tower on his waist. Then he turned into a light, and flew out of the cave. Just after flying out of the cave, in the sky, countless world monsters flew towards the direction of the gate of the heaven. Kai Tong identified them, and flew towards the camp of their Kinkyu Demon Kingdom. At the same time as more than 3,000 purple mansion monsters were escaping, more than 1,000 lights rose into the sky from the human cultivator camp, and flew in the same direction. The strange thing is that no matter whether it is the world monsters or the human cultivators, both sides have a tacit understanding and did not fight. The human cultivator side, the leader, Fairy Kaiyao, saw this scene and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The thing she was most worried about did not happen. It seems that there are indeed many contradictions within the world monsters. Under normal circumstances, the best option for the three demon nations would be to take advantage of this opportunity to cripple and defeat the human cultivators. However, each demon nation was afraid that their own strength would be seriously damaged and they would suffer in the subsequent competition for the laws of the Great Dao, so they did not dare to take the initiative to attack the human cultivators. The world demons and human cultivators were in a stalemate, and they flew to the gate of the heaven together. Chapter 274 Good Baby. In the true immortal origin realm, in front of the gate to the heaven, the boundary monsters from the three major demon kingdoms of Kinkyu, Daelan, and Shicho stared at the human cultivators who were much fewer in number than them. However, although the eyes of the monsters were full of malice, no boundary monster took the initiative to break the deadlock. The scene fell into a strange silence. On the other side, the human cultivators looked at the boundary monsters from the three major demon kingdoms vigilantly, while sizing up the gate to the heaven that was about to open. Just when the atmosphere at the scene was solidified like a substance, Fairy Kaiyao's expression moved slightly, and her red lips opened slightly and said, "Here it comes." Hearing this, Zhao Mubei, Zhang Zuanling, Jiang Chenai and other cultivators on the Purple Mansion Xian Jiao list standing beside her turned their heads and looked at the gate to the heaven. The boundary monsters did the same as them, and all cast their eyes on the gate to the heaven. In front of everyone, the originally solid space portal began to shake violently. At this moment, whether it was the top powerhouses among the world monsters, such as the Blood Prison Monster King, the King Monster King, or the Chilean Great Monster, or the Purple Mansion Xian Jiao monks, such as the Fairy Kaiyao and the Guangan Sword Immortal Zhao Mubei, all held their breath. They either clenched their magic weapons in their hands, or were ready to attack with their own magical powers. Just when the battle was about to break out, boom. The portal of the heaven seemed to have reached its limit, and the cracks on the portal exploded, and the entire portal opened in an instant. At this moment, the sky seemed to be weeping blood, and the humming sound continued. It's blood marrow. As the portal of the heaven opened, a large amount of blood marrow appeared out of thin air and flew everywhere. Seeing these flying blood marrows, the world monsters and human monks finally couldn't help it, and they all took action, and rushed towards the blood marrows in the sky. Roar, get out of here. A Purple Mansion Great Monster of the Lion Camel Monster Country and a Purple Mansion Monk of the human race both took a fancy to a large ball of blood marrow. This ball of blood marrow was very heavy. If it was cut into a piece as big as a blood crystal, it might be cut into hundreds of pieces. Moreover, blood marrow is much more valuable than blood crystal. A piece of blood crystal can be sold at a sky-high price of 100,000 spirit stones in Taizhou, let alone blood marrow. Even if so much blood marrow floods into the market at once, it will cause the price of blood marrow and blood crystal to plummet. But no matter how much it falls, the value of this ball of blood marrow can definitely reach hundreds of millions of spirit stones. Faced with such a huge fortune, let alone Purple Mansion cultivators, even Giant and Zenran, it is rare that they will not be tempted. Get out of here, bastard. The human Purple Mansion cultivator did not show any weakness, staring at the other party with his eyes, and the third level high quality flying sword slashed at the mane of the green lion spirit. Clang! A burst of fire exploded. The third level high quality flying sword slashed at the neck of the green lion spirit, but the other party was not hurt at all. Seeing this scene, the face of the human Purple Mansion cultivator suddenly changed. The attacked Purple Mansion green lion spirit showed disdain and taunted, "Human cub, are you scratching?" Hearing this, the human Purple Mansion cultivator's face was livid, and without saying a word, he flew his sword towards the green lion spirit at a faster speed. However, this time, the human Purple Mansion cultivator felt as if his flying sword was stuck in a quagmire, and its power was even inferior to the last time. After dealing with the boundary monster for so long, how could this human Purple Mansion cultivator not know what the other party had used? Source Realm Projection. The human Purple Mansion cultivator's face was gloomy. The purple mansion green lion spirit sneered, and with a flash of his figure, he rushed towards the human purple mansion cultivator. However, this human purple mansion cultivator seemed not to be good at body training, and did not dare to let the boundary monster get close to him. He immediately fled to the side with a flash of light. Seeing the human cultivator flying away, the green lion spirit did not intend to chase him. Instead, he swallowed the blood marrow into his own source realm, then smacked his lips, looked at the human purple mansion cultivator with a mocking look, and flew towards the next target. Seeing this, the human purple mansion cultivator could only fly towards another target. Similar scenes were staged in various places in front of the gate of the heaven. In some cases, the boundary monsters had the upper hand, while in others, the human cultivators were quicker to act. The competition and fighting became more and more intense as the amount of blood marrow decreased. But this did not include the top masters of both sides. On the boundary monster side, there were 23 boundary monsters headed by the 2 demon kings, Blood Prison and King. These were the top purple mansion monsters in the 3 demon countries. The strongest were the Blood Prison Demon King and the King Demon King. Slightly inferior was the red-eyed monster, who was known as the half-step monster king, followed by the redling monster, who could compete with Xiao Mu Bei and other boundary monsters. Among these 23 boundary monsters, the weakest one ranked in the top 50 of the Wangxinghe Purple Mansion Xianjiao list. In other words, the weakest one among them could compete with Zhang Zuanling. In comparison, the masters on the human cultivator side were much more terrified, with only 9 purple mansion cultivators in total. In addition to Fairy Kai Yao who can overpower the other heroes, the second strongest person on the human cultivator side is Xiao Mu Bei. But we have to admit that even Xiao Mu Bei, who is ranked 9th on the Purple Mansion Xianjiao list, is much weaker than the 2 demon kings, the Blood Prison Demon King and the King Demon King. In terms of real strength, the Blood Prison Demon King and the King Demon King are probably ranked in the top 3 on the Purple Mansion Xianjiao list of Wangxinghe. It can be seen that the strength of these two is terrifying. In addition to Xiao Mu Bei, the only human cultivators who are one level lower are Zhang Zuanling, Jiang Chenai, and Ji Yangcheng, who are in the top 50 of the Purple Mansion Xianjiao list. And there are only 7 strong people of this level on the human cultivator side, which is far inferior to the boundary demons. As for the cultivators outside the top 50 on the Purple Mansion Xianjiao list, they were not kept by Fairy Kai Yao. Because this level of cultivators is naturally a top powerhouse for ordinary Purple Mansion cultivators, but for the existence of the level of Fairy Kai Yao and the Blood Prison Demon King, ordinary Purple Mansion Xianjiao monks, if they go all out, can even kill the opponent in one blow. Even if Fairy Kai Yao wants to find teammates, she can't find teammates who hold her back. Of course, if there are enough ordinary Purple Mansion Xianjiao monks, it's okay. But the problem is that there are very few monks outside the 50th place of the Purple Mansion Xianjiao in the human monk camp at this time. Therefore, monks like Huoling Taoist and Kang Sao are now fighting for blood and marrow with the world monsters, and have not participated in the next battle of the laws of the Great Way. In fact, these world monsters and human monks also know in their hearts, the next battle of the laws of the Great Way will probably be extremely cruel. With their strength, they will not benefit at all if they participate in it. In the distance, Chen Fushan followed Huoling Taoist, staring at the chaotic battlefield with a tense body. Don't be nervous. Seeing that Chen Fushan was a little nervous, Huoling Taoist smiled and said, I tell you, except for the top monsters, the rest are just chickens and dogs. As he said that, Huoling Taoist glanced at the direction of the Blood Prison Monster King and the King Monster King. Chen Fushan also glanced at the Blood Prison Monster King and tightened the fairy sword in his hand, but his expression was relaxed. Seeing Chen Fushan's appearance, Huoling Taoist couldn't help but compare him with Chen Daoxuan. Although Chen Fushan was also a genius swordsman who understood the sword meaning and the key refining stage, he was indeed inferior to Chen Daoxuan in other aspects. What a pity. God is jealous of talents. Huoling Taoist sighed secretly. Senior, look. Just as he was sighing, Chen Fushan's voice pulled Huoling Taoist back. Following the direction of Chen Fushan's finger, the fire spirit Taoist was immediately delighted and laughed. It seems that you are really my lucky star. Hearing this, Chen Fushan forced a smile on his face. The fire spirit Taoist knew that Chen Fushan was in a bad mood, so he stopped teasing him. After saying this, he shouted, "Stand firm." After that, the speed of the escape light suddenly increased and rushed towards the blood marrow in front of him. The blood marrow that the fire spirit Taoist rushed to was the top existence among all the blood marrows that came out. A rough visual estimate: if this blood marrow was cut, at least thousands of standard sized blood marrows could be cut. I'm rich, I'm rich. The fire spirit Taoist laughed loudly. Compared with the reward and favors from Yuan Chen's engine, after seizing the Dao law, wouldn't this blood marrow in front of him make more profit? In Taizhou Yangai's Iron Cheng, a piece of blood crystal was sold by the Jiang family for a sky-high price of 100,000 spirit stones. You know, the true value of a piece of blood marrow is at least dozens of times that of a piece of blood crystal. Even if so much blood marrow floods into the market at the same time, it will cause the price of blood marrow to plummet, but it is not too much to sell a piece of blood marrow for more than 1 million spirit stones, right? If you grab this ball of blood marrow in front of you, you can at least sell it for more than 1 billion spirit stones. And the cost of Yuan Chen's engine hiring him to snatch the law of the Great Way is only 1 billion spirit stones. According to the current situation, if Huoling Taoist goes to snatch the law of the Great Way from the top world monsters headed by the 2 demon kings, it is too dangerous. Instead of risking his life, it is better to snatch blood marrow safely. After all, compared with the world monsters who snatch blood marrow, Huoling Taoist's strength is definitely in the first echelon. Yuan Chen's engine probably didn't expect that the 3 demon countries that came to snatch the law of the Great Way would actually unite. Boom. A ball of purple flames, like the scorching sun, exploded in the group of world monsters that surrounded them, blowing their bodies into the air. With just one strike, several world monsters were seriously injured. It's a human cultivator. Be careful, this human cultivator is very powerful. Humph. No matter how powerful he is, we can fight him together, so what's there to fear? Okay, join forces. With just a few words, the 5 world monsters from the 3 major monster countries united and rushed towards the Taoist fire spirit without any fear. Seeing this, the Taoist fire spirit's temper suddenly rose. Just as he was about to attack, he found that more and more world monsters and human cultivators were flying towards him. Obviously, they also found this ball of blood marrow. Immediately, the Taoist fire spirit calmed down and didn't care about entangled with the 5 purple mansion monsters. He picked up the blood marrow with one hand and grabbed Chen Fushan's shoulder with the other hand, shouting, "Let's go." Swish, the escape light flashed and the 2 disappeared. Ha ha ha, it's great, it's great. Taoist fire spirit laughed when he saw that he had thrown all the enemies away. After that, Huoling Taoist looked at Chen Fushan and said, "You discovered this blood marrow. According to what we agreed before, we will split it 30% and 70%. Is that okay?" Hearing this, Chen Fushan bowed and said, "Senior, please make the decision." During the whole process, Chen Fushan did not make any effort except discovering this blood marrow, but he got 30% of the harvest, which was very satisfying. If he was alone, he would not be able to snatch this blood marrow surrounded by 5 purple mansion monsters. Of course, the reason why Huoling Taoist brought Chen Fushan was not entirely because Chen Fushan was a junior of Chen Daoxuan. There was also the request of Fairy Kai Yao. That's right, it was Fairy Kai Yao who personally asked him, a cultivator on the purple mansion Xianjiao list, to take care of Chen Fushan before he set off. This is why Huoling Taoist took Chen Fushan with him. Otherwise, with Huoling Taoist's strength, he would not be willing to bring Chen Fushan a burden. Although Chen Fushan's cultivation has reached the purple mansion stage, and his sword realm has reached the peak of the 2nd level of sword intent, and he is only 1 step away from the 3rd level of sword intent. But in the final analysis, Chen Fushan's current strength is at most comparable to that of an ordinary purple mansion late stage cultivator. This kind of strength is indeed a burden when working with Taoist Huoling. But Taoist Huoling had to give face to Fairy Kai Yao. As a cultivator of a well-known immortal family in Carnean sword sect, Taoist Huoling knew how high the status of Fairy Kai Yao was in Carnean sword sect. If nothing unexpected happened, Fairy Kaiyao would most likely be the future leader of Carnean Sword Sect. Since Fairy Kaiyao asked for it, there was no reason for Taoist Chuoling to push away this favor. In Wangxinghe, any immortal family that wanted to grow big could not do without Carnean Sword Sect. After all, Carnean Sword Sect was the real ruler of Wangxinghe. Taoist Chuoling was smiling when suddenly a fierce light flashed. This is. Taoist Chuoling turned his head and looked in the direction of the gate to the heaven. One after another, golden threads shot out from the portal of the heaven. These golden threads were as fast as flowing light and disappeared in front of everyone in an instant. The law of the Great Way. It is the law of the Great Way. Fairy Kaiyao frowned and shouted, "Attack." Before she finished speaking, she took the lead and rushed towards the thickest golden thread. Fairy Kaiyao held a sword in her right hand and a stone with a carved path in her left hand, and chased straight towards the golden thread. The other cultivators and world monsters reacted quickly. At the moment, when Fairy Kaiyao took action, they all flew towards their targets. After counting carefully, there were 5 golden threads rushing out of the portal of the heaven this time, 1 thick and 4 thin. This represents that the fallen true immortal level world monster has mastered a total of 5 great laws, and the thickest one is the law of the Great Way it mainly cultivates. The Blood Prison Demon King and the King Demon King were not to be outdone. They looked at each other and followed the same choice as Fairy Kaiyao, chasing after the thickest golden thread. Behind the 2 Demon Kings, 11 top-level purple mansion demons such as Kai Tong and Kai Ling followed closely. But no one noticed that the Blood Prison Demon King, who was originally leading the way, actually fell behind and flew not far from Kai Tong. At this time, no one noticed the Blood Prison Demon King's small movements. Everyone's minds were all focused on the manifested Dao law. For a long time, Fairy Kaiyao was alone, and she didn't know how far she flew with the demons. "Kaiyao, you are dreaming." Suddenly, the King Demon King roared, and it turned out that Fairy Kaiyao, who was in the front, caught up with the thickest golden thread and was about to put it into the stone. Seeing this scene, of course, the King Demon King couldn't let her do what she wanted and immediately used the source world projection to suppress Fairy Kaiyao. Rumble. The space of the human world was rippled by the suppression of the source world projection of the King Demon King. However, facing the source world projection of the King Demon King, Fairy Kaiyao remained calm, and an invisible wave rippled out, directly excluding the source world projection of the King Demon King. Time Dao Realm. The face of the King Demon King suddenly darkened. The 4th level of the sword, the realm of the Dao Realm. The King Demon King knew that he was no match for Fairy Kaiyao with his own strength, and immediately sent a message to the Blood Prison Demon King. "Brother Blood Prison, are you still waiting for Blood Prison? What are you doing?" The King Demon King turned his head in horror, but found that the Blood Prison Demon King quickly made a move and grabbed the small tower on the waist of the red-eyed demon. This change was so fast. Not to mention the other world monsters, even Red-Eyed himself didn't react. "You." Kai Tong looked at the Blood Hell Demon King who had snatched the small tower magic weapon from his waist and said in doubt, "Blood Hell Demon King, what do you want to do?" Ha 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 ha. Unexpectedly, the Blood Hell Demon King laughed crazily. He first glanced at Fairy Kaiyao and the demons who surrounded Fairy Kaiyao. Then he looked at the small tower magic weapon in his hand, looked at Kai Tong proudly and said, "Humph, you are just an ordinary purple mansion demon, and you can only compete with the half-step demon king with this magic weapon, right?" After that, he gently stroked the small tower and exclaimed, "What a good treasure." Chapter 275 The Terrifying Chen Daoxuan. The Demon King, who was standing by, was both anxious and angry when he heard this. He was anxious that Kaiyao would soon put the Dao law into the Dao stone, and the angry Demon King Zuayu started an internal conflict at a critical moment, causing the 3 demon kingdoms that had finally united to face the situation of disintegration. As for the small tower magic weapon mentioned by the Demon King Zuayu, which made the Great Demon Chitting leap from an ordinary purple mansion Great Demon to a level close to the Demon King, the Demon King did not believe it at all. "Isn't this nonsense? A small tower magic weapon can make an ordinary purple mansion Great Demon comparable to the Demon King? Do you think that small tower is a pure Yang Fairy weapon? As his thoughts turned, the Demon King ignored the Demon King's ooh and said to Kailing, "Great Demon Chilling, don't pay attention to that crazy guy's ooh, you and I will attack together." At this time, Kailing also came back to his senses from the shock. Glancing at the confused Chiting beside him, he responded, "Okay, let's attack together." As he said that, he gave Chiting a wink, asking the other party to follow him. Who knows that Kai Tong couldn't help shrinking when he saw Kailing's eyes. Good guy. Its greatest support was taken away by the Blood Prison Demon King, and he was asked to lead the charge. Isn't it because it doesn't die fast enough? When the Blood Prison Demon King saw that everyone ignored it, he sneered and cast his eyes on the fairy Kai Yao in the field, saying to himself, "Don't worry, wait until I refine this small tower, and you will all die. Later, I will let you see the power of the soul attack magic weapon." Thinking of this, the Blood Prison Demon King immediately used his power to refine the small tower magic weapon. But the next moment, the Blood Prison Demon King's face suddenly changed, and he was shocked. It was horrified to find that this small tower was not a soul attack magic weapon at all. It was clearly an ordinary cave magic weapon. Not only that, it just found a person in this cave magic weapon. Moreover, that person was still smiling at it. Oops. The Blood Prison Demon King cried out that he was fooled. He was about to throw the small tower artifact away, but Chen Daoxuan's action was faster than it. A white light shot out from the small tower, and then a dazzling sword light slashed out from the small tower. This sword light was too terrifying. As soon as it appeared, it attracted the attention of all the strong men at the scene. The Demon King and Kailing and other world demons were about to attack Fairy Kai Yao, and they sensed the terrifying attack behind them. The Demon King turned around and saw a scene that made his soul fly away. The Demon King of the Blood Prison stood there stupidly, motionless. A sword light with the power of mid-stage giant and cultivator's full force directly smashed the head of the Demon King of the Blood Prison. In mid-air, the strong limbs of the Demon King of the Blood Prison were still standing in the air, but his head turned directly into nothingness. This change shocked everyone, including Fairy Kai Yao, who was collecting the laws of the Great Way into the engraved stone. Fairy Kai Yao, wearing a lavender body armor that outlined her curvy figure, had a strange look in her beautiful eyes. She looked at the white figure in front of her and couldn't help but call out, "Chen Daoxuan." Chen Daoxuan grabbed the small tower magic weapon and put it in his arms. He then looked at the group of monsters with dazed faces and finally looked at Fairy Kai Yao, who was surrounded by monsters, and said with a bow, "Fairy Kai Yao, we meet again. Fellow Daoist Chen." Fairy Kai Yao heard this greeting and immediately came back to her senses, and her pretty face couldn't help but blush. But fortunately, her whole body, including her cheeks, was covered with spiritual armor at this moment, and outsiders couldn't see her facial changes at all. The Demon King also came back to his senses at this moment. Although he didn't know what had just happened, he saw clearly that the Taoist in white chopped off the head of the Demon King of Blood Prison with a sword. No. To be precise, it was not a sword. Although Chen Daoxuan's move was extremely fast, the Demon King still saw clearly that the Taoist in white had just used the magic power of the Dharma image to slash 6 swords in a row, but the 6 sword lights merged together and looked like one sword. Although Chen Daoxuan's 6 swords combined into one are comparable to the full strength attack of a mid-stage giant and cultivator in terms of attack power, but the 6 swords combined into one has a natural disadvantage. That is, it is not as fast as a random sword when it is used. In layman's terms, this trick has a reading bar. If you want to use it in actual combat, it depends on whether the opponent gives you a chance. If the enemies around him keep interfering with Chen Daoxuan, it will be difficult for him to use this terrifying method. But even so, he has reached the 3rd level of spatial sword intent and created his own sword formula. The power of his random sword has reached the level of a full strength attack by a peak cultivator in the early Chindan period. This level of attack is enough to threaten the 2 Demon Kings. Of course, it is only a threat. If the Blood Hell Demon King had not been immobilized for a moment by Chen Daoxuan's soul-fixing divine light and then attacked by him with all his strength, his head would not have been chopped off so quickly. The Demon King reacted at this moment and immediately distanced himself from Kailing. He remembered clearly that the Blood Hell Demon King was killed by a sneak attack when he snatched the small tower artifact from Kaitong, just when all the world monsters were on guard against each other. In midair, the remains of the Blood Hell Demon King finally moved. I saw a huge lion head drilled out of the remains, and countless flesh buds were wriggling at the lion head. In an instant, a complete head grew out of the remains of the Blood Hell Demon King. Broken Skull Reborn. Chen Daoxuan, dressed in white, holding a fairy sword, concentrated his mind. Who knew that the Blood Hell Demon King, who had returned to normal, turned around and ran without saying a word? Nonsense. Among all the world monsters present, only it knew the horror of Chen Daoxuan the most. It was not the small tower that had the ability to attack the soul. It was the Taoist in white who could attack the soul of others. Although it did not know Chen Daoxuan's name, at this moment, Chen Daoxuan frightened it more than Fairy Kaiyao. Because in the eyes of the Blood Prison Demon King, Fairy Kaiyao was strong, but at least she was upright. But this Taoist in white was too sinister. He was so strong, but still so sinister. This old sinister person was unheard of. Although he cursed Chen Daoxuan in his heart, it did not affect the speed of the Blood Prison Demon King's escape at all. The changes in the field were really a bit overwhelming for everyone, especially the red-eyed demon. It was the most frightened at the moment. Without Chen Daoxuan's trump card, Red-Eyed was like a husky standing in a wolf pack, and was in danger of death at any time. Although Kailing repeatedly sent a voice message to ask it what was going on, Kaitong was talking about something else, pretending to be deep and keeping aloof. Seeing this, Kailing had to keep a distance from it. Master, kill faster. I can't act anymore. Kaitong cried in his heart. Chen Daoxuan didn't pay attention to Kaitong's voice, but he couldn't let the Blood Prison Demon King get away. In fact, not only the Blood Prison Demon King, but also all the world demons present, Chen Daoxuan didn't intend to let go. Otherwise, he wouldn't have waited until this deserted place to make a move. Die. As soon as the Blood Prison Demon King moved, another soul-fixing divine light froze it for a moment, and then a terrifying sword light tore a huge gap in its body. But in an instant, the gap was restored to its original state. The physical cultivation of the reborn after the broken skull is really hard to kill. Chen Daoxuan sighed. In the final analysis, his attack power was a little insufficient. If each of his swords could reach the attack power of the middle stage of the golden elixir, this Blood Prison Demon King could not withstand his 10 swords at most. Within 10 swords, he must be killed. But at the moment, the power of each of Chen Daoxuan's swords can only reach the peak of the early stage of the golden elixir. To kill the Blood Hell Demon King, it would probably take dozens or even hundreds of swords. Just as he frowned, a charming voice sounded in his sea of consciousness. Fellow Daoist Chen, I'm here to help you. I saw that Fairy Kaiyao, who was surrounded by the monsters, had already put the laws of the Great Dao into the stone, opened the time domain, and rushed out of the monster group. Swoosh, seeing this beautiful figure beside him, Chen Daoxuan was relieved. Okay. Attack together. Seeing this scene, the King Demon King not far away certainly couldn't let Chen Daoxuan and Kaiyao defeat them one by one, and immediately roared, all of you, otherwise we will all die. Hearing this, the other monsters didn't care about their suspicion of each other, and attacked Chen Daoxuan and Fairy Kaiyao. Source Realm Projection. Source Realm Projection. One after another, the Source Realm projections merged and descended, suppressing Chen Daoxuan and Fairy Kaiyao. Seeing this, Fairy Kaiyao smiled and said, it's just a trick. An invisible domain was seen, covering the entire area of 100 miles. Within this range, all the projections of the source world were repelled by her. Seeing this scene, the face of the Demon King turned pale. What a time domain. After saying that, the Demon King turned around and ran without saying anything. It can be seen that the Demon King of Blood Prison was seriously injured. The position of the Demon Kingdom of King Qiu was unclear, and Fairy Kaiyao and Chen Daoxuan joined forces. If it doesn't run, it may have to stay here today. Being able to practice to this point, the Demon King is naturally not stupid. Seeing the Demon King running away, the demons from all realms naturally did not want to be left behind, and fled in all directions. but they found that the escape light that could rush at a distance of 100 miles in an instant became extremely slow at this moment. They just couldn't fly out of this 100-mile range. The Demon King, who had fought with Fairy Kaiyao, knew that it was not that their escape light had slowed down, but that Fairy Kaiyao had changed the speed of time in the Dao domain, making their escape light slow down. The same effect could be achieved in the Dao domain of space. Chen Daoxuan was delighted when he saw this scene, and immediately another soul-fixing divine light froze the Blood Prison Demon King's body. Poor Blood Prison, a dignified Demon King, could not even move under the dual suppression of the Dao domain of time and the soul-fixing divine light. He watched Fairy Kaiyao cut him into nothingness with 3 swords. Blood Prison Demon King, die. Seeing the Blood Prison Demon King fall, the Demon King and other big demons such as Kailing struggled even more violently. All kinds of secret methods to increase the speed of escape light were used, but it was of no use. In the Dao domain of time, no matter how fast they were, they could not defeat the change in the speed of time. In order to break the suppression of Fairy Kaiyao's Dao domain of time, the Demon King would have to break through the current level of his source realm. Usually, these world monsters bullied human cultivators by relying on the projection of the source world. Only when they were taught a lesson by the human cultivators with the Dao domain did they know how uncomfortable this feeling was. With one's strength, they could not exert 5 points, especially the speed, which was as slow as a snail. Chen Daoxuan and Kaiyao joined forces to deal with the Blood Prison Demon King, and then turned around to kill the King Demon King who ran the farthest. The King Demon King was the strongest. When Fairy Kaiyao killed the Blood Prison Demon King, she had already flown 10 miles under her time Dao domain, which was considered to be an extremely fast escape speed. But Chen Daoxuan and the other 2 were faster. In a flash, it was caught up by Chen Daoxuan and Fairy Kaiyao. Dingpo Divine Light, plus Fairy Kaiyao's 3 swords, King Demon King was killed directly. Chen Daoxuan found that his Dingpo Divine Light and Fairy Kaiyao's time Dao domain were combined, and he was simply invincible in this true immortal source realm. Sweeping all the way, in the end, only Kailing and Kaitong were left. Seeing Chen Daoxuan holding her back, Kaiyao looked at him strangely. Why did you leave it here? Kaiyao looked at the Kailing demon. Upon hearing this, Chen Daoxuan smiled and said, I have my own use. After that, Chen Daoxuan pointed at Kailing, who was imprisoned by the soul-fixing divine light. Soon, a red fox demon soul was dragged out of Kailing's body. Next, Chen Daoxuan treated it the same way he treated Kaitong. Half a cup of tea later, the second respectful spirit pet appeared in front of him, and Fairy Kaiyao. Soul seal. That's right. Chen Daoxuan nodded. Master. Master. The 2 demons Kaitong and Kailing flew forward and saluted Chen Daoxuan. However, although they both called Chen Daoxuan their master, their expressions were different. Kaitong had a look of relief, while Kailing had a complicated look. Feeling a slight heaviness in his soul, Chen Daoxuan knew that subduing Kailing was his limit for the time being. It would be difficult to subdue a third world monster of the same level. However, although Kailing and Kaitong were both great purple mansion monsters, Kailing's strength was undoubtedly much stronger. Kaitong's strength was only slightly stronger than that of an ordinary purple mansion cultivator, while Kailing's strength was comparable to Zhao Mubei's. This was why Chen Daoxuan felt a heaviness in his soul after subduing only her. Fellow Daoist Chen, Fairy Kaiyao asked in confusion, you subdued these 2 world monsters because you wanted to. Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan briefly described his plan. You mean, send them to the Kinkyu demon country as hidden pawns? Yes, Chen Daoxuan nodded. Although there is a risk of being discovered, it's worth a try. Hearing this, Fairy Kaiyao frowned. Just to try, you have to consume a great law. The cost of this attempt is not low. But Fairy Kaiyao is also a decisive person, and soon decided to give it a try. It is extremely difficult for Wang Xinghe to infiltrate the real demon world. If this world demon named Kailing can really play the role Chen Daoxuan said, then the gains they get at that time will not be comparable to a great law. Anyway, she has already got the most important great law. After thinking about it, Fairy Kaiyao threw the engraved stone in her hand over. Yes, I give it to you. Give it to me. Chen Daoxuan was shocked. He could see that the space law recorded on this engraved stone was the great law cultivated by the fallen real immortal level world demon. This is the treasure that the master of Zenhei Palace has always dreamed of. Fairy Kaiyao smiled and shook her head. Of course it's not for you. She paused. When you leave the true immortal origin realm, you will present it to my uncle. My uncle will definitely accept your favor. You have helped me so much. This is my way of thanking you. Oh, you are such a good nephew. Chen Daoxuan took the great Dao stone tablet and didn't know whether to accept it for a moment. Outside the true immortal origin realm, in the human race camp, on a spiritual boat, Hu, the master of Zenhei Palace, sneezed suddenly. He rubbed his sour nose and felt strange in his heart. On the side, Yuan Chen's engine's mind moved slightly, and he bowed and said, Master Qin, is there something wrong with Weiyang Immortal City? Yuan Ying's engine couldn't sneeze for no reason. In this case, it is usually a sudden mental warning. This is also the reason why Yuan Chen's engine asked. No problem. The master of Zenhei Palace shook his head with a strange look on his face. Fin est capitulo muchas gracias por legahaster el final no se olviden de del lake buscas mas contenido exclusivo y acceso inmediato, suscria bet en nuestro Patreon. Recuda, cada like, suscripción o donación nos americana. Gracias a todos nos vemos en el próximo video.